Hello and welcome everyone to the C stream of the BPL 2 Beta 2 Brawl. We're here on day 2. That's a lot of twos. Would have only been better if it happened on a Tuesday. But we're here with the lower bracket matchup today between Yo What's Popping and Gerald Dynasty, looking to keep their playoff hopes, to keep their hopes alive here, as both knocked out in the first round. And now we are going to have our first elimination here. I am K-Wing and I'm here with Salsa. Salsa, how are you doing today?
Doing good. Yeah, both of these teams, I think you're right, and I think going 0-2 in this format is essentially elimination, but they're eliminated on after losing 3 games. I think, though, that both of these teams, you have to bounce back after losing at round 1. Gerald Dynasty went 0-2, and Yo It's Poppin went 1-2. So you want to just try to bounce back, you want to get into it, and I think you just want to avoid the dregs of that 2 losses situation, where every match is an elimination match at that point, because that is whoever loses this game has to go through a three round gauntlet of wins just to get through, and that is never fun.
That it is. It's really tough to keep alive. I'm sorry. I was coming from the
No, that's completely fair.
So I was like, it is the lower bracket. No, it is not the lower bracket. It's just a little... Yeah, I'm tired. Sorry.
Very fair. It's a weird format we've got, but I think it's interesting. It lets us play with have a bunch of teams and make sure everyone's playing a bunch. I don't know if we have the seeding of where the winner will go. So that I don't have the information for. But all of the upper bracket round 2, the 1-0 games have already been played, so we will know at least by the time the match ends. We can tell you who they're playing.
Maybe. It's this sort of Swiss style to determine who is actually seeded into the bracket versus the B League, which is more of a general...
Yes, it's a double elimination.
Double elimination bracket. So it's a very different system. And I think like you said, you get to have contenders coming in. You get to have strong teams coming in versus teams that you may are just like, oh, I guess they're okay. Every team that is in this final, that goes into the league bracket, is a solid team and is a team that is going to excel.
Yeah, I think that's one of the more interesting parts of this pools, of getting the teams that are either sweeping through and winning all their games or completely buster out, which happens. We all sometimes have a bad day. But having that, they get in, and we get some really good games at the end where it's like 2-2, everything is really tight. It looks like we're getting right into game. First map will be Busan. And I gotta be honest, I'm kind of feel better that we're starting on control rather than push. It's a little bit it's a comfort place. The known quantity.
Yeah, really. It's a lot. It was a lot coming into push because you really didn't know a lot of what would be affected there, because of the Junker Queen nerfs that happened hours before the start of the tournament, and now it looks like neither of these teams going with the Junker Queen style. Well, I say that Gerald Dynasty.
No, Gerald Dynasty, yeah. I think it'll be interesting to see what's going to be done here. I think it'll be interesting. I think you're right. The nerfs will might impact the way this is played quite a bit.
Already, you have the Sigma versus the Junker Queen. The Junker Queen is going to be running in just like that, jumping around the corner. Here's body. Oh my goodness, that was almost like a horror movie there. Already, it is space getting taken by Gerald Dynasty. This is exactly what you want to see from this composition, with the Junker Queen speed boost powered by the Lucio speed boost, pushing forward, taking space, taking the point, and now Yo What's Popping have to rotate, but they get caught out on the rotation. Coconut Carl finds them out and takes out Winter. Frags goes down soon after. It's a few picks, though, for both of these teams, for Yo What's Popping and Gerald Dynasty. It's going to be close. It's going to be back and forth, but it looks like Gerald Dynasty have the advantage here.
I popped out of that halfway through the fight, so I can't read too much, but I saw the beginning of it, and I think the aggression from Gerald Dynasty just getting in there helped set what's popping on the wrong foot, and hopefully create enough chaos to take the point off the bat. Keep it going.
Completely agree. Now it's going to be very difficult here for Yo What's Popping, as they have to take space. It's a good start. They're taking out Coconut Carl with how much pressure they put out. Big Purple onto Hyper Knight, have to back up. Frags goes down. You lose a lot of the damage and a lot of the focus fire potential. A lot of critical members of Gerald Dynasty. Can Luca keep them safe and keep them alive? Betrayal goes down to Hyper Knight. It's close here. Crucially, though, you do have a double flex support. You do have the blade. You do have the blade from Mac Tackle slicing through Winter, keeping Gerald Dynasty alive.
Yeah, I mean, getting that pick on frag is just so important. Like, you lose the DPS, but killing a Zen means they lose their support and a DPS, essentially, because of just the raw damage Zen can do now. And really, I've always been able to do, to be honest with you.
Absolutely. Now getting into the last fight, and losing Yabi is a horrible start to it. The Transcendence comes out, but it is too late for Hyper Knight. Many ults coming in off the back of this. The Nano Blade is up, but it just gets nothing. It'll take out Max Tackle, but Betrayal will get traded out immediately after. The beat from Luca comes as soon as Thomason uses the Sigma Flux, maybe a bit too early, but still, Gerald Dynasty holding on a few picks. Luca gets hit with the Accretion and taken out by Sigma. It's too close, but it's Yo What's Popping getting that first capture.
Yeah, I mean, the 99-0, at least get the flip there, and now they're going to have to play on turbo defense mode for the rest of the game. Gerald Dynasty don't have a lot to play with right now. They only have the Junker Queen ult. Yo What's Poppin' doesn't have much either, but I think naturally you kind of have a bit of a better position on defense, always, even on control, so this should be a very vanilla fight.
Oh! Hyper Knight uses the ult and just gets rocked by Thomathan while channeling it. Frags have such a long sight line, but they're a little separated from their team. Mac Tackle tries to go in for the dive, but gets rocked by Frags sitting in the back.
Yeah, that was just a really good rock, and the one advantage that Gerald Dynasty might have been able to use to flip the point is now gone. Yabai off of the Ash onto the Sojourn, but still quite a vanilla fight. Frag's really the only one who's going to be able to get their ult. Maybe Winter this fight as well.
Ooh, close there. Betrayal jumps in on the back of the backline of Gerald Dynasty. Doesn't get the pick on to Gerald DMT, but is close. Gerald Dynasty has the position, has the ability to push onto point, but this is last fight territory, and oh my gosh, Betrayal gets taken out by the Zen of Gerald Dynasty. Many people critical there for Gerald Dynasty. The beat comes in, huge purple, ults coming out left and right. They need to find picks. They're gonna find two, one onto the Sojourn, one onto the Zen. Picks galore, but the ults are coming up for Yo What's Popping. Can they sustain through this? Thomathan staying alive on this point, going to take out the Zen. The Hamster is there to try and keep this point alive for Gerald Dynasty. It is a battle of the tanks. The rock comes out, and Hyper Knight's gone. Tomathan stays alive the entire time and leads an incredible comeback for Yo What's Poppin'.
Yeah, I mean, getting some of those picks early and just splitting the team basically into two halves with the with that purple from Winter was just so important. And you're basically fighting then like a 4v3 and then like a 2v2, and Tomathan just clutches it out against the 2v1 and manages to save it. Very good play from Yo What's Poppin'. And we move on to City Center.
Ooh, I'm interested in this. What do you think of this composition from Yo What's Poppin' with the Reaper Cassidy?
It's like flashes to like Rush, but I don't know if I agree with it fully. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I get baited? We're on Mecha Base? Okay, I got baited.
We are on Mecha Base. You really did get baited. Running in, Hyper Knight going hyper aggressive. The first pick is a Winter. Coconut Carl finding a pick with that right click of the Sojourn. So much power there. Hyper Knight using that of the Junker Queen to its max potential, pushing in. This is the aggression. This is what you want to see from Gerald Dynasty. They're pushing Yo What's Poppin' back so much. This looks like a second fight territory that Yo What's Poppin' are engaging on. This is what you want to see from this Junker Queen composition. And now they're coming in again, and it's Betrayal going down that first pick. The Moira is getting hunted. Tomathan on, and the picks are flying for Gerald Dynasty.
Yeah, well, when you lose your Lucio, you lose all most of your significant AoE heals. You don't have speed either. So it's very hard to get in. And when you're playing this kind of rush style, you have to be able to get in. So it is basically hold the corner until you find an opening, and they give away point for 3 and still lose the next fight. So here's another re-engage. Hyper Knight goes down.
But it's Mac Tackle bringing out the blade, trying to get a pick, finds a pick on a frags. That's huge. That is a main source of healing, but Coconut Carl is not to be outdone. Winter stays alive crucially through that, using the beat.
Yeah, I mean, not having the beat forced, partially because you don't have it, but not generating it is kind of good, just so you don't, like, brain press Q when in danger. Because now that's going to be kind of that key re-engage. You can bring out the May. Here comes the beat is ready to go. Just a nice scrappy fight, trying to move the point here.
Coconut Carl has the Sojourn ult online, but it's frags the first to fall. The Briggs get traded out, but it's enough. Yabai gets taken out, but avenges themselves with the Junkrat grenades, and it's close here on the point, but the point is still ticking over for Gerald Dynasty. The headshot onto Tomathan is not looking good for Yo What's Poppin', and now they just have to regroup and try and get some sort of engage on the point.
I mean, it looks like Winter's there to be able to touch, but gets a kill on Hyper Knight. All right, and they touch.
Wow!
And it looks like they actually might be able to take this fight. Just barely, but they're up 5-4 or 5-2, and that should do it, unless something dreadful happens. But here we go, they flipped it. And you have your rally up. You're about to get Blizzard. So Yo What's Poppin' has a little bit of this defense. It's really just trying to have a long fight where Gerald Dynasty builds with them their ultimates and then burns them in the same fight, like this Mac Tackle Blade or this rally. That's what you want to see if you're Yo What's Poppin'.
Oh, the Blizzard from Betrayal comes out early. Winter is going nuts in the backline, taking out the tank and the Brig. Winter coming away with 3, and you know what? I'm starting to get a bit of deja vu here for Yo What's Poppin'.
It is deja vu, but you're also... Oh, Mac Tackle about to die? Never mind. I have to eat my words, maybe, before I even say them? Okay. Mac Tackle has ultimate. You have the Brig ult. You have these 2 ults that you can use before anything's going to be online for Yo What's Poppin'. If they get pulled early, you might see this fight flip.
Frags is the first to fall, and Mac Tackle is running through, has the blade, might not even need it. The beat comes out from Winter. That is a very late beat, but it is almost last fight territory at this. It is last fight territory. Overtime flips over, and it's just Mac Tackle and the Lucio. Really good name for a band, but not a really nice strategy on Mecha base, eventually having to return back to the main fight on the point. It's Gerald Dynasty off the back of Coconut Carl getting pick after pick, equalizing us 1-1.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that is the difficulty with going 99-0, is sometimes you just get to play hyper defense and you're fine, but the other time is when the ultimate cycles aren't quite on pace and you don't have the resources to combat whatever your opponent's throwing at you. And now I can say with certainty, we're on City Center.
Process of elimination.
Yeah, process of elimination on that one. Don't get baited the second time. Though I would have appreciated the observers if they put us back on a shrine or something.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Just to fool you specifically.
Oh yeah, 100% just to fool me only.
Like, just to say, you know what? We hate salsa so much. We're gonna bait them again, just again and again.
And
oh gosh,
love them for that.
You too. We love our observers here. As we get into the next fight, Mac Tackle has been going really aggressive. Oh, he gets slept and bursted down by the Tracer. That was disgusting. The rush composition here for What's Poppin' has been going a bit iffy. Loses the Reinhardt, but they seem to be winning the fight nonetheless off of some cool support play.
Yeah, I mean, it was very good plays. I mean, getting your supports getting kills really early on is always good. Getting that sleep from frags is really good. Just a nice way to take the fight early. And it's been actually it's the first cap for What's Poppin'. It's the first time they don't have to deal with the flip at 99, so maybe good things to come. Hyper Knight purpled again.
That was an aggressive push from Hyper Knight, just going in almost alone. Coconut Carl is first to fall, and What's Popping looking pretty good so far. Nano on the Reinhardt takes out Hyper Knight. There's a pulse bomb into the back. Not gonna find many kicks off of it. It doesn't matter for What's Poppin'.
Yeah, I mean, that Hyper Knight that was a very bad misplay. Just going out in the open, getting purpled, and then basically health never reaching above like 50% ever again. Even with their supports and getting some peel, like you just don't have enough time, and then you just get picked off and just set the team in such a bad position. It was a nice purple from Frags, but also a very questionable play from Hyper Knight.
Already the first hit comes in. It's Betrayal gone. There's the Shatter, but there's no one there. It's the Ryan v Ryan, and ult coming in from Yadai. It's close. It gets the pick onto Coconut Carl, and they have the high ground to dish out the damage, but can they find the angles? Good play so far from Gerald Dynasty to keep themselves alive. So close to taking out those supports, but it's Hyper Knight on the Reinhardt, swinging for the fences.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a fight for 99 if able. You get to 92, close enough. That still should be win one fight and you win the game. Gerald Dynasty, though, has both their support ultimates, either online or about to come online. And I think the key ultimate really here is maybe you see where this pulse bomb might be able to come from Betrayal at 84% for that. Might be able to try to find something cheeky on one of the supports early. Might be what you want to try to do here.
That's the question. The Immortality Field could be huge. Immortality Field comes out early. There's a Pulse Bomb. Not finding any picks. Double support ult. The beat and the window from both these teams. Tomathan is stuck in the back and can't find much. Oh my gosh, barely staying alive. Going to get taken out. It's even now for both these teams. Pulse Bomb comes in, takes out Winter. Hyper Knight is gone. It's close, but isn't enough for What's Poppin'. It is a scrappy fight on the point. Mac Tackle has to retreat. Almost captured their Betrayal. Nanoed and on the point. Betrayal is nanoed, and they are in your backline, on your point. There's the Shatter. from the Rhine, from Hyper Knife. It'll get Winter. Just chaos incarnate on the point right now. Cancels the charge into the swing onto Thomas and not charging the Doomfist. The stick onto the Reinhardt. Betrayal! No, you can't keep doing this. Betrayal, stop it. This is crazy. Gets taken down. Mac Tackle is low. Has some picks for Gerald Dynasty. The
Mac Tackle!
tackle.
What?
What is this crazy
Both of the
play?
supports! Wait, hold up. Both of the supports. Okay, and the fight's over. Okay, so
Yeah.
I don't know how I break down that fight. The fight was just like 3 fights in one. Halfway in between, we got like a Tracer versus Tracer duel because those were the only 2 touching the point. A nightmare. Just a mess all around from all
Nightmare.
players.
The only way to describe that fight. Nightmare, 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 nightmare. Oh, that Lucio just took to the skies already. A few ults, but Coconut Carl goes down. Does not use the ult. The Moira's in. And you see this Moira used a lot more since that buff. Joe Rogan is going to be the first to get taken down. There goes Luca as well. Frags gets taken out by the Pulse Bomb, but can Mac Tackle pull out another clutch as it looks like the point flipping over to Yo What's Poppin'. The point goes over. Coconut Carl uses the ult, gives the pick onto Winter. Could this be the flip? Could this be the chance? Again, you need to rely on Mac Tackle here. If Mac Tackle can keep it up, Luca comes in with the beat. Keeping alive for Gerald Dynasty. Mac Tackle is off the map. Jonathan punches Mac Tackle off the map. Jonathan going wild with the punches and the Doom Fist, the Pulse Bomb into the back lane. Luca walks into it. Luca walks into the Pulse Bomb, and it's Betrayal with the final Tracer pop off, and it's Yo What's Poppin' to take the first map.
I don't think there's a definition of a more chaotic fight than just errantly walking into a pulse bomb. It's not like it's just where the pulse bomb was just thrown out there to no man's land, and it's still just like, oh, there's a pulse bomb there, and I'm pressing the S key. Guess I'm dead now.
I mean, yeah. To be fair, to the Lucio, they were going down, and they either needed to pull back behind cover or just get melted, and they chose, they chose to pull behind cover. Unfortunately, the cover they were behind got a pulse bomb on it.
Yeah, it's not like I understand. It's just that's like chaos incarnate fight. That's really all it is.
Oh yeah, of course. It's chaos.
And yeah, but very back and forth fight on Busan last, but we had the Shrine was a solid comeback from behind, and then a little less so on Mecha Base. So I think this will be a really good match. I am ready for map 2, but we are waiting for the pick from Gerald Dynasty. I think it's going to be Escort, if I'm not wrong.
I'm not sure exactly what the I know third is push. I do think it's either Escort or Hybrid. I don't remember the map.
Yeah, it's one of the two.
Like, what do you think? I am prepared? That's never happens for me. No, I'm never.
Yeah, knowing the maps.
Yeah, that is that's some A-stream stuff. I don't prepare. Wow, I'm really just calling myself a bad caster here, but we're doing great. We're doing great. I mean, both these teams looking for their first win. Both going down pretty in 2 very different ways. Yo What's Poppin' went down to Solar Snack 2-1, so a pretty close match. But Gerald Dynasty 2-0 to Fruit Bowl. So Gerald Dynasty have not won a map so far in the 3 maps they've played.
Not
and
yet, and
looking for the first win.
But if we also want to use the transitive property, Fruit Bowl beat Solar Snack 2-1 in the upper round. So,
Interesting thought. Fruit Bowl did beat Solar Snack, so potentially.
Or maybe Fruit Bowl better team. So maybe Gerald Dynasty just they're just playing the better team, and that something that happens. Who knows?
True.
I think map pick is in. don't know if we're getting into map anytime soon, but I do know, at least on the website, it says we're going to Route 66.
Ooh.
And
Going to
so
Route-
does our broadcast. So there we go.
Yeah, there we go. Route 66. This could be the last map. It is the choice, though, of it is, of course, the choice of it's the choice of Gerald Dynasty. So why do you think they specifically chose Route 66?
I'm not quite sure. I don't remember the map pool entirely of what our presumably 3 escort maps are. But I would assume that they want to try some type of I don't even know if I could say rush, because they've been playing a lot of like that Junker Queen kind of style rush, and I don't think that really fits Route 66 that well. I think Route 66 has kind of always been closer to the dive style than you'd see on something like, I don't know, Dorado. I think Dorado works better for rush. But let's see what they're still coming. They at least have in attacker spawn. They are running the rush. So I guess that's what their plan is. Just go rush all the time.
All rush all the time. Welcome to Overwatch 2.
Look, I can agree with that play style of just lock rush, play the game, and that's about it.
Lock rush, play the video game. Profit, the 3-step guide to Overwatch 2.
There you go, yeah. I also just looked it up. It was Circuit Royale and Junkertown were other 2 maps. So with those 2 things in mind, this is the rush map.
This is the rush map. Like, Route 66
I mean,
is really a good rush map. Well,
it's not a good rush map.
The 3.
Yeah, out of the 3, exactly. Junkertown's definitely not a rush map. Circuit Royale, I don't think would qualify for that either. So, I guess we were in skirmish for a second there because we're bringing the attackers back out to the front. Or, all right, sounds good.
Sounds good. Thumbs up. Sounds good.
Yeah, I mean, Gerald Dynasty still.
Looks like Thompson got stuck
giving us
for a
the
second.
answers.
That's why they weren't. Yeah. Looks like Thompson got stuck for a second. But now we're here on the Sigma competition.
See, Gerald Dynasty running the rush comp, as we expect. Yo's Poppin running their competition I would more expect to see on a Route 66 pick if they were the one to pick it. But considering the circumstances of the map pool, now I understand why. But just early getting to the part, I like this play. Just kind of don't even let the Poppin play their game. Just get around this corner and then start actually having a fight.
Yeah, it's really hard because you have this high ground and it's a bit difficult to get to it without going through some very nasty choke points that can just be taken advantage of. Thompson getting hit with Gracie from Hyper Knight, as now you're looking for Yo's Poppin to take advantage of the high ground, but it's Mac Tackle finding the first pick. Lucio's getting hunted by Yabai, but they're just in no man's land, completely surrounded by the members of Gerald Dynasty. Coconut Carl's gonna get taken down, but it's just not enough, and it's all Gerald Dynasty all the time for this push.
Yeah, I mean, just the Fat fight was not even close, to be honest with you. Like, it was just kind of a little skirmish and then slaughter from Gerald Dynasty, and they already have first, and it's only been, what, a minute into the map? Minute 30? Something like that? So, they are on a very clean roll through this so far. And I think, honestly, like, their composition, I think it's... Third point is when you're starting to get concerned, but I think they're fine here too. They have more movement, so they can attack from 2 sides. But I think the Sigma just kind of falls apart, and Sojourn already going down. Hyper Knight getting that kill from far away.
Yeah, already losing the Sojourn, losing a lot of your damage pressure, and there goes Betrayal. Mac Tackle's pulling out the blade. It honestly just feels like a bit of an adding insult to injury thing. Thompson's on the point, trying to rain down destruction with the nano, but there's just not enough. Thomason going to get taken down to their own hyperspheres.
Yeah, and I mean, the cart was already a third of the way through second by the time the contest really happened. And how do you know that happened? Betrayal. Can we like check on their on their keys on their keyboard, making sure that they have their recall bound?
Yeah, gotta hit the E button, bestie.
You can't. You really can't let that happen. Backpack goes down.
What is this? Pulse bomb into the back line, and it looks like Yo is popping after finally making his statement, putting their foot down and saying no. Team kill.
I mean, yeah, team kill, but 3:30 on the clock on the verge of second. That's not a good sense of time for the defense on Dorado. Like, Dorado is a very hard map to complete. So to get held, or to get with next to no resistance up to towards a second, not ideal. But this is where you have to make your last stand, basically.
Oh, big purple.
That's
it. That's literally it. Just Mac Tackle and Hyper Knight. She's going wild. These Junker Queens that we've been seeing have been living up to the name, raining down with death and destruction.
Yeah, nerfs maybe not enough. Still very good, and Cart gets starts going towards third, and Frag just caught out of no man's land. Why are you there? What?
Where is everyone? Hyper Knight just went in onto the members of Yo Topping. Frags gets caught out. This is weird. Positioning. Sia is gone, and Mac Tackle with the blade going to get the pick on a Thomason. I didn't see actually that final hit. Frags is going to try and fade away, going to get taken down and spawn. Oh my gosh.
I mean, I would associate the way that these kills are happening, like if you read the kill feed and nothing else, I would think this is a dive competition. Oh, my name is Mac Tackle, and I killed both of the supports with dash, but it's rush. They're just getting killed because they're out in no man's land. This is ridiculous.
Betrayal gets hit by Rogan. Hibernate gets another kill. They barely start the fight, and there's 2 hits. The beat comes out. With 3 people left, the beat comes out. Their main tank is gone.
You have to.
I mean, you have to beat, but it's so late.
It's so terrible.
Like, use the transcendence, and that's it.
Yep. It's not like a bad beat. It's not a bad beat in context, but it's still a bad beat because of the situation is so terrible. Like, it by definition, it has to be a bad beat. And 248 after and a map completion. That is some of the best time banks I've ever seen on Dorado.
Yeah, Gerald Dynasty coming back with a vengeance. There was a struggle on Busan. This has been one-sided so far for Gerald Dynasty. Yo and Poppin have all the pressure on them to do something amazing, something incredible.
I mean, we already start to see the comp looks like it might be mirrored here on their attack, which I mean, they played some decent kind of rush style compositions on Basan, but I don't know if the mirror is gonna be what extinguishes Gerald Dynasty and their fire going through this map so far. But it'll have to do. Yeah, I mean, I think the key difference of this composition being the Zen versus Ana. This Ana has got to get some work done, and Nope just swaps over to the Moira, so not even that.
The Moira pick, I do agree with. I think Moira is a strong hero so far, and Moira Lucio is an established composition for that Dallas 6-man composition. But Yoa's Poppin, like I said, have all the pressure on them to keep themselves going and keeping themselves alive and basically never stop. Sia almost going down as they round this corner. Thomason popping every ability in their toolkit, but it's Betrayal going down first from picking Coconut Carl. Yabai is firing into a crowd. He barely missed, but it's Coconut Carl again coming in with a headshot pick. The pick onto Luca is just consolation at this point.
Yeah, I mean, like, Luca going down is not great, but it's like the one character of the entire team that has speed boost, so you're only going to be fighting this 5v4 for a very short amount of time. So as long as Gerald Dynasty can kind of stabilize their position, give us a little bit of card presence, which doesn't even look like Yoa's Poppin is taking, Luca will be back in time. But the DPS of Gerald Dynasty fall very early. He picks from Yabai,
wow.
And it looks like this will have to be a full-scale retreat for Hyper Knight.
Keep going. That was the fight.
Yeah,
that's it.
It's my play-by-play now. I mean, very short fight. It was just, it just was. I think Gerald Dynasty expected the play to cart, and Yoa's Poppin just played high ground and took it that way. And now they are about to cap, but Gerald Dynasty starting to set up a resistance once again.
There you go, and there's the first pick onto Yabai, onto Mac tackle from Yabai. I misspoke there. Coconut Carl, 5 HP in a dream, skips taken out by Betrayal on the Kenji. Early switch has the beat come out. No beat now for the blade, but they won't even need the blade. Only one ult used for Yo, what's poppin'?
Yeah, only using one ult to like bait is really good for Yoa's Poppin. Gerald Dynasty though is like 4.5 ults at this point, which is also very good. The issue being for Yoa's Poppin at least is you are still so behind on time it's not even funny. They were at 5 minutes by the time they were at this position on their attack, so you have a lot of time to make up here just to kind of be equal, because if they can get to extra rounds.
It's even here. Luca getting down, but so is Thomason. You lose that Junker Queen. You lose so much HP already. The ult from Yabai trying to take something. Mac Tackle takes out frags. What is this? There's no rallying point for Yo, it's Poppin', and it seems like they're going everywhere. They're spreading around, and it's Gerald Dynasty to mop them up.
Yeah, I mean, using all the ultimates but all over the place means you don't kind of get that collective mass that you need, and team just falls apart. Sent back to spawn. You still have this Junker Queen ult that might be able to do it, but it's going to be quite tough because you have kind of that. You have a team to help spawn to it.
Yeah, Lucas beat is going to be massive. That's such a big ult though, coming out from Thomason. The beetle come out, but it just won't be enough. And Yo, it's Poppin', finding the kicks they need. Sia will fall, but again, just consolation as Frags falls soon after though. Yo, it's Poppin'. No, you can't do that. You have to take advantage of this. The blade?
I mean,
okay.
I don't agree with the blade. I'm gonna definitely not agree with the blade. But at the same time, I also didn't really agree with the choking the fight. So, you know, can criticize both sides. Now we're starting to get towards vanilla fights once again. I mean, basically the highest ult percentage is like 50, 60% from Betrayal. So for no ultimates, we're probably going to be occurring. Either it's going to happen very late in this fight or not at all. So I think the dry fight favors the defense here. So I think Gerald Dynasty is more likely to take this next fight here.
But if you're Yo, it's Poppin', you need this fight to keep your push alive at this point. As you have 1 minute and 30 seconds, you will need every second of it to even have close to the same time bank as Gerald Dynasty. You're not going to get the same time bank at all. Even if you teleported to the finish line, you wouldn't have the same time bank. And Yo, it's Poppin' off the coalescence. Frags will take down Mac Tackle, but they're not pushing the cart. fast enough.
60 seconds.
No, I mean, why is Frags the only one on cart? Lads, get on the cart. Push that to the door, please. You've allowed a recontest.
Gosh, that was frustrating. Joe Rogan takes the opportunity, uses the Transcendence, the beat comes out, Betrayal has the blade, but can they get anything off it? Yabai takes down Joe Rogan, Hyper Knight falls soon after, and they'll keep it alive, but they had to use 3 ultimates to do it. Oh, yo, what's poppin'? That's a lot of ultimates to invest.
Yeah, I mean, they do get their the extra time, and it is escort, so it does not matter how much time you have on the clock, they'll still get the extra rounds. I guess that's the one consolation for Yo What's Poppin' if they can make this happen, but it's gonna be very hard. You really have to take all this time to build up ults. Yabai going down means you're gonna start trying to leave the fight. See, Bull support's gone too, and it's a team kill. Oh no, the pasta is spilling on the floor.
Spaghetti.
Yeah, my poor pasta is.
Yo, what's poppin'? Your pasta on your spaghetti on the floor, man. It's poppin'.
Yeah, I mean, not even anywhere close to getting ultimates other than the Yabai ult is already built up. Gerald Dynasty getting to cycle through this very easily. It just Carl drops low. That is worrisome, but gets healed up, gets the peel from the team.
It's so close here. Frags is down. Frags is down. The main support's gone. It's gone, dude. It's all gone. Gerald Dynasty are just holding strong. The late picks are brutal as well. You have close spawns. If this is a little later, it could be a depth knell, but they're still going.
This is it.
They're still going. Oh my gosh. Last fight territory though.
The fact, I mean, it's not even last fight territory. It was last fight territory 20 seconds ago. They needed to get in the spawn room and not leave until they had 5, and now it's barely gonna touch with, like, no ultimates to be found anywhere. You have a Coalescence and maybe a beat if Sia can survive. That's about it, and you're not gonna be able to fight against these ultimates from Gerald Dynasty.
They need to pull something amazing off here. Let's see what they can do. Frags uses the Coalescence, nothing off of it. 3 ults for Gerald Dynasty, and they are waiting. Sia has the beat. 3 stun. Max tackle with the blade. The beat comes out from Sia to keep them alive. Luca matches. Joe Rogan still has the Transcendence, but it doesn't matter. The beat, the blade coming out from Betrayal has to get something, but the Transcendence is there and waiting. It can slice through whoever it wants, but Betrayal will get taken out, and Gerald Dynasty making a strong point here against Yo What's Popping. We're going to map 3.
Yeah, I mean, really just domination on this map out of the gates from Gerald Dynasty. Just rolls through their attack phase and just gets the fights that are necessary, particularly on second, to stop Yo What's Poppin' in their tracks. Even though they do get to third, just very brutal to have to fight on that, and showing why they like what map they picked. they made Route 66 their rush map, and they did it quite well.
That they did, but now, thanks to Yo What's Poppin' winning the first map, winning that control map in a brutal, struggled fashion, regardless, they have the choice for what push map we go to for our tiebreaker map. And there's a lot of power in that because we know exactly what they're good at. Not exactly, but we know what they're good at and we know where they struggle. So it's also, what do you think they're going to go to for push?
I actually am not too sure. I don't have a lot of experience with push, so it's hard to make a judgment call, make an analytical evaluation of what they want to go to. But I think that the way they played it, particularly on Busan, was probably a little bit more favorable towards what new Queen Street has to offer than it does with Colosseo. I think there's arguments for both sides. I just think that also Colosseo might be a bit more acceptable for Rush, and if you're trying to not just counterpick for yourself but also against your opponent, that you'd probably want to just take it to New Queen Street. And they do go to New Queen Street, so I didn't even look at that. I'll be honest with you. I just looked at it, and I don't have to put a sock in my mouth.
No socks in mouth today, as it looks like we're going to be, like you said, going to New Queen Street for our push map. I'm excited to see this. I think it's interesting, because push is just, it's so much in its infancy that you have the ability to pull out almost any strategy, and it could technically work.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is the one advantage of push, of some maps, and even just some map types. I think that there is just, okay, one strategy, while it'll work, it's not the best. You're gonna be sad through most of it. I think for at least both of these maps, I don't think that maybe the maps or the game type itself is that amazing, but I do think that you can play basically any composition into it, and the map design is agreeable to it.
That it is, and going into New Queen Street, we're looking for those compositions, and we're looking on what's changed. As normally you see a lot of these teams meeting in the middle on this high ground by the statue and trying to take control of that center high ground that controls so much of the of that first push for both teams. And now you want to see which team can take control of the high ground as quick as they can.
Yeah, I mean, looks like two different looks of the rush, actually. One with the Rhine, one with the Jungle Queen. I think I like the Rhine completely better, but that's only because of the BAP. I think the immortality field will matter a little bit more on this than the Zen will.
Maybe that is the question coming in, as really that's the main difference. It's the Rhine and the Jungle Queen, or the BAP and the Zen.
But even then, the supports, I don't think that creates a big enough difference. It's going to be based off of the tank on each side of the field, and just the supports in the back line, the small things they can do. But already kind of getting dove on.
Oh,
Frag goes down.
Mac Tackle has been pretty good on this Genji so far, taking out frags on the. I say that they've been so good and they immediately get taken out. That's just the caster curse.
Yeah, but also, if you're the only pick, you're probably doing pretty good. Alright, yeah, so we was Poppin maybe did not get us enough peel as maybe you wanted to, but now's the time just to reset, get your bearings, and start to get ready for this engagement. Starting to speed in immediately and just create a nuisance.
There you go. Already, it's gonna be close. BTD champ 2003 gets taken out first. The immortality field goes low and just gets taken out. BTD champ was focused down so incredibly well there from Gerald Dynasty, and they're gonna keep this push going almost to that first checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean, I know that they had success with the rush, on in parts of Busan, but I also don't know how much I agree with maybe just mirroring it here. I think you just want to kind of go, but they get the flip. They get the flip.
They do. They get that first checkpoint. They get the first checkpoint, and that is, with how much time the robot spends at the checkpoint, it's almost impossible to really get much more, and you're sort of stuck there. So a lot of teams choose to retreat. You see that a lot in the Overwatch League. Hyper Knight gets taken down off the shatter from BTD champ, and the Genji's in the back line trying to stay alive. Contested now 3-2 on the point, but it is the supports coming up big for Yo, what's poppin'?
You're definitely right of the, okay, it's good time to retreat. I just, maybe not the best call just to come for the like complete abandonment of the point and not set up for any kind of recontest later. That's more so the concern. But a little contest. I like the call. Carl just putting the big toe in the circle and holds him up for a couple seconds, taking time off the clock. I like the play.
Alrighty, there's the ult. Mac Tackle comes in. Big Blade coming in. It's Betrayal getting taken down first, though, off of the Zenyatta play. It's close. Yabai has the ult and is using it to their advantage. Has a lot of picks. Luca gets taken down, but Yabai is soon to follow. And it's Gerald Dynasty holding the bot.
Yeah, I mean, already gets the bot moving back towards their side, gets to make more progress, and we'll get these forward spawns back, which is what'll probably matter the most here.
Here you go, the bot moving back to 10. Here you go, the ult from the Junker Queen, throwing themselves right into the fray. Multiple people, purple. Yabai goes down first, and many of the Poppin members are low, having to roll away. BTD champ charges Mac Tackle, gets them really into the backline. There's a coalescence from Frags, a good kite there, but it gets so much space for what's poppin'.
I'm surprised that Champ could get out of there the way that they did. And they get to move the bot back towards center. And Hyper Knight goes down. Winter finding the pick onto Hyper Knight. And the blade comes out from Mac Tackle.
Wow.
Can't find anything by the Champ.
Wow.
And yeah, this kind of trying to keep the bot in their side of the map is failing quite a bit. And Yo Poppin should at least get a little bit more progress out of this fight.
That's the crucial thing, though, what Gerald Dynasty did, though, is he pushed past the checkpoint. With how close spawns are, or can be at that checkpoint, pushing past it is a huge deal. And now, not only does Yo Poppin have to get to checkpoint, they have to push a little bit past it as well, as now here comes the engage, the shatter into the back, catches to Luca on the ground. Mac Tackle soon to follow. Joe Rogan gone. And the BTD champ and Betrayal, the year gang, getting the picks.
Yeah, and now Yo's Poppin getting close to at least hitting the checkpoint, and there it is. So, and they will stick by it this time. They just want to get it shoved through and try to gain the advantage back.
It's close here, and a stop would mean everything. Beat comes out from Luca. Ults from both of the DPS. Betrayal can't seem to find any picks off of it. Neither can Coconut Carl, but it's Hyper Knight going to go down first. The Junker Queen loses their life with the ultimate. Luca goes down soon after. It's close, but it's Poppin getting all of the picks. Going to push past the golden box of victory and get themselves the advantage.
Yeah, and yeah, so now they're in a pole position, and I don't know what Gerald Dynasty really how they're gonna approach this. They had a really good fight getting going there, but it just fell apart. And now they have to win here.
Whoa.
Have a shot really.
Oh, good orb there. Good orb there from Frags. Junker Queen goes in with the ultimate, hits them with the weakened status, and they can do nothing about it. They just get bursted down, no fear of it. And this objective is pushing closer and closer to the end.
Yeah, I mean, the map's not over, but it's pushed, so it kind of feels over with how many fights Yo Poppin can hold this card up for. Even if they can't complete it, Gerald Dynasty has a lot of way to go to get to the new golden box of victory. But Champ goes down. There is no tank for Yo Poppin. They're gonna have to take use of this. No DPS either.
Wow, Gerald off of one ultimate actually get that team kill, and now the bot moves so much faster when it's not pushing.
Oh, definitely. I mean, already to the checkpoint, going back towards middle, but you'll get a fight by the time you reach middle. That's the one issue. Is it still is that slow. Here comes the re-engagement from Yo, What's Poppin'.
4 ults from Yo, What's Poppin'. They have the ability to put a stop to this. It's just a matter of how many ults they have to invest to get it done. Here comes a shatter from BTD. Gets 4 on the ground, and it is just all over for Gerald Dynasty.
Yeah, I mean, minute 30 on the clock, and they will get a little bit of distance off of this. They will not actually cap unless they win this fight, but it is. I doubt there's very little hope on the side of the Dynasty right now.
Oh, Mac Tackle with the blade. Coconut Carl goes down, but it's just not enough. Mac Tackle has 2 picks and goes down. Just get incredible picks. They're keeping Gerald Dynasty alive.
Yeah. Mac Tackle might not have hope, but he definitely does a blade and is not afraid to use it. Gets all the picks that's necessary, and bots moving back towards center, trying to make this last stand. If Gerald Dynasty though lose the bot once more, they lose another fight. I can pretty safely say it's over. Just the amount of time left on the clock.
They could do an overtime push, but it would have to be an overtime push of miracles if they lose this fight. It's moving. There's the shatter from Hyper Knight, keeping them alive and keeping it going. Has the immortality field, takes down BTD champ, more like MTD.
True. I mean, unfortunately now isn't it just TD now? There's no main tank. It's just tank. We've lost
Tank
our
diff.
M. Where'd our M go? Yeah.
Missing.
All right.
the M.
Yep. Missing tank tip. Pushing the objective more, but having to do this in overtime means one fight lost is not just the map, but also the set, and meaning you're gonna be down 0-2. You cannot let that happen. Carl goes down early.
Oh.
Dabai, really bad.
There's the shatter too. It's not looking good for Yo, What's Poppin'. That's it. The overtime wick burns away, and it's Yo, What's Poppin' taking it 2-1, inch by inch over Gerald Dynasty. They had the turnaround on Route 66, but they could not keep it going into New Queen Street, and it was all over for them. They dropped down to 0-2. Yo, What's Poppin'? Find their first victory, staying alive at 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, getting so far in push, it's just so hard to combat that. And at first I thought that's what's happening with Gerald Dynasty. They're at 70%, they get to the checkpoint so quickly. As long as they keep holding this and have very just time-consuming fights, they'll be fine. And then everything started to fall apart, and they just fell. The Rhine just kind of ran over them, and just could just get the cart next to their spawn, and not much you could do after that one.
Yeah, and it looks like we are. That's it for our first match, but do not go anywhere. We have got a long, long day of matches to show you, and we're coming back soon with our next match, which is going to be Fruit Bowl versus Sale. So we will see you then.
To get back to the show and we'll fly. You don't have to feel like you're on your own. No one should have to dance alone, not tonight. You and me, we're gonna write a little history. You and me, just show me love and then there's no reason to be hard to find. 'Cause we've already lost our mind. You and me, we're gonna write a little history. You and me, just show me love and then you'll see. Memories that we make, they are never gonna fade for a lifetime. We don't give no shit if you wanna hide away. We just hide you trying to play. Second feels up in the memory bank. Look on my face. 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 Look on my face.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the C stream of 2 Beta 2 Brawl from BPL. We got the Tuesday, it's day 2, and we're here with upper round 3 of the A League. We've got the match between Fruit Bowl and Sail coming at you right now. Both these teams are well accomplished and have done incredible so far, winning both their previous matches. Fruit Bowl, we talked a little bit about them before, but Sail also winning their past 2 matches 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, having these both very, obviously very skilled teams, both are 2-0, is very important. And winner of this game will be given a free ride to the bracket now, because they are up 2-0. So, it seems weird to say when both teams are undefeated that this will be the last time we see them today, but it is the last time we'll see them today, but we will instead be seeing them tomorrow. I mean, no, both of these teams seem very good. They obviously took their games very far, and it'll also be different because of the map difference. We have this is round 3, so we have hybrid escort control instead of what we just saw, which is control escort push. So no push. It's going to be a bit more similar to what we're used to, and we have the rosters up here. And I don't know if it's just because I recognize more names on sale, but I feel a little more confident in that roster. But they also have gone 2-1 twice, as opposed to Fruit Bowl, who's also taken a 2-0.
That's the question here, in my opinion, for both these teams. As we go to our first map, which is going to be King's Row. You can change the game, you can change some modes, you can change everything about Overwatch, but one thing's for sure, ladies, gentlemen, and all others, one thing is for sure. If you have the chance to go King's Row, we will be going to King's Row.
They don't call it Scrims Row for nothing. Yeah, I can't ever say it's a wrong pick to go to King's Row. I mean, we do have some 2 new maps that would be all really nice to come and see and get to experience in the tournament, but old reliable.
Old reliable. King's Row. It is old reliable. It is the Rush map. It is El Clasico. It is Rush Central.
Definitely, and both teams have the lock on the Rush. The only difference is Fruit Bowl on the attack do not have that Zen. They're running the Brig instead, but I don't think, I think Discord Orb versus Bash, not going to be a huge difference maker here.
It's going to be close as both of these teams clash. It's going to be Wyzak getting the first pick onto Saga. Picks coming in, Mystic Sim getting another pick. It's Wyzak going wild in the back line, getting 2 picks. It's helping Fruit Bowl to stay alive in this fight. It's going to be close as trade after trade goes in by the statue, but it looks like Fruit Bowl holding on.
Yeah, Prod, just to let you know, the teams are swapped. So Sale is actually the attacker. Fruit Bowl is on the defense right now.
There you go.
Yeah, but so that means Sale getting the early. I've lost actually all sense of what team is what now. I'll be honest with you.
All right, it's Sale on the defense. Sale is coming in, trying to re-engage. There we go. They split. Fruit Bowl coming in on the attack. Yankee's gotten 2. No.
They forgot to switch on all the other. Oh no. Okay. Well, so the attacking team has capped first, and we'll start moving to second. Very good for the attacking team. Who that is, we don't know.
The red guys.
There we go.
It's red like apples, blue like the ocean. All right. We get to the next fight. That wasn't me trying to joke about production. That was me helping myself remember. All right, getting into this next fight in a more serious note. Stop it! In a more serious note, you do have the beat coming in. Here's the engage, and it's Simp coming in with the first pick, but the Lucio goes down. Both 2 supports gone. Mushroom falls soon after. Danky uses the beat to keep the members of Fruit Bowl alive, but it's just not enough eventually. Oh, it is actually enough, as Sale very low, doesn't have a lot of support, and they're going to have to retreat.
Yeah, I mean, it's so difficult with Chasey going low. Hello? What are we doing, Chasey? Has a death wish, I guess. That's
here's the blade.
Blade that's real questionable, but actually gets at least causes chaos for the rest of the team. Gets both supports, and I think might have turned that around with the blade. Make me eat my words. They get the defense and get a stop first time really the entire map.
There you go. Already, moving into the next fight again. Fruitful holding on, and a lot of ults coming up onto the board. Here we go. Is the sort of setting up, not pushing forward as much as you might want them to. Here comes the ult from Sensexual, already coming in. Pick onto Tanky. Wyzek has been going wild, and Potentiality just gets burst down by the Sojourn of Sail. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, Sail finally getting, once they got their feet kind of stabilized, they're now setting up some pretty good defenses, and is able to just kind of cycle their ultimates and shut down Fruit Bolt. Right now, I'm looking at, obviously, this Sojourn ultimate we're seeing Verity, but also the Coalescence on Sail's side. That can be a very helpful ultimate for damage and for healing, but ultimately you have to get there. Not quite there just yet. 92% and counting.
It's also such a quick charging ultimate as it's already up as soon as you even mention it. At 90%, it is up. Wyzek is the first to fall. They've been going in aggressive, but it looks like that has finally turned on them. There's the Coalescence. It gets that first pick, gets another onto Danky, and Mushroom goes in with the harm assist. Chasey barely staying alive, but keeping just able to get a health pack and keep themselves up, but it's still Fruitful pushing in. That's interesting. I really thought that you'd have more pressure from Sail as he got multiple picks. Here comes the shout from the Queen of Fruitful. Chasey is the first to go down, and Sail just seems to lack a little bit of confidence here as they lose one player and they're immediately out. There's a stick onto Mr. Simp, and that's it. That's going to be point B. The Pulse Bomb finding that pick already. Rally comes out from Saga, keeping Fruitful armored up and happy, swinging for the fences in the right side. Mushroom very low, staying alive though. Going to get taken down as soon as I say something. And it's Fruitful keeping this rolling. Has about 2 minutes on the clock. Once the stragglers are cleared off, once Wyzek finally goes down, there they go. 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, get to second, getting moving once again, and Sail have to really have to hold one of these two corners. This is usually where you see it's either here or like 2 meters before the end. So rounding the first corner, you have to start playing around here now with Sail. Chasey going so low, Chasey about to fall down, but gets a bit of healing from their Moira, it looks like, and
it's
launches.
Close. Full potentiality, nearly gets the pulse bomb take onto Mr. Simp, but not able to find it. Doesn't get that splash damage. Mushroom actually takes down the Tracer, trying to go in onto the Sojourn, but cannot finish them off.
Yeah, I mean, that is ideal for Sail. It's exactly what you needed, just that hold right there at this corner. Just to give you as much distance as you possibly can get whenever you have to get on your own attack. 1 minute left, and all the ultimates coming out for Fruitful. They want this map.
That they do already. Interflux using the Junker Queen ult goes down low. Can they stay alive? No, it's Wyzek taking them out. Saga going down low as well. It's just damage after damage coming in onto Fruitful, and they can't find any picks. They have the rally, but it's just not building up any armor onto anyone other than Saga, and as soon as it ends, Saga gets bursted down, playing a little too aggressive and playing with fire. 30 seconds left for Fruitful, and potentiality is caught in the backline.
Oh, that honestly, that stagger could have probably happened for another 5 seconds, but that's Tracer, so I understand why you want to get out of there. But this is basically going to be a 5v4 unless they touch at like right now it's 7 seconds, and they opt to go for the 7-second play. This is the last fight for their attacking round. They have to win everything out from this point onwards. Chasey going down early though, meaning that they are going to get a little bit of help with that. and they're starting to round this next corner.
It's a huge pick there onto the Wrecking Ball. They'll come back quickly. Mr. Simp going to get some heals off in their spawn. There comes the blade. There comes the ult galore from Sail. It's hard. You got the minefield. You got the blade. You got the Sojourn ult all coming at you at once. And that is the end of round 1. Fruit Bowl unable to finish the map, and it is Sail with the opportunity to take control of the series.
Yeah, definitely. We start with the ability to have a win condition here. Sometimes you don't get to see that on hybrid maps. Just somebody completes the map, and maybe you're playing for the draw condition. Who knows? But now you're definitely playing for the win. And I think it's very doable. Like, you got really close to the end, but not quite in that last, like, oh, we have 1 meter to go, and that's all we have to hold. So I think you have enough space where you can get in and go. But it really depends on how well Sail can play this composition. If they're gonna stick with it, I don't know if they want to stick with this like dive with the Widow comp, but I also expect that Widow probably just to be temporary.
Potentially looking for some early picks just to get one little headshot, open up that first point, and if they can't, a likely switch off for Mr. Simp. It's going to be close here, but I think it could be a good choice. The Wrecking Ball is not something you usually see on King's Row. I mean, we all hyped it up as this gigantic rush composition strat haven. The switch onto the Echo, the Wrecking Ball Echo composition is simply something you don't usually see. It's almost this trying to play the Dallas Duel 6-man, but it's Overwatch 2. Already, Interflux going low though, and Potentiality gets taken out on this Reaper. Fruit Bowl having to pull back around the corner, giving Sail position on the cart. The slam coming in from Chasey, charging up this ult incredibly fast. Interflux goes low. Chasey gets weakened by the Moira. It's close, but Chasey just swing through, wreaking havoc. Two ticks already. There's Chasey again, huge slam, Danky thrown up in the air, headshot after headshot for Sail, and we were doubting this composition, but it has rolled through point A. 5.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I was when we were right as soon as we started getting to the fight, I thought about it, and it's like this composition. The issue with it is, the boon for it is that what's Fruit Bowl? Who's gonna shoot down the Echo? You don't have that long range power enough to like contest the Echo. The only person who could is Sojourn, and then you're losing to the DPS. So you have to get on this giant health bar of a ball that's just destroying your backline. It doesn't feel like it should work, but again, in the circumstances, it actually is quite effective, and they're able to take A off of it, and get a lot of different in the B.
Wow,
for that matter.
Fruit Bowl just going in hyper aggressive, running through. This is the power of this composition, is that it can go so fast. Any sort of barricades that you can set up that would potentially allow another team to stop you, you can just roll past it, but Wisek has the blade and is going to slice through half the team of Fruit Bowl, making my entire point void.
I mean, it's not void, it's just also, it's present and also wrong. That's really what it is. But Sail has 3 ultimates, both are support ultimates, and the copy, so Fruit Bowl have some DPS ults. The one online right now is that Pulse Bomb, trying to maybe force something out from the supports, but you're really gonna have to look at the Sojourn ult to like just sweep the entire enemy team for Fruit Bowl to make this hold in second. Saga goes down early.
Has the bomb, throws it out, can't find a pick. Cameraman Mark II finds variety, and just only the Coalescence used and the picks are rolling through for Sail. They were able to win with just an incredible usage of ultimates and just almost nothing.
Yeah, I mean,
Disintegrated.
that's just all you have to really do is like just you get that coalescence out, and you can it does double duty, so it kind of can function as like it's like an ultimate outside of the normal use you just use it for, because it gets damage and the healing. Terramorph 2 goes down headshot from potentiality. Classic Widow things on last.
Oh,
And
no way.
okay,
No way.
see you later.
Oh, that's
Poppy.
disgusting. Potentiality. They didn't even get to play the video game. Mr. Simp just uses the copy and is immediately headshot out of the cocoon and gets taken down.
Well,
by Mr.
yeah,
Simp.
yeah,
They get revenge
return-
for their
Yeah, returns
pedals.
the favor. But to be
Already,
fair,
there's
would you rather
some-
get domed by the Widow after you've copied, or before, when you're just sad because you're going to the spawn room and wasting 10 seconds?
Oh my gosh.
Oh!
Wyzek is just disgusting. Wyzek is... No one doesn't like Wyzek.
I mean, yeah, but I have more of a reason to like him now. What a play! He gets both the DPS single-handedly, essentially. And
Variety
now
on the
potentially having to
Sombra.
swap the angle, and here comes Chasey to create havoc. Pack though, so
Blade from Wyzek.
they just let it cap. Okay, well, game 2.
Game 2 indeed. Game 2 indeed. Oh boy. Wow. That could have been close for that first fight there, but it's an unfortunate setback there for Fruitful. That entire setup didn't look very good. They really struggled on points A and B. They really got a foothold going in point C, but it was just too little too late at that point.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is just Sale had so many ultimates just stacked up from particularly their B push, not as much their A push, because they had to use them for parts of B, but just so much through point B that you can just kind of roll through it and then build up ultimates for that final last-minute push that we saw at the end there, and that's really all that happened. So in other words, it's still King's Row, and Overwatch has not changed. Sometimes you get rolled over, and then the ultimate cascade just slaughters you.
You know what they say? There are 3 things certain in life: death, taxes, and King's Row. It really just is a... there's no other way to describe it. It's inevitable. It's never going to not be popular unless the developers just reduce it to atoms. I don't think King's Row will ever not be popular as a map.
I mean, they also could just neuter Rush so much that the one map type that you want to play on it is not present. That's one way to play it.
True.
Unlikely. Unlikely. Rush is kind of a core tenant. As we've seen with things like Goats, you try to neuter Rush, Rush still comes back, just in a new form.
Really, it is just Rush. Rush, did you die? Yes, but I lived. It's incredible to see how much Rush is just like this sort of like get a ball of people and run at the team has lived throughout the entirety of Overwatch. Since you started seeing strategies in Overwatch, Rush was a popular strategy. It's been called Death Ball, it's been called Goats, it's been called Rush, it's been called Queen's Gambit, I've heard this sort of now called.
Yeah, we had Quad Tank also for a good while. I mean, it's one of the 2 original comps. It's that and in Dive, and then when Orisa was put in the game, you had a little bit more of that kind of poke and just kind of stall comps. But these are the first 2, so I don't no expectation that it will be destroyed anytime soon. But I've also seen the development of the game, so can't be 100% sure.
It's like, they wouldn't just
we're waiting
eliminate
for-
one composition out of existence, would they? Yes, they would. There we go. We have our map selection.
There it is. Circuit Royale.
Yeah, Circuit Royale. Woohoo. We have a new map. A new map, everyone. Yay. New map.
Yay! And it's not like the last time where we were forced to do it because of push. So we have to play a new map. Someone chose it.
Someone
Hooray!
actually chose a new map. Whoa. 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 Whoa.
All right, and I'm almost certain it's banned, but I want to see someone put something up in the top. Be a little Florida Mayhem kind of player. Just for laughs. It's serious. I think. Yeah, just do the Florida Mayhem strat and force the other enemy team to hold back. If they didn't want players to go up there and put a teleporter up there or put a Maywall up there, they would have prevented putting the Maywall up there. It's as simple as that.
You don't want me to put a Maywall up there? Why can I put a Maywall up? You didn't want me to teleport to a Maywall up there? Why'd you let me put a Maywall up there then? Huh? Think about that.
Exactly.
Yes. But yeah. I mean, for Circuit Royale, what do you think is the what's the thought process behind it? Why specifically Circuit Royale versus any other escort map?
That is where I'm a little more concerned, like questioning. I don't think Circuit Royale is a Rush map, and Fruitful has been playing Rush. At least they played Rush on King's Row, but it's King's Row, so it's hard to get data. I have not actually seen Fruitful's games before this, but if it's Circuit Royale, I would presume you want to play a mix of dive and snipers, because that's what, as opposed to Junkertown, which is snipers. So I think it's just they want to play snipers, but they don't want to play snipers all the time. And I think with but I also don't know why they would not then want to go to Root, because I think Root is better for dive than Circuit Royale would be.
That is the question: is what are they going to
alternatively what Fruitful has done is they've paid off one of their players to get sick, and also buy an ult account for MN3 to play on, and then they get cracked and win the match that way.
Perhaps. Alrighty.
We never know.
Sale are on a if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But they're on they're having the system on the Widow, hopefully trying to see Fruitful also play the Widow with Potentiality, which they are showing.
Yeah, I mean, it's especially on first. You expect the Widow here pretty confidently. And friendly fire already taken place. The team morale is getting destroyed on Sale.
On
trying to get the early pick, just hits the shield, but we have the taunt peek.
Yeah, trying to see around the corner there. Is able to move the camera more independently. I do like that play a little bit. Now, immediate takedown onto Chasey from Variety. Fruitful are ready and rare, and they are not out of the race yet. Already, Potentiality Verity goes so low in that room. Reborn tries to stay alive, gets taken out by the Widowmaker. Now pushing through. You have a little bit of a ping there. I do love seeing exactly where the player is ping and what they're trying to show, and they're trying to keep tabs on this Widowmaker as they're showing up over and over again on the ping. Variety gets hit with the accretion from Chasey, going to stay alive, but there's Verity taken out. Mushroom, Interflux, another headshot. Wow, okay, good shots.
I mean, it looks like the snipers, like the proper snipers aren't doing anything. They're just trying to stare at each other, and then everybody else is dying around them, including themselves. Verity's gotten so many picks. Potentiality only at that 29 ult. Is that? Like, I don't know if they got to use visor. I think it's just no or infrasight, excuse me. I just think it's just no damage.
That's the question here. Potentiality charging up bolt a bit already there. The Venom Mine goes off. It's close. Has these sights trying to find a pick. Finds the pick, the headshot onto Potentiality through the door. And the window coming out from Tanky there. Simsexual has the infra sight. I can almost call it tactical visor. It is a visor, but it's not the visor you're thinking of.
Yeah, I did the same thing too.
Easy, and a double kill from the Flux ends this fight, and Fruit Bowl just can't seem to get any push going.
Yeah, we also saw a potentiality swaps off of the Widow onto the Genji. So, we've seen the retirement of potentiality. No more snipers. Verity will take that job.
Wow,
And Danky falls. Oh no.
that's it. Mr.
Yeah,
Simp
well,
finds
Simp shut down a fight in one maneuver. Watch how this one maneuver ends this fight, and I'll probably also the map. Because we have a minute left, and not a whole lot going for Fruit Bowl, because Sale will have 4 ultimates. I mean, you'll get your trance and the Flux eventually. I guess that is something, but it's basically you can trade for 1-for-1, and still Sale will be out up by 1.
early Transcendent from Saga, but it's Mr. Simp. It's Mr. Simp going down first. Reborn also finding a pick. Immortality comes out, taken out. Mushroom is trying to keep the team alive, but not doing very well. Immortality from Danky comes out, gets taken out. Mushroom's gone. There's the first really good team fight win from Fruit Bowl, and it'll get them past point A. Hopefully that's their first and last roadblock.
I mean, yeah. Okay, bye-bye, Mr. Simp. Got a bad spawn, it looks like. Yeah, I mean, the immortality field from Mushroom particularly might have had a bit more in the wish list than what actually occurred in the game. But just have to move past that, get on. 2 minutes left to get through to point B. About a third of the way to halfway there, so.
Flux comes out from the Sigma. It's not good there for Interflux.
Oh.
Chasey gets the Flux and just takes down their counterpart with Reborn's help. Tanky uses the Immortality Field, doesn't save the tank, it's taken out. It's close, but it's not close enough there. Chasey, again, just able to use this high ground to fire it down onto the members of Fruit Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, you force them to retreat once again, and just enforcing repositions are always difficult. Saga already goes down, Simp takes another head off.
Ow. Mr. Simp has been proving their worth in spades today. Potentiality has the blade, pops it, and takes out Reborn. Now onto the Sigma. Chasey is low, not going to get taken out by the blade, but again, wow. Okay, the headshot from Cameraman Mark II taken out. Potentiality as soon as the blade gets sheathed. Playing with that octopus skin and keeping themselves alive. This is them taking out that immortality field close over on the flank, trying to find those picks, keeping everyone alive. It's close. Cameraman close to the ult, has the transcendence to keep themselves alive. There's the infra sight coming out from Mr. Simp. Potentiality the first to go down. Good flank. It's close here. Both these teams not really finding a big pick. Potentiality is sizable, but maybe not enough. Again, the Tracers both in the backline. Saga is gone, and Chasey breaks the dam open, and out flows everything.
Yeah, I mean, 15 seconds, they have to try to cobble together a new defense or a new attack. But Fruit Bowl, it could have been so good for them if that immortality field didn't get just burst down. Sale used it before the Transcendence just came out. it could have been really good there. They have to get this touch. They do, but Potentiality loses their life for it.
Potentiality gone. There's the stick. It'll take out the immortality field, but it reduces the members who are caught in it so low. But Danky's still actually able to get Reborn. Danky takes out Reborn with the headshot. Are they actually able to do this? Is Fruitful able to stay alive? Interflux, the Sigma carries and stays alive to help Fruit Bowl get a second life.
Fruit Bowl gets to extend their attack by one more set of 90 seconds, and both teams have nothing. You have Windows coming online for sale.
JC explodes.
Okay. Well, that Windows gonna have to do something very important here. 1 minute left on the clock, and still nothing really close for ultimates elsewhere. Switching back to the Sigma just to it really equalized because you swapped from the ball just to get to touch again, and couldn't even manage to do that. So Sale need to staunch up their defense right here, right now. Just so it can be done before.
Potentiality goes down, and now these picks, if there's any more picks that come out for sale, it's massive. Both immortality fields out and down. Now, again, just looking for picks. Mr. Sim so low. If these picks come in, again, if Fruitful gets one more member taken out, it could be all over for them. Fighting on this left high ground, it's close, and it's just a matter of who falls first. This window is going to be a big detriment here. Pushing through Potentiality finds the pick onto Reborn. And there's just one player on the cart. Pushing it onto the cart. Can anyone even touch onto
touch? Oh, no.
No one can touch. Good play there. Good heads-up play to take out the player on the cart and force a complete collapse of Fruit Bowl there. You knew they had one player on cart because they were trying to fight on the high ground, but it was overtime. And at that point, you force that player off the cart and they fall apart.
I mean, it's not even just, it's either you kill them or you force them off, or you force or you just make that player call for peel from the rest of their team, and then their defensive position is falling apart. So they have to play double, to defend the player on cart because they'll lose the game otherwise. They have to defend their own team, or else they'll die and lose the game otherwise. So very tough, very difficult. Does not work out for them in the end. We'll have to settle with 2 points and change rather than the full 3.
Again, we have the pressure here. Sale has the win condition, has the ability to move on to the brackets just by pushing it into point C. 58.39 meters is all that stands between them and victory, and being one of the first teams to punch their ticket into the bracket round. It's all up to this now. Sale is off to the races at Circuit Royale, playing on this Wrecking Ball composition, and it's a Sombra. We haven't seen a lot. We've seen a little bit of Sombra bouncing around, but it's not usually, it's not what we've seen Sale play with. They played a little Sombra beforehand, but they haven't done a lot of it. Again, pushing into this first open hack. The Zen has the immortality field drawn out, but still the Zen goes down. Pick after pick after pick, and Sale mops up Fruit Bowl, chowing down.
Oh, and the stagger. Oh, that's disgusting. All right, well, composition's a little whack, but gets the picks as needed, just with very little resistance, it seemed like, and Potentiality swapping over the Ash. Probably, honestly, the Bob probably is a slightly better pick just to be able to defend for you. Hack goes out, catches Saga, no shield for you.
With the aggression there, you force Fruit Bowl onto this card, but Chase is the first to go down, and Mr. Simp falls soon after. Fruit Bowl barely stabilizing. 2.5 minutes on the clock.
I mean, yeah, gets the cart up to B, or up to A technically, but not able to cross the threshold quite yet, and the cart will start moving back. But they are going to be Sale's a lot closer to their ultimate to be able to actually take over B, or to get to B, rather than Fruitful to prevent that.
Fruitful has the chance to full hole here, but we did see Fruitful push along with a good time bank after nearly full health on themselves. Good long sight lines from Cameraman, just playing from far away, really playing away from the pressure. Chasey barely staying alive on this Wrecking Ball, has to use the shield. Both teams getting a pick on their Sojourn, but one is the main tank of Fruitful, and Fruitful still pushing in though, find a pick onto both the supports. Potentiality on this Ashe is going up buck wild.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what you need. Simp is swapping over to the Widow to try to match potentiality. You have to do that here. You're starting to actually run out of time. You need to be able to get this through. The trance, unfortunately, doesn't quite do it. Chasey quite low, having to get healed up by Mushroom, it looks like. At least a little bit. Try to get that ult charge up to 43 there. A Simp trying to find the site if they can onto potentiality. Cannot find it. Shield in the way. We'll have to settle for going around.
Big ante coming out from Mushroom, but no push from Sale to try and capitalize off of it. You're looking at a critical fight for Sale. If they win this, they have the chance to keep on rolling, but if they can't come up with the capture, it could be a very tough third map. Using the immortality field, gets taken out. Interflux is trapped in this room and has no one to help them. Gets taken out. There's a Transcendence, but Reborn has their head in the sights of both the DPS. Potentiality keeping Fruitful in this fight. Potentiality, no way, no way. Potentiality.
That's four potentiality.
Oh my gosh.
Is somebody? I don't think there's anyone able to touch.
Yeah, they just switched to the Lucio. Unless Chasey can get a crucial touch here. 2 seconds, 1 second. No one touches.
Yeah.
Sale loses, getting full held, and Fruitful keeping themselves alive off of an incredible play. Potentiality. Not only, this is the play. This is just the play. Keeping not only the map alive for Fruitful. Headshot onto the Widow. Takes out the Ana. Oh, hey, the Wrecking Ball's over there. Let's get the Zen first. Let's just get that, clean that up. Oh, and then they also finished the Wrecking Ball after that. You cannot overstate that play from Potentiality. Keeping both finishing off the map, but also finishing off keeping the series alive for Fruitful.
All right. Yeah, I mean, no, Potentiality, kind of a nutty gamer, and it is able to draw this back to a 1-1 tie. So the winner of this final map will be the first team, I believe, to make it into bracket. I don't think the other game is being played right now, so I'm pretty sure I can say that pretty confidently. Of first team to make it into bracket. Gets one of those top 2 seeds, very important. But it's also control, so you don't have that quite as much of an edge. Towards the team that can pick the map. It's kind of similar to what we saw last game, where it was just okay. Final map is push, so push is relatively balanced. It doesn't really matter who picks it. The same thing here, but now it's It's just very important for Sale to pick the right map. Lijiang, Busan, DePaul is our map list there, and the pick is in. It will be Nepal.
It's an interesting choice. It does look like actually the game between Crotchcoin.com and Crabapple is being played right now with Crotchcoin up 1-0. That's being played on the A stream actually. is what is where that is. But Nepal is our map choice right now, and like you said, this is you lose a lot of that advantage. Control is very varied in what you can play and the strategies that are optimal. But you're looking at crucial games here for all of these for both of these teams, as you want to get into a solid rhythm. And there you go. You have the main stream and our stream both in the A League, and then B stream into the B League, fighting between E-Kittens and Spear Squad. Currently, E-Kittens up 1-0. So stay here, but once this game is over, we actually have a lot more games going on, but those are the other games.
Oh, yeah.
Right now.
Very, very, very many games today. We just
many.
We are only in parts of round 3. We're in the smaller portion of round 3 right now. We have I think it's 6. After these 2, there'll be 6 more games in round 3. I don't know if we've played every single game in round 2 yet. Maybe we have, maybe we haven't. And then we still have a lot of games in round 4 and 5 to go. So stay tuned. There's a lot of Overwatch to be played today.
There is so much Overwatch to be played. We're going in to the final. We were supposed to go to a break. Oopsie daisies. But this is the last map of this game. One of these teams is going to punch their ticket into the bracket stage, into the quarterfinals as well. How important is that for these teams to get that win and to punch their ticket early?
I mean, being in winners quarters is as a top seed is always nice. I think it means you have a bit more time to scrim tonight. You have a bit more time to look at other teams, potentially see who your 8th seed is going to be and who you might play if you're, or your 8th and 7th seed, excuse me, because you could be the 2 seed if you are lower seeded going into. I don't know the seeding of these 2 teams. Actually, I'm going to check what these 2 teams are seeded as.
I believe they're 10th and 11th. I don't remember.
10 and 13. So almost certainly they're going to be the lower. Actually, no. I just took a look. Crotchcoin and Crapple are 12 and 15 respectively. So it's likely that especially if Fruitful wins this, Fruitful will be the first seed. So I mean, I think, yeah, obviously having a higher seed is good. Consistently, it's good to have higher seeding. But I think it's double elimination. Seeding is a little less important. Because ideally those kinds of things are weeded out through the bracket itself. But obviously being able to play weaker competition to get through one of your 4 games or whatever you need if you're staying on winner's side to get to grands and win, that's always a good option.
It is it is nice to be the first seed, to be the favorites going in, especially as you need these 3 wins to get through. Getting 3 wins immediately means that you were never in any danger of falling out of the bracket. As we go in to Sanctum, both these teams on an interesting composition sale, keeping the ball composition, even though they struggled a bit on it on Circuit Royale. They believe that this is going to be Wyzak actually going in a really interesting maneuver there to get onto the center platform. I thought they were going to fall off and I'd be able to laugh at them, but they're staying alive. It's Mr. Simp in the back line, jumping in onto the Zen. Playing there's a lot like a dive composition, but they're getting a lot of fuel. Wyzak is there to finish them off. It's close. Pick after pick. Danky going down, and it's Wyzak coming in clutch on this Genji once again.
Yeah, I mean, it does depend on what school of Overwatch you're from, but usually trading out the life of your Genji for both of those enemy supports is a good trade. And also you force one of them to swap to the Brig because you're diving them too much. So, all in all, pretty good. Gets first capture, gets like the 20 to 33% before there's even a contest on the point. And it's Nepal, so the fight's not actively really ever happening on the point. You'll get a lot of percent this way.
Yeah, this first capture is huge. Now coming in over and maneuvering onto the side. Mushroom gets taken down early. Chasey tries to roll through, but gets halted in their momentum. Has the minefield and is looking to use it. Throws it down over the top. There's the pulse bomb in the middle. One of those bombs is a bit more active and explosive than the others. Chase is gonna find a pick with the minefield, and it's Sail rolling through. Whoa.
Oh, YSX on the corner boost, and is about to
That's
just
the
destroy them
ninja
with a blade.
kill.
This is Olaf
That-
boost, but with one player. That's what this is.
Pillar boost.
All right,
There you go.
I'm up here. Yeah, the YSX boost just off. All right, I'm up here, and I'm gonna wait for your supports to come around, and here comes the
morning.
blade. Yep.
Running right in
Oh,
and
gets
deleted.
destroyed.
The best laid plan, even the best laid plans fail, Wyzek, and those certainly were some of the best laid plans. So close there, tries to come in just a lot, does draw out a lot of abilities because hearing a Genji blade does make every single member of that team panic and probably use a few of their abilities that maybe they might have wanted to hold. They are able to get the kill onto the blading Genji and take out this ultimate. And Wyzek, that was a bit too aggressive, my friend. Draws out the Transcendent of their own team to try and keep them alive. Verity goes down as well. Holding on so far is Sail. The Fruitful, though, flips the point, but picks going the way of Sail, and it's all over for Fruitful. Round one is going the way of Sail. That minefield is going to seal it off for sure. Oh, the stick. Oh, the stick.
Oh, the stick. Oh, the stick. Okay, they.
Oh!
No, you know what? Never mind. Hits a mine in the middle of
Interflux.
the air and dies before touching the point. Okay. Interflux kind of got destroyed. I don't know how else to describe that one. And pretting it now. It's Village.
Ready for
Let's go.
There you go. Yeah.
Unless
The
it's doing the
coin
Busan
flip,
thing and it's
right.
yeah, I mean it is a coin flip, but I'll take it. Unless of course this is the bait and it's actually Shrine, but can never be too sure. Never
Oh,
mind,
it
they're
is.
here. Good.
There you go.
They're here.
You didn't see the whole. You didn't see the teams, so you couldn't know. But
Well, I thought I saw the
Switching out
team
to the
from Busan downtown as well, and I got destroyed there too. But seeing the rush come from Fruitful, Sail sticking with their composition. I gotta be honest, I don't know if I agree with this composition as much on Village particularly. I don't think there's enough verticality of the map in where it matters to actually help here. But Pharah does it is like turbo vertical, so it'll have to do.
they completely swapped the sides here. They just pushed through, and it's Saga going to be going down as Mr. Simp doesn't have much in the way of counters in the air. You have the Sojourn, but there's not much that they can do, and Mr. Simp charges up the barrage in one fight.
Yeah, I mean, I think with Rush, you just want to try to find. I mean, the issue with this composition is that it's so spread out. Pharmacy's in the air, Ball's doing ball things. Lucio's just probably going to be running around, do whatever he can, and then the Genji's also just running around. There's no target to dive, or like target to jump onto when you're playing Rush. But I think at that point, you just retreat the point instead of just looping around, and
Wow.
Verity and Saga go down thanks to the barrage and the Wyzek dash, and just rest Fruitful falling apart, and it'll be a team kill. Or at least not a real gong, just a fake gong. You can imagine in our hearts. Yeah, I think at that point you just want to just get to point and sit there, especially on that first opener. But now having to re-flip this makes it very difficult. Chasey about to get ultimate. Mushroom has ultimate. Wyzek's getting close. So just very tough because people are so far behind in ult charge. Potentiality getting low.
Wow, this is just really tough. I mean, you bring out potentiality and it's just gone. Not even, only the Valkyrie used on the side of Sail.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a good position to open. You, in addition, not just that, you also get. I think mines came out, but you also get barrage back. So more explosives. It doesn't really make a difference. And now you have to see this Echo and the Sombra come out early, and
Blade from
very
Ysec
tough here.
comes in, just putting so much pressure on a Fruitful. They can barely come in. They need to touch this point. They only have a few seconds left. Cameraman does go in a bit too aggressive and gets taken out for their trouble. But can anyone touch the point in time? Yes, it is. Simp comes in, takes out potentiality, but gets taken out, resurrected back immediately. The point flips over to Fruitful, but the question is, can they hold on to it for a meaningful amount of time? The beat from Cameraman comes in. Everyone on Sail is going to be staying alive and contesting for that much longer, but eventually it will wear off, and the members of Fruitful have held on.
Yeah, I mean, that getting up to 99 is not a good sign. But they got the composition swap just enough so they can at least try and defend against whatever Sail is trying to do here.
Wow.
Gets potentiality early, though. That's not good.
Ysec just gets to dash through 3 members of Fruitful in the air. There goes the Coalescence Saga.
Barrage, you're coming online.
Oh! Barrage comes online. It takes out Interflux, and Verity goes down with the EMP. Doesn't have it anymore. The overtime wick burning down, and it will be the members of Sail sailing off into the sunset of the bracket round.
Yep, one of our 2 teams that are going 3-0, and so they can be either the first seed or the second seed. It depends on how this final map of our A stream game is going on. They've gone to a tiebreaker on Zhang. But Fruitful will be playing in round 4. They are still 2-1. They still have a game buffer before they actually have to like truly get nervous. So they still have time, and they're playing very well. Like, definitely this parts of this game and this set, like the match, the set itself didn't go their way, but they obviously taken a good talent to get to 2-0 and are still. I don't think there's really much doubt in that they will be making it to the bracket stage, just not quite as high of a seed as they may have wanted.
Yeah, they're going to be a little bit behind at this point, but they did incredibly well, kept this competitive until the very end, and that's all for them. Incredibly good job from both these teams. Fruitful very close to winning, but will get knocked down to 2-1. And like we said, Sail moving on the first of the tournament to move into the bracket stage. And now it looks like we're going to be taking a break, and it is the end for the 2 of us. We're going to be moving on to a new caster pair. We're going to be moving on to Waffles and Ocean for lower round 3 and upper round 4. So, Salsa, before we get going, is there anything you want to say before we head out?
No, good Overwatch today, and hopefully that continues for the rest of the day and tomorrow.
Yeah, like they said, incredible Overwatch today and more to come. Make sure that if you want to keep up with BPL, you hit the follow button so that you know when the games are going on. The games today going on for hours and hours after this. So I hope to see you all watching in the chat and keeping things going. As that's all for us. Thank you again to our producers and our observers, and we'll see you soon. Bye.
a dash for days, and Crab Apple taking this round for the first time.
Yeah,
Taking
and
the point.
Pangalex, the player we're looking at, to try and get value relative to Vix, gets 2 very critical kills in that team fight and kind of opens things up for Crab Apple. So as we keep an eye on Pangalex, they are showing up in this series, and again, it's another thing to look at from these DPS.
We see Sojourn here trying to free fire on the bridge, preventing anyone from Crogecoin from easily walking up. Looks for the final shot, couldn't quite connect it, and well, it doesn't matter. Dilby still going down, even though they're down a tank. Crogecoin opts for the sound barrier to keep themselves in this fight, and doesn't find the kill off a nice stick from there. Crab Apple mitigating this damage, and they go ahead and throw. Hey everyone, and welcome back to the BPL 2 Beta 2 Brawl Tournament. I am Waffles for Sid, and this is Ocean joining me over on the analysis. And we're going to be joining you here on the C stream today. We just hopped over from the other side, and we are about to get into Catgirl Empire versus South Bay. But of course, this is our round 3 here of our Swiss bracket, and there's a bit on the line, Ocean. Whoever loses this is going to be out of the tournament.
Yeah, this is where the stakes really settle in, right? When we get to these round 3 games, where we're in a Swiss bracket format, so you play teams with the same record that you have. And in round 3, when you need 3 wins to get through to the playoffs and 3 losses to be eliminated from the tournament, this is the first opportunity where teams can get through to tomorrow or get knocked out. And sadly for these teams, one of these teams will get knocked out after this match.
Absolutely. And, it's probably going to be tough. I personally am quite the cat lady, so I'm a little biased on that side. But Ocean, we actually saw South Bay earlier on the A stream, and they're definitely not ones to be underestimated.
Well, South Beach, at least on their stream, I looked in their game when we were casting them. They had a bit of flexibility to them, and I feel like that could really help them in this game. But I myself am also partial to the Catgirls, probably not in the same way you are, but
Definitely not.
Okay, so it's gonna be interesting to see how the Catgirl Empire forms against a flexible lineup.
Yeah, it's gonna be, tough for them. But of course, South Beach, we saw some pretty nasty DPS plays come through from them, and I'm curious to see how their tank is gonna do. What is it, Genesect? Genesect, thank you. It's much harder when I can't read it right away. But Genesect actually, making some big plays, got a little over aggressive when we saw him earlier. So curious if he's gonna be able to maybe ring that in a little bit, understand when that overextension's happening, or they're just going to keep on being aggressive and having the help from their DPS line capitalize on the back.
I mean, it's really interesting, right? Because an aggressive main tank player, you can turn into one of the best main tank players in the world, or the best main tank player in your tier, or whatever your goal is, right? It's always easier because main tank's job is to lead from the front and engage, right? And if you're more aggressive, it's easier to do that. The problem is they were getting caught out a lot. They were very 50-50 in the series we casted with them on the A stream. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can get more of those consistent big plays that they were getting. But if it's more the same, when it's 50-50, where they're either getting a big play or they're the first player dead, it's going to be a difficult series for them.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned main tank, and Ocean, there's only one tank these days.
Some rosters still have a main tank and an off tank player they rotate between. So there's still a main tank player if they're playing heroes like Wrecking Ball.
Yes.
And oh no, say it's my nightmare. We're seeing double main support on both teams. Oh dear. Oh no.
Well, get ready, Ocean. Buckle up
and
keep your hands in the cart at all times.
So there is a reason why this is happening, because this is a Brawl composition, and realistically, teams have not decided yet if they want to play Zen Break or Lucio Moira with this Junker Queen composition. So they're running both, right? Well, they're running both the main supports, and it's because that means they can freely switch between the two. And also because Lucio Break is better than, like, Zen Moira, right? So this is still a good composition, but I would rather teams commit to either Lucio Moira or Zen Break.
All right, good old King's Row here. South Beach going ahead, getting aggressive and just pushing through the choke point fast. Does pay a heavy price, though. A nice railgun shot comes through from Metro, and Metro booming. Love it. And, once again, South Beach regrouping. It's a classic King's Row choke, right? They don't want to over-aggress, and they have spawn advantage for them to regroup.
I just like how the Metro Boomin named themselves after you, because you're a Metro Boomer.
Oh, really? I don't think I quite fit the age group there. Definitely on the closer end than you. And, well, Dr. Jargo freezing it up. A nice mitigation comes through. It's going to be hard
Ooh,
to
nice
combat
shot.
all the zoning coming through from that Mei. And with the spawn advantage in favor of South Beach, it really snowballed in their favor.
Yeah, they'll get points out here. They actually kind of like benefited time bank wise from losing that first fight so quickly. It took them 2 fights, but the first fight was so short that realistically it's the same fight length and the same time it would take to have 1 clean fight on point A. Anyway, so that they're all in a good position, ready to set up for point B. They've also got the amp matrix set up, so they'll want to claim one of these corners and use an amp matrix to make it difficult for Catgirl Empire to approach.
Or there it is, Amp Matrix coming through here in this main choke, pushing South Beach, or letting South Beach continue to push the cart on through. Catgirl goes ahead, gives space around the corner. Nobody wants to be in those sight lines, and wow, Yuria fell very, very low. Nice heals coming through from South Beach, and, well, keeping them in this fight. Now there's a blade, this time from Kylo Ren. He is looking to continue slicing enemies up, gets another kill in the bag, and that's the cleanup for Catgirl to go ahead and keep this point from moving.
You know what? I'm very shocked that they managed to even get through that amp matrix. Never mind, get a clean team fight in. And Kylo Ren using the opportunity once they build up the Dragon Blade to win that team fight for their team. Now the responsibility goes over to South Beach Shooters and Yuria to do the exact same.
Oh man, that was 3 people on South Beach caught through that rampage, and well, the ante there definitely forces them to be way less aggressive. Catgirl managed to take down 1, then another following suit, and with 1 ultimate utilized, they got to feel good about that defense.
Yeah, they're going to back off. They aren't able to set up the Dragon Blade that they're looking to.
Oh,
Let go. Onto the Baptiste is definitely not going to help. Catgirl Empire is slowly building back their ultimates. Kylo Ren, who just used the Dragon Blade fighting a bit ago, it's now 60%, right? And now you have responses to this Dragon Blade with both of your support ultimates being online. But I think in a longer fight, if you get good ultimate value at South Beach, you're in a good spot because you have all 5 of your ultimates. So you trade ultimate for ultimate, eventually you're going to win out.
hanging out on the high ground. South Beach has all the ultimates online, and now they just go ahead and push on forward. The Earth Shatter combined with the Blade, trying to find some kills on anyone sitting on the ground, but that sound barrier from Kernmaster kept everyone from Catgirl in this fight. It's essentially enabling them to turn it. Metro Boomin popping off with 2 railgun kills, and with Kylo Ren continuing to follow up and slice and dice. South Beach had so many resources, and Catgirl managed to mitigate all of them.
So you lose a team fight for South Beach. Did you at least get some good ultimates out? Yes, but you lose 4 of your ultimates. Now we're in a situation where, realistically, Catgirl Empire, if you look at the ultimates, are probably in a better position. But we will highlight a DPS battle for this next team fight. Dr. Jargo, Blizzard, Kylo Ren, with the Dragon Blade. That's going to be a key battle.
South Beach moves so quickly to engage their opponent, and the Blizzard thrown even farther forward, forcing Catgirl Empire to back off even more and give more space. Man, Dr. Jargo was so low. Good thing he froze up to heal up. Now Kylo Ren trying to harness the Force, gets 1 kill here in the back. Still hunting for more as we speak, but he is getting thrown around. There's enough damage done by him that the rest of his teammates are able to capitalize and once again push South Beach back.
Ooh, trying to get a lit kill onto Yuria. It's not going to really matter. And look at what I said. I want to really focus on what is giving Catgirl Empire the advantage here. And I just think that it's their DPS. I think that they're performing better than South Beach Shooters DPS. They're getting more value neutrally when they don't have their ultimates, and they're getting more value out of their ultimates as well. So I feel like Catgirl Empire's DPS are really stepping up here.
For moving forward, I love the aggression that he throws these blades with here. And there it is, charging straight through after getting knocked back. A lot of people antsied and, well, looking for the final follow-up there at the end. Dr. Jargo goes down. Kylo Ren once again cleaning it up more. And that's going to be Catgirl Empire holding this choke point.
Yeah, it just seems like not just the DPS now, but every little piece is getting more value. I think we can't really judge the support so far, but I think the support ultimates have been really well used from Catgirl Empire. and their aggression is better. We all like our Catgirls aggressive, and that's the way they're playing right now.
Meow, indeed.
That was good. That was a good response.
And, well, Catgirl, like you said, has a few ultimates online and coming up. And what a beautiful opening shot there from Metro Boomin, already setting the pace of the fight. Rally's going to set it even faster for Catgirl Empire to continue pushing on to South Beach, aggressing forward. And Ocean, we saw this all through Overwatch 1. It is tough to break through this choke point as the attackers, and Catgirl is absolutely capitalizing on these bottlenecks.
South Beach shooters, 15 seconds left. They need a hero to get them through point B. Yuria's got the Dragon Blade. It has to be them right now.
Sound barrier comes through, and even more slicing, trying to take down the members of Catgirl. Yeah, not quite as much damage as he was looking for. A good sound barrier came through, and now Metro Boomin is hunting on the overclock. One kill, looking for it. Can he finish her off? Oh, gonna be a friend helping out, but still a great hold here for Catgirl Empire on Kings Row.
And in fairness, I criticised the double main square opposition, but they set the tempo. They didn't miss any of that utility, right? And that's the main thing of running a flex support, right? Running something with utilities. Zenyatta, Discord Orb, Ana, Biotic Grenade, Sleep Dart. Moira now has that new Necrosis. I got it, Necrosis Orb, right?
I think it's Necrotic Orb.
Necrotic.
I had it wrong when I said Necrosis. Necrosis is not the Necrotic Orb. It's the same
I thought it was
Latin
Necrosis
prefix.
too, but you know what? Necrosis sounds cooler anyway, so we'll just go with it for now, alright?
But do you know what Necrosis is?
No.
It's when your body is essentially dying and it becomes black and deadened. So
So how I feel after having to play with you.
Oh, I mean, I would say similar things after some of our different times I've died on your watch, Ocean. Or how many times you int?
I int a lot. Okay, it's fair.
And one of your favorite quotes is, I'm feeding.
Right, and look, Catgirl Empire have been playing aggressive and not feeding. Maybe I should take a page out of their book, but their double main support's getting value because they haven't needed that extra utility. South Beach shooters haven't been using the extra utility they have from their flex support to their advantage, so you haven't seen I guess the problem with not having a flex support. Look, when they need a flex support, they're going over to the Honor. So I'm okay with this sort of approach to Overwatch, and Catgirl Empire playing well right now.
Gonna be really tough to take down the pharmacy combo in the sky for South Beach, right? Not really sure who's gonna be shooting all the primary damage. It's gonna be a lot of teamwork needed, but there is too many angles to cover. South Beach getting attacked from all directions, including the sky on top of it, now that we see Kylo Ren on this Pharah, and they are capping this point very quickly out of the gate, Ocean.
South Beach shooters just have nothing to deal with this very... What's the best word to put it? Abrasive, aggressive composition for Catgirl Empire, because you're dealing with so many different heroes and so many different angles, but Catgirl Empire, still when it's messy and you have different players in different positions, they're still controlling the tempo, their players are still safe, their Mercy has everyone in their sight lines for extra peel, their Aura is relatively safe as well and playing really well and not dying in the back line, so South Beach shooters can just walk onto them. And now South Beach shooters, they have to respond, they have to change composition, and now they're just really behind in ult economy.
They did switch Dr. Jargo onto the Soldier 76 though. Definitely results paying off. You see the pharmacy taken out first in the fight. Yuria continuing to capitalize here on the people in the back. And well, South Beach managing to fend off Catgirl here at the same choke point they themselves were stuck at.
I'm surprised Kylo Ren didn't switch, because we now know on this new version of the beta where if you switch your DPS, you still keep a lot of your ult charge, so you don't have to stay on forward to keep your ultimate here. You could go like something like a Junkrat and get a Riptide, but here comes an auto barrage.
Yeah, you saw that self-concuss into the backline and, well, forces out the trance in the end. Does get taken down with the blade, and as a result, Yuria decides to just capitalize, counter with their own ultimates, and Ocean, what a nice turn of events for South Beach to turn the fight.
Yeah, I don't really understand the far pick. You're out of the fort, you get a good kill, but you're unable to get anything with this barrage because of how split South Beach shooters are. They're very split. I really think it would make sense to try and swap off the bar here and get a different ultimate. I mean, you are building up some other ultimates here, so maybe you could use the barrage for space even, try and set up Metro Boomin. There are some options here, and I mean, I could say all this and Kylo Ren could get 2 with the barrage. Never mind.
Kylo Ren got himself with the barrage. Emmy goes
What at
ahead,
least?
brings him back just as quickly, pops the Valk on top of it, keeping everyone on Catgirl Empire topped off and damage boosted if desired. Now that's going to open up the gate for them to continue pushing this car forward. And Ocean, with that clear, I don't know if South Beach is going to be able to come back and contest.
I don't think they can at all. And Genesec's going to try boot back a couple of times there.
Woo.
And Catgirl Empire, because of their really stellar defense on the first round of King's Row, will take them out.
Definitely a stellar round of defense for them too. That was a great close hold right after that first checkpoint. And well, a nice play here coming through from Yuria. This is the back end that we saw where he comes through, cuts down that nanoed Farah, and just moseys on to the next victim.
Yeah, no, I think that South Beach Shooters made some really good changes there on their defense, but unfortunately, like, it wasn't going to be enough. Their attack just wasn't good enough, really. That's one corner of point B, so if you don't hold on point A, you're in a little bit of trouble, and of course, they kind of got caught off on point A with the unique fire composition coming out from the offense, which I can forgive them for, but then it was going to be really, really difficult for them to win that map.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, you know, I like that South Beach switched over onto that Soldier 76 right away when they saw that Kylo Ren was on the Farah. Kylo Ren obviously put a lot of damage on that first point and was a huge contributing factor to letting them take it so quickly. And, you know, was mitigated at the end, but the defense from Catgirl Empire was just so strong and oppressive that South Beach was not able to break through. And I gotta say, I like the aggression from Catgirl's Junker Queen. Just constantly throwing that jagged blade out, and any opportunity to catch the Genshi jumping in the air while he's trying to retreat, or, you know, clip anyone running back or out of spawn, straight into the spawn door. Really, I like those small things that try and continue to let them keep that edge.
I liked it a lot because it was aggressive. There was some sort of identity to it, right? You were like, okay, they know what they want to do here. And they were executing it fairly well as well on their defense. Their rampages were getting value, their blades were getting value, their ultimates were getting value. But in the neutral fights as well, they were playing aggressive. They were holding up at that choke when they needed to. They were falling back when they needed to. But they always were able to pick out a target, and they were able to get aggressive on that target, right? They're an aggressive team, but they weren't silly in the way they did it. So they were comfortable with what they were doing, and also they executed it well.
Yeah, and some of the just plain fundamentals of these DPS, right? Like you said, they're not using their ultimates every time to engage. They are using their own utility and just the pure skill that they have grown and formed over playing Overwatch and all their different games. And some of those mechanics are coming through really nicely. I think seeing those blades that are pretty clean. I'm really excited it's not just a nano blade every single time, you know? It's sometimes it's just the plain blade. We saw the blade combo with the Earth Shatter attempted. There's been a nice variety.
Let's go! My new favorite map, Circuit Royale. We've seen it twice already in the games that we've casted today.
That's
so we get to go back to the streets of Monaco, and we'll get to see what happens this time around. Of course, I'm expecting some Poke, some Sigma, some Zenyatta, probably some Widowmaker or Sojourn as well. So we're expecting some very spam and long range based compositions here.
Yeah, it looks like we have a few subs as well. We've got a Pew Pew in for Rafa and Hubsley in for Jargo here on South Beach, and Para in for Emmy.
Double shields?
They've been flashing that. They flashed that last time
I want to know how you did that, because that's very naughty. Not allowed to do that. But yeah, this is what we're expecting. So some Poke, from the defensive spam. This would be weird.
Ooh.
Catgirl Empire right now, they're flashing a Brawl composition. They're playing.
Yeah, they're on the attack. Don't let them juke you yet, Ocean.
I think they're going to go for it. The Symmetra makes me think they're going to use a teleporter, get right in the face. No, okay. No, they're still going to Brawl it out, similar to what they did on King's Row, but no. Lucio Break, they're going to run the Moira this time, so more standard in terms of Brawl compositions. But yeah, this is going to be interesting to see how Hyper closes the distance to Genesect.
It is a long route. It's a long route and road to get to the high ground there. They've actually already pushed South Beach shooters off the high ground and got it. I mean, that was a quick gap being closed. A little speed boost coming through from Kernmaster doesn't hurt as they continue to aggress forward here. They've pushed South Beach into this back area up against the first checkpoint and now are free firing into his shield. No one seems to have any pressure on Metro Boomin yet.
Metro Boomin? Playing really far back as well. You can't just walk into a soldier on the sideline, especially with that railgun being so oppressive. But it seems they've got some space back, have the South Beach shooters, but they've also conceded a lot since this round started.
Yuria trying to continue throwing damage into Catgirl to try and mitigate any of it here. A nice kill onto Para. Gonna be giving South Beach an opportunity to really stabilize, especially with one less support on the table. The sustainability is not gonna be there, and they're continuing to try and capitalize on this man-up situation. Some massive aggression coming through from Hyper, trying to get in the thick of the mess, but still South Beach able to hold strong before this first checkpoint.
If I'm being really, really critical, I would be quite suspect of how Catgirl Empire got on high ground and South Beach shooters gave up so much space really early, but they fought back really, really well. But I'd also then be critical of saying, Catgirl Empire, you did the hard bit. You got the direct route to the high ground and then you lost the team fight. So there's very messy team fight from both teams. Now we're kind of looking at individuals. Who's going to make the plays in a messier game?
This Ant Matrix could definitely discourage Catgirl Empire from pushing. Definitely want to wait it out. And then, look, there it is. Let's give space around this corner. We don't need to push into the Ant Matrix. There's still 1:53 on the clock, and they are very close to this first checkpoint. Early kill here, gonna be opening up the gates for them, and, well, another one to follow suit. Sound barrier doesn't hurt, keeping everyone topped off, and Catgirl Empire gonna continue to push this cart.
Yeah, it was a good fight. It was a lot more direct. I feel like Catgirl Empire play as direct as they did to get to the high ground. They're in a really good spot, and South Beach shooters have identified that because they were really struggling to spam down Catgirl Empire as they were making their rotations and approaches. I think they should have done better at that, but they've identified that they don't feel they can do that, so they're going to swap over to the ball and try and catch them on rotations in a different way.
Oh, Disruptor Orb right there in just the middle of nowhere, essentially. Nice vision coming through, and now we are overclocked. Oh, took a gnarly hit right out of the gate, trying to save themselves, and the trance is keeping them in this fight. Kylo Rendell able to slice through all of those heals, continuing to try and push onto South Beach, taking one after another, and Catgirl Empire cleaning up this fight.
Yuria running low. Yuria is the player you kind of want to touch the objective and stall like for a bit, so this could be a very damaging kill if you do kill Yuria. And this means you're probably going to have to wait until very close to the end of point B to take a fight if you're South Beach shooters. When you do take said fight, though, you could have Hupsley charged up with the railgun. Yuria is going to have a pulse bomb. So you're probably going to rely on your DPS here to create an opening. And I think Catgirl Empire will be doing the same, or Hyper, because Hyper's been nuts this series.
Yeah, Hyper has been closing that gap. The axe, the blade throws coming through have been so devastating, and every time I feel like he's recalling the blade, there are so many people getting clipped and getting bled, and oh, it doesn't matter. You've both been pulse bombed, and that is the tide turning opportunity South Beach was looking for to try and hold this point before the second checkpoint. Yuria has gone down in the process, so it's up to the remaining members of South Beach to try and continue to hold this against the couple players of Catgirl.
This is a really awkward team fight. A lot of different trades, South Beach shooters. But they didn't get the point?
No.
I thought that was all done and dusted. Oh, wow. I used to shoot. I was getting ready to talk about, they do get that double kill, but no, apparently my eyes deceived me. They haven't done it. And now you have to walk up this hill, take all of this spam damage from the Zen. I mean, you're lucky you're not playing as a Sigma at least, but you still have to walk a long way on this Brawl composition.
A long way with a lot of sight lines to take damage when you're taking that commute. And Minefield here in the middle of the aisleway. It's going to force everyone to go around and, well, funneling them to the small alleyway or choosing the lesser death of Minefield was quite the tough decision for Catgirl Empire.
Yeah, this is difficult. I mean, we've seen so many teams at every level of play just get stuck attacking Circuit Royale Point B, especially when the car is in this location. You're at the high ground, and the positional advantage here is so difficult to approach. And Hyper has made the swap, has to go over to the Wrecking Ball, or feels they have to go over to the Wrecking Ball. They're running low. They will just about get out. Oh, Catgirl Empire, though, have their chance here. They've got 2 DPS ultimates. The problem is they're going up against both support ultimates. So this is going to be about trades. How do you get those support ultimates out and then get value out of your DPS ults?
More aggression coming through, and it's actually Kernmaster finding a kill in this process. Catgirl Empire now up by 1, and well, there is another kill coming through. This blade has been so devastating from Kylo Ren. He has been continuing to show us, you know, the namesake he's taken after, and just pumping out kill after kill with that blade.
What anime is Kylo Ren from again?
It's called Star Wars.
Oh. I have to think that's to touch the point, but I'm not sure it's gonna matter. Oh, well, they're gonna get numbers back.
Spawn advantage coming in clutch here for South Beach. Able to continue to come back and actually touch this point here right before the second checkpoint. And Catgirl Empire wasn't ready. They lost one of their supports. There's the Minefield on top of it. How are they even going to continue to touch this point and keep a presence? OT bar starting to wick away. And this is looking like a great defensive hold here for South Beach Ocean.
And it's a surprise as well, because there's 2 opportunities Catgirl Empire had. 2 very good opportunities to capture point B. I think you'd argue critically they should have captured it. The first time around, they got to the end. I actually thought they had captured it, and then Yuria got that double pulse bomb.
Yeah.
And that fight at the end there, Yuria gets the touch. So I guess you could say Yuria was the catalyst of both of those holds for South Beach shooters at the end of point B. But critically, I think Catgirl Empire should have captured point B. And there's so many opportunities to do it. I think they played the better Overwatch in that round, but they didn't capitalize on it, and they didn't get the value and the number on the objective to go and get the result that they wanted on that round.
I feel like we've also seen the devastating effects that some of our really talented DPS have in this, Overwatch 2 5v5 mode. And the individual performances coming through from some of these Genji players. I mean, even when we were on the A stream earlier, Ocean, we had one of the, Vix single-handedly get like 3 or 4 kills and save a play themselves. And I think that the DPS are really taking these opportunities and showing why they are clutch and shining quite brightly.
Yeah, I feel like especially we played a lot of Circuit Royale today. So in Circuit Royale, where you've got these longer range sightlines, DPS are always going to shine as well. Genesect playing Orisa here on the offense. This is going to be interesting. Got the Symmetra Teleporter as well. What are you planning here, South Beach shooters? I'm unsure, because you're going to take a lot of spam damage from Hyper and Co.
But a quick TP pushes you to the front lines almost immediately.
It worked!
Catgirl Empire was not ready for so much aggression. They did give space, ended up taking down the South Beach shooters, but not without a couple of their own losses, Ocean.
Look at the Zenyatta trying to get some kills. I think his team fights that Pew Pew. Could stagger this on if they want. They're not going to, though. And now you're going to swap over to the Wrecking Ball. Was that wasted?
We're in this together.
Bit of time there, running the Orisa. It seemed like a bit of a silly idea, because you didn't even have brawling supports. If your idea was to go up and brawl on the high ground, why play Orisa over Reinhardt and why play Ana Zen over Lucia Moira? But it got them a bit of traction on the point, and they're now over to their ball composition. So you could say they got at least a little bit of value out of it.
Yeah, well, and the aggressiveness from the teleporter, I think, was a huge opportunity in what they were looking to capitalize on. I love that early javelin throw that just sniped across the map. Really fun to see there. But now we are on a much more zippy type of composition. We saw Yuria trying to get some different angles, but is taken down in the end. Catgirl continuing to hold strong, and, well, South Beach gotta find a way to pretty much take Catgirl off the high ground or off these angles.
And now you got to walk an even longer distance. Even this little bit of percentage that they got, like a distance, I guess they got side features. It actually harms them now because you now are taking more spam damage because you have a longer distance to walk to the payload.
Right.
I guess what it means is you potentially don't have to take 2 fights some point, say, but you still are taking a lot of spam damage. This is gonna be difficult.
And Bob is online as well from Kylo Ren, so definitely an opportunity to harass the backline or force them to reposition in a less ideal way.
What we are looking for, though,
Oh.
from South Beach is the DPS, right? Yuri is close to Pulse Bomb. Hubsley just lost the Sojourn Jewel, unfortunate. But they need something to unlock this attack. They need something to go their way, and they need someone to create something for them. And that's going to have to be one of those DPS for me, because right now they are just taking so much spam, and Metro Boomin is just having a field day. And these ultimates, there's 5 of them now for Catgirl Empire.
Jeez. I mean, it's their pick of the crop for which ones they want to engage with first. They're all online. And, well, looking for the correct opportunity. South Beach still has to push forward in this really long alleyway. Gets the stick in the back there on Metro Boomin. And another, well, following up on the immortality field. Still more pressure coming through. Yuria getting some heals and some pockets, trying to keep putting the damage on, but with Bob getting thrown into the mix, gonna have to do a little recalculating. Still lost 1 player, but still moving the cart forward, Ocean, trying to put that pressure onto Hyper. The trance comes through just in time during this flux, keeping everyone from South Beach in the fight even longer, regardless losing Genesec earlier. And now they are still trying to find traction.
Overclock versus Overclock. Here comes Hubsley, activated now.
More damage coming through. Can't quite find the kills they're looking for. Gets accretioned right in the face and taken down as in the process. Still side damage coming through here from Yuria, definitely being a big pester, opening up the doors and forcing Catgirl to look so many different directions.
And Metro Boomin still has this. This is his last fight. Metro Boomin's going to activate it now and try and be the difference maker. If that flux is going to make it difficult, it's done. The Genesec goes down, Pew Pew gets killed, and this is going to be Circuit Royale on the series going to Catgirl Empire as South Beach shooters are eliminated.
Oh man, those were some beautiful overclocked shots at the end. I love seeing a Sojourn know they have the railgun or know they have the overclocked opportunity, and then they just take their time waiting to see the perfect headshot. They know their prey is going to pop around the corner and then deleted right away in the blink of an eye.
I like the word prey. I don't know why. It's quite aggressive, but it's not too aggressive. I like it. I think that's a good word for food.
Yeah, well, and with how patient the Sojourns are being, it's very obvious they're, quietly hunting and stalking in the around the streets.
Well, that's what the that's what Catgirls are known for, right? So that
exactly.
Playing to the analogy, right? Playing to their team namesake.
But all in all, a really nice job. South Beach had some really good moments in, Yuria, let's just give a little hats off to them and the amount of work they put in as that tracer. Some pretty big clutch plays trying to, save the defensive point right at the last check.
Yuria gave it a good go. Had some good moments on point B, but unfortunately wasn't enough. For them to take the series, and I think you need a little bit more in the moments right now, especially as a DPS player in Overwatch 2, to be winning games. I think the best teams we've seen so far today, and the ones that are winning, are the ones where their DPS are performing consistently, like Metro Boomin did in that series.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate our South Beach shooters have been knocked out of the tournament, but Catgirl Empire gonna be continuing on, and I gotta say, I'm looking forward to see how they're gonna progress through the series. There were some big plays coming through, and I think they could be some pretty serious competition.
it looked like they had some identity, Sid. So it's definitely a surprise to me that they're in this position where they're in the 0-2 round. Hopefully they can use this win as some momentum to try and claw up to 3 wins. But I do think that I was surprised by the fact that they haven't won a game yet, because they had some good identity, they're fairly consistent, and I thought they were the better team by quite a bit in this game.
Well, it looks like they, went up against Crabapple, who we covered earlier. And, Crabapple was quite a force to be reckoned with. I can't quite tell who the second one was, but I also agree. I was surprised that they hadn't quite won yet, but we did see a really strong performance from Crabapple on the A stream earlier. Obviously, we have one more game, or a couple more games actually, rolling through. Up next, we have Kingpin versus Fruit Bowl. So, folks, we will see you when that pops up. If you need something to do in the meantime, there's plenty of other streams to check out. So, see you around. Hey folks, and welcome back to the BPL to Beta to Brawl event. I am Waffles for Sid, and Ocean is still here with me on the C stream. Right now, we're about to move into our round 4 of the event, and Ocean, it's heating up a bit.
It is heating up a bit. The stakes are a little bit higher here. We've all of these teams are 1-1 in terms of their record here. So we're in they're two,
Yes.
2-1. 2-1 here as maths is hard, alright? As we are here in round 4 in a Swiss series, so you will play teams with the same record that you have. The winner of this game goes through to tomorrow. So this is going to be some good stakes here for our personal last game of the day.
Yeah, and we're looking to close it out strong here. Obviously, there's a lot on the line for these teams as they really gonna determine, who stays and who is going to have to duke it out in one of the other Swiss brackets. Looks like we are pretty close to being ready. Our first map is actually gonna be Push, opening out the gates, Ocean.
Colosseo, first map. This map is going to be really interesting. In the higher level gameplay that we're seeing right now, we're seeing a lot of Sojourn versus Sojourn matchups in and around where the bot starts in the Colosseum area. It can be quite fun in there. A lot of Junker Queen being played on this map because it can get quite brawly at times. So I expect to see a lot of Junker.
And although this is our 4th series of the day broadcasting together, Ocean, this is the first time we actually get to see Push, period.
Yeah, it's exciting. First time for Colosseo as well.
Yes.
All right. First time for everything. Is this the first time you've casted Push?
Actually, yes. This is actually the first time I've gotten to cast Overwatch 2, believe it or not. Thanks to BPL hooking me up in this league.
My first Colosseo, so we could share that together at least.
Super shared bonding. But I do love this map from what I've played on the beta personally. It is definitely tough once you've captured the robot to push through this bridge area where the defense can get quite set up on the high ground and there's a lot of back and forth. So looking forward to seeing what's going to be brought to the table and really hoping we see these Junker Queens stay in the mix.
Yeah, it'll be Junker Queen versus Junker Queen here. I'm fairly confident of that. What surprises me, both teams mirroring their support line of Lucio Zen, so not too much to stay outside of, the Junker Queen, which is quite weird. And look, Kingpin going for the Junkrat as well. And I think it's a good choice in this first team point because both teams are going to be fighting in this Colosseum area. It's kind of like a massively long, tight choke, right? So the Junkrat can get a lot done here.
Oh.
Right,
and
good start.
Getting into the thick of the battle, we just gonna take a quick pause.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Interflux. Go ahead.
I'm not sure where they were going. I assumed some sort of technical problem there that led to Interflux being so far off on that left-hand side, away from their team as the tank player. And then they just disconnected shortly after, so that probably explains what happened there.
Yeah, it's always interesting when you're up in, a competitive match like this and suddenly, you're seeing people look off into the distance that has no relevance to where anyone's located or, like you said, completely in the wrong area. So hopefully they're back online soon with, minimal damage there, but we'll have to see how it unfolds. Kingpin already, coming out with 1 kill in this current fight, which unfortunately is onto the opposing Junker Queen, which with only 1 tank, there's not nearly as much to hold the front line, Ocean.
Yeah, no, and it's the worst player to kind of lose. It's the worst first player to kind of lose in this sort of matchup. It's just a difficult situation, really. For Fruitball to be in. They've lost their tank early on. They're going to have to back up and hopefully they don't get chased down and lose even more from this disconnect.
Oh yeah, and that would be, definitely really critical for them. Hopefully they can mitigate some of that coming through, but the fight is still very young. There's plenty of time for both of these teams to get a flip or find that edge or even adapt to each other's play styles. But, we've seen some really good back and forths, especially on our control maps earlier. Things getting pushed to, 99, 98, and, reverse sweeps coming through for some of the teams. Really not sure how this is exactly going to play out.
So this could go a couple of different ways. So either, Fruitball get out and no real love is lost. Your opponents are going to get 20 meters of push, really. Or they get killed on the way out, their opponents get more ult charge and get about 30 meters progress. And on Coliseum, that could be quite damning, especially with so many fights being able to take place in that Coliseum area. It can be quite difficult to get any sort of distance going. So realistically for me, the key thing right now for Fruitball is getting out of that fight.
Yeah, hopefully they're all on the same page as, there's a pause, so there's time to sync up and be like, okay, we got to cut our losses, let's bail out, regroup, and get another, solid team fight in. I do like your thought, though, about, Kingpin potentially charging their ultimates a ton off of that current escape for Fruit Bowl, and will that give them the edge they need to continue staying ahead for the entire map, or are they going to maybe overcommit ultimates and use up resources a bit too willy-nilly?
I like that term. We got a bit of a break here. How are you enjoying the Overwatch 2 beta? How's it been? Are you enjoying it?
Are you asking about me playing and enjoying the beta, or casting the beta?
Go for it.
Playing the beta has been fun. It's definitely taken some calibration, getting used to one tank in the field, and it's the second time the beta's come around, so I feel like everyone in general has settled into some of the reworks more and how much more impactful your role is now that it's a 5v5 too. How about you? Now you tell me your playing experience since, you got the beta a little later.
It's been fun. I've been trying to pick up Sojourn, and it hasn't really worked out. I feel like I saw Overwatch 1. Okay, fine. That was good. Right, credit, that was a good one. But I think I played a lot of tank in Overwatch 1. I played a lot more tank like Diva, and then I played Winston for a joke, and I ended up being really kind of good at Winston.
Yeah.
But I think I'm going to play support in Overwatch 2. I'm going to play main support, I think. So I'm going to play some Brig, Mercy, and Lucio. I think that's what I'm going to look to do.
I played a lot of tank and support when I played Overwatch 1. And personally, I love Junker Queen. I love the Brawl element. I played a lot of Zarya. So, in your face, taking damage, dealing damage. Junker Queen definitely has that same aggressive vibe. And I just love the, what is it called? The Jagged Blade. Oh man, throwing that knife out there every single time, getting the stab right on your enemy, and then yanking him back into your grasp to just chop him into pieces after. I
like that ability too.
I love that dynamic and how their kit just flows into such a nasty combo of resources.
Yeah, what's really interesting for me when playing the beta is, I'm already used to playing with one tank after playing with you, so...
Oh, whatever, I bubbled you plenty of times to bail you out. Mr. I'm feeding for healers to take ult, to get ult charge. I'm not just accidentally taking damage.
Shh, keep it quiet. Looks like we're close to getting back into the action. We're back into gameplay, and here comes the unpause. Get ready to play by play, Sid.
With the anticipation already counted down. A nice knife throw coming through here from Worst, trying to just continue to clip people, and Fruit Bowl bailed out of that, just like you said, Ocean.
Yeah, that's good for that. That's really, really good. I mean, it's obviously not good they had the DC and they have to lose about 20 meters before they take the next fight, but it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, they recognized they needed to cut their losses and, try and regroup here. They've gotten a few exchanges back and forth, but with the DPS seeming to run away and the kill feed, Kingpin gonna clean them up and keep on pushing this cart.
This could get up to the checkpoint, honestly. This composition for Fruit Bowl isn't too fast because they still have to get their Zenyatta into the fight. It's not like most Brawl compositions, so We're having another pause, but when we get back in, it's going to be difficult for them to get to the point before the objective is captured.
Yeah, it definitely is. And, I didn't catch who may or may not have disconnected just now from that, or which character might need a quick reboot. But it's definitely going to be really challenging. And, this one is Yahoo, and he's actually on the Kingpin team. So I guess Kingpin, it's going around. The DC's in the lobby today. Just this
Is
lobby,
Yahoo
though.
still a website? Is that still a search engine? Because there's a joke to be made.
It is.
Yahoo just
It absolutely is. Actually, Verizon bought them out, and then they recently revised their Yahoo with an exclamation point as their.
Is that what
brand
happened?
again.
I didn't.
That is what happened. It happened very recently, actually.
Oh, okay.
The last yearish, yeah.
Yeah, the stuff that we talk about while on breaks or pauses are going on. We talk about. Yeah, go ahead. Talk.
No, I knew that from work, believe it or not.
Oh, you know it from
So
work?
weird.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, weird offhand knowing that.
I work in esports, so yeah, it must be cool.
Eh.
So we talked about playing the beta. What about casting the beta? I mean, I think this is your first Overwatch 2 cast, so how has that
Definitely
been?
take some time getting used to it, I gotta say. Especially reading the top bar. That threw me off a little bit more. Not seeing the extra tank there. I'm like, am I reading the correct nameplate for that person? Just a minor double take, especially in our first match. But I honestly really like the difference in some of the tempo. The DPS are really starting to shine, but the supports are getting a big opportunity to shine as well. And I think we're seeing them reap the benefits of some of the kits that got reworked and the sustainability that they were given to defend themselves and not be strung out to dry as often.
You know what? You had a perfect opportunity to say, I've been stuck with you for 4 broadcasts. But you didn't. I'm proud of you. You held that one in. Your disconnects and will be sent back to spawn for a little bit, comes back on the Genji. So Fruitball might have a better chance of recontesting now.
Gonna cruise on over, right? We've each had a disconnect, and now Fruitball's gonna go ahead, take the robot, and take the push, moving on through. Can Kingpin regroup? They're bringing Yahoo back into the mix, and there he is. They're trying to find that opportunity, drop away from some of that damage, but Fruitball still holding this robot. Interflux looking for that opportunity. You see how close, and they are hunting for just a chance to get close enough to give some carnage out, and a nice kill there from Potentiality. Gonna be opening up Fruitball with this advantage. A trance comes out through from Jam, and stuck with 2 kills. That's gonna be Fruitball coming in hot.
I like that tag, by the way, Potentiality. It's interesting. It's creative. Georgie Bowie goes down in this team point. Fruitball will be making their way closer to this bridge area. Thief going over to the Torbjorn, keeping that ultimate charge as we've seen on this new beta where DPS get to keep their a lot of their ultimate charge when they stop. So that will Molten Core soon enough. But that Rip Tower could have been interesting, but the Junkrat's lost its value, especially since a lot of these fights no longer are taking place in the Coliseum.
Molten Core is going to be zoning even more members of Fruitball out of this area, and with the sound barrier thrown from Danky, they don't care. They're going to go ahead, get aggressive, continue trying to push this cart forward. More kills, overclocked kills from Verity, and that's going to be the robot continuing to cruise forward, Ocean.
Yeah, thank you. Really, really dank. So that's a compliment
Yes.
as well. Sound barrier to keep their team alive. Dank is like a cool name, but I don't know if it's quite a compliment, but it's worked out well. They should get to the checkpoint here. No! Kingpin managed to stop them just before the checkpoint.
Oh, really nice job. Yahoo discorded, but knows it's time to deflect and then bail out away. This pressure on the high ground. No one seems to look at him as he just slices through 3 different people. Cut down in the end while he has Blade online, and honestly, a nice job coming through from Fruitball trying to mitigate some of that. They have lost the robot, though. There's some pressure back and forth, and the real question is, how long is Kingpin going to continue to push this robot for this next one?
This is really interesting, this next team fight, because Fruitball and Kingpin both have some good ultimates online. Kingpin's next teamfight could be decided by how well Jam performs outside of the teamfight. Can they get up to that Transcendence? And even still, even if Jam does get up to that Transcendence, all their players could be antied by that potential rampage from Interflux.
Pulse Bomb gets jammed in
Jam's
the
out.
back line, and Kingpin goes ahead and throws the blade afterwards. Or Yahoo misses, is taken down in the end with that blade, and Fruitful handling the mitigation, handling the damage, and just continuing to capitalize on that Pulse Bomb kills, or on those Pulse Bomb kills earlier.
Well, it's important because that means Jam couldn't build up the Transcendence. They couldn't get aggressive with their ultimates that they had. The Dragon Blade got used as well, so that's a pretty disastrous fight for Kingpin, especially since Fruitful retained the lead and kept their Rampage as well. So Interflux with the Rampage, that's going to be the key ultimate next fight.
Verity taken down early in this fight, but Yahoo also taken down as a result. There it is, the Rampage straight through the middle of Kingpin's team, and well, they are still looking for the kills, trying to take out this turret that's putting the pepper damage in. More following suit, but this trance from Jam might be exactly what Kingpin needs to go ahead and keep this fight in their favor.
I think that Transcendence should change the fight around. Yeah, they're going to clean it up pretty well. They're going to lose Jam at the end, which is kind of annoying. It shouldn't have too much of an impact, but Jam does have to walk all the way back. So a bit of that fight setup that is going to be taking place in now is going to be a little bit more awkward, right? So the fight setup is more awkward. But let's slow things down a bit. Let's talk about what Brawl needs to do while this fight setup is going on. Wow. Kingpin are waiting for their Zenyatta, and they kind of done it right. They went to the cart and they made things awkward. That's a good idea, and Verity now close to that overclock as well.
Molten Core once again from V, keeping everyone from Fruit Bowl off this objective, and well, forcing them to have to give space. Fruit Bowl still backing up along these very long sight lines, and V looking for that opportunity to just continue pushing forward. We see Kingpin trying to move this robot, but man, it is hectic here on the point. There are still people firing left and right, but these sight lines for Fruit Bowl are too much. The overclock just shooting people through these narrow hallways, one after another, and a nice carnage kill right through the chest.
Good team fight. Really good team fight for Fruit Bowl. I mean, they only really use their DPS ultimates. They'll keep their support ultimates for the next team fight, which means even though Yahoo will have the Dragon Blade, they'll have plenty of responses for it. So Fruit Bowl in a good spot right now, especially since they have the lead. 3 minutes left. We've played over half of this round of push. I think they're in a really good position.
Carnage or Rampage right through the middle. Bunch of people on Fruit Bowl taken out because of the anti-effect afterwards. Trance couldn't quite save Interflux from that, and more players to follow suit regardless. Denki drops that sound barrier, keeping Fruit Bowl in this fight for a little bit longer. There's still a chance if one of them can pop off to really turn the fight, but Yahoo has been on fire on this Genji.
Yeah, Yahoo uses the blade to get out some of those support ultimates. This is still a very 50-50 fight though. Potentiality still there, Verity as well. Both taking out Yahoo, getting that final kill. Next team fight is going to be interesting. It's going to be around that objective again. I think Kingpin have an opportunity here to take the lead. I really, really do. Especially since they've got the Transcendence for stability. But I think this is their opportunity. If they're going to take the lead at any point here, especially with that kill into Verity, they're in a good position to do so right now.
Surprised Verity got caught out early like that. Wonder what exactly unfolded there. Now Fruit Bowl still continuing to push and try and hold this point before Kingpin can get too much more traction. They managed to cap the robot and push it back, but I don't think it's going to last too long. They've already lost a couple of people, and Interflux just followed suit. That's going to be Kingpin pushing this cart on forward and capping that checkpoint.
Yeah, that's them taking the lead. I thought that was their opportunity, especially with the kill on Verity. That kind of sealed the deal for them, because you were kind of relying on Fruit Bowl to have potentiality, get a potential good pulse bomb. As this next team fight steps up, we're going to see a Rampage versus Transcendence interaction again. We've seen a couple of those right now, as the Rampage, of course, can stop some of that healing.
I love that. The shout to give her the speed boost, and then straight into the carnage to try and cut through multiple people on the opponent right there. Does go ahead, get I mean, Yahoo goes ahead, drops the blade. I'm not sure anything's going to matter with how well he's been doing. Hunting, looking for the damage. Nice teamwork, though, from Fruit Bowl, keeping him at bay, pushing him back, and putting the pressure on him.
Potentiality on the match the Genji as well. They did keep the Rampage, and Jam's Transcendence has been used, so it's go time for Fruit Bowl.
Well, V taken down with the anti after the Rampage, and Yahoo does follow afterwards. Now it is all about Fruit Bowl continuing to capitalize on this man-up advantage, trying to hold this front line, and Worst in the back takes down Interflux at the last moment, but the spawn is going to be there for Fruit Bowl.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult though. In 35 seconds, we're probably going to be at overtime, and when you get a checkpoint in push, the robot stops for a little bit, right? So it's going to be difficult. 114 meters, that's going to be hard to beat, and you can't lose a single team fight, really. But Fruit Bowl at least have some tools. They've got both support ultimates. They're going to have to be the catalyst for Fruit Bowl if they're going to push forward and win this one.
Saga taken out of the fight while Transcendence is online. That is absolutely devastating for Fruit Bowl. Danky goes ahead and drops the sound barrier, keeping everyone in the fight as long as possible. But Yahoo taken out is taken out another person. So far, Kingpin doing a good job at holding the point, and that's going to be them going ahead and taking the first map.
Yeah, really concerning in that last fight though from Fruit Bowl. They lost 2 players before they used either of those support ultimates, and they didn't even get the Transcendence off in the end. So
Yeah.
interesting to see why that happened, but it happened nonetheless. Kingpin took advantage of it, got that really good push towards 114 meters where they got the checkpoint. They had really only one opportunity to get back the lead in Colosseo, and they did. They took it really well.
And, you know, both those teams had some sticky starts with a couple disconnects, so I wonder how much that may or may not have affected some of the overall flow and their mental state for the game. But it's about overcoming those types of challenges and obstacles and still persevering in winning. And Kingpin definitely showed us where it was at. I think Yahoo on that Genji just kind of came out of nowhere a couple of times and caught the supports off guard and threw so much damage into them and deleted them.
Yahoo played well in the Genji. I feel like Yahoo was really good at getting ultimates out. Even if Yahoo didn't get a kill with Blade, they got something for it. They at least got something, right? And that's something that you're looking for when you're using those critical DPS ultimates. And I think that actually might be where Kingpin got the better of Fruit Bowl, where they were, you know, using their ultimates to not just get kills and win team fights, but to get other ultimates out. I feel like they were better just clicking the button. Right, they used more ultimates, I think, than Fruit Bowl did. So I think that might be where they were better off there on push.
Yeah, and getting those types of advantages, or I guess a better way of phrasing is forcing out those resources from your opponent before or while you're engaging, so you have a better long game at the end of it, is really what I think Kingpin recognized as well, and allowed them to go ahead and take that map.
Of course, like, you know, there's other things to take into consideration. First map, you know, you're in a situation where there is a little pressure, especially added on with the disconnects. I don't think anyone, people can lie and say, look, we dealt with the disconnect really well, we mentally reset. Somebody at least on your team is thinking, oh crap, we lost our first team fight, we're at the backup, right? It's a difficult thing, and both teams suffered with it. I'm not sure, you know, both teams particularly dealt with it well. I don't know, I'm not inside of their communication, but what it does say is, you know, it was a weird start to the series, so I don't think we can look at Colosseo and push and be like, okay, we're going to see this for the rest of the series, because it was a unique scenario.
Yeah, and I definitely don't want to put anyone off the table yet for who could take this series. There were some really good shows from both teams, and it's those opportunities that they need to really focus in on. Ocean, we are going to head over to King's Row, and...
I was say, it's your favorite map, right, Sid?
Well, this is a map that everyone, obviously, who has been in Overwatch, played, or casted it, has seen this map inside and out. So there's not going to be, you know, as much leeway for mistakes, in my opinion, because this is a well-known map, once again.
I think also because King's Row is a very snowbally map, right? So you make a mistake, you're probably going to lose the next team fight as well. You're going to lose a core, and you could just eventually lose the entire map. It happens on King's Row, as I said, very snowbally, more snowbally than any of the 2 CP maps ever were. So,
Sure.
That's all I'm going to say. It's weird.
Ooh, you flame in the chat from that comment, Ocean.
It's true. I mean, if you want to go and watch any high tier King's Row game, you'll notice how snowbally it was. But what makes King's Row really good is it's very linear and it's very easy to understand. So in ranked, it's so much more fun than the other maps because you're playing with random people and everyone understands King's Row. Run at them and kill things.
There's a lot of corners that make it easier as well. There's a lot of natural cover you can be leveraging and utilizing. And, we can see it already here coming through for the defense, taking this a little bit farther back approach. Had a couple of subs on Kingpin as well. So looking forward to see what they're going to be bringing to the table. Already a couple kills in the bag, but they've lost one themselves. And it's going to be Fruit Bowl here, taken back to spawn. Gonna try again.
So we'll see if they make changes here. They're going to stick on Zen and Lucio here. That's interesting. I'm not sure I completely agree with that. I kind of like the Moira here because it allows you to play a little bit more aggressive. As I said, King's Row is very linear. I guess Colosseo is as well, so, similar maps in that
There's
sense.
a lot of alleyways in that one too, though.
Yeah, I think Zenyatta's really for spam damage, but I just don't see where you're going to be spamming in this situation.
Definitely a lot tougher, and Kingpin coming out with a couple kills and a third one to follow suit. They seem to be doing a good job of recognizing when Fruit Bowl is getting aggressive, giving the space while they use their resources, and then collapsing on them after.
Yeah, they've had enough. Sagas over to the Moira. I think that probably should have happened at the start of the round, but it's good that we're seeing that adaptation. Any ultimates to think of? Well, not really. Nobody's really close. Zakatar kind of close to the Dragon Blade. We should maybe watch out for that potentially.
Still pretty chaotic on the point, though. Everyone just swapping some chip damage and doing a bit of back and forth poke. There is the 1 kill already coming through, and with that, Zakatar goes ahead, feels that they can get aggressive, and just swipes towards the back line. I love the nice zoning right there from the disruptor shot, but not going to be enough to discourage him. He still continues to get in this front line, and with Dragon Blade ready, Fruit Bowl is going to have a hard time defending against it.
So 2 minutes off the clock already, and we're kind of in a neutral situation right now because Kingpin have all of their ultimates. Fruit Bowl they're gonna have them within a fight or so, at least. So we're in a neutral situation. This is kind of the start of the round, but everyone gets ultimates. It's like some weird custom game. So let's go see how these ultimates interact with each other. That's a nice rampage.
Danky, what a sound barrier. That was the only thing keeping his team alive after the rampage came through, tagged all of them for an anti. They got buffed up a ton. Still not enough. Yahoo coming in hot with all of the damage as the Junkrat with the mines. And still, he was able to just go ahead, save that tire and the blade once again, Ocean.
You know what? I thought that there was still some fight setup being done, but I really actually liked that rampage. I thought it was good. It was early, so I mean, Fruit Bowl were able to get the sound barrier off, but they weren't able to recover from it. Really, the damage was already done. Early Riptire again, so this seems to be a trend for Kingpin: proactive and early ultimates.
Oh, taken down. Gonna be Fruit Bowl moving around here on the point. Potentiality taken out so quickly. Zakatar goes ahead looking for the poor Moira who can't do anything, can't fade out of the way. Oh, she gets him in the end. Just a little too aggressive there for you, buddy. But still, all in all, Kingpin holding this defensive point, and there's only 30 seconds left, Ocean.
I mean, that kill, as funny as it was, it's not going to really have too much impact. I think we're really just looking at this Interflux Rampage, a very good and impactful ultimate. Let's see what they can do with it.
Potentiality trying to find some massive value here as this Hanzo. We see him chipping away at the people. There it is, taken down worst right there, and looking for another. Sees that Lucio with the Sonic, and Seal CEO taken down again. And Fruit Bowl knocking open the doors of this defense and capping first point.
Good rampage to engage, and what I really liked about Potentiality's play there is once that rampage came through, they gave no naughty words, right? They got into the fight, They used the aggression that they could in the space that they could because of that rampage, and they got some really good value out of it. And that's a good Dragon Strike to get more space. Potentiality looks to try and get some sort of edge in this series.
Oh man, kill after kill, but it's still an exchange back and forth. The DPS on Kingpin cannot be underestimated, Ocean. They seem to be able to turn the fight at a moment's notice, and well, a lot of members of Fruit Bowl got cut down as a result.
Yeah, that's a backup. That's surprising. They were in a really good spot to extend their advantage on King's Row Point B. But the DPS turned around, and those DPS ultimates are online, so still watching Zakatar and Yahoo next fight.
Ooh, a lot of damage potential coming through, and that Mine Throne was nasty falling into Fruit Bowl. We have the tire online, and the real question is now the time to use it? Of course it is! Let's do a tire here, skirting around through the side edge. Where's it gonna go? Keeping them guessing. Oh,
Dead.
potentiality, taking down the tire. Gotta say props to Fruit Bowl for really mitigating that and destroying those tires every single time. Zakatar, though, you know, still putting that work as the Genji and also has Blade online. Has he used his Blade yet?
I think Zakatar Zakatar died to the Saga in Blades with the slashing at the coalescence.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I mean, it was a memorable Blade. Now Zakatar has that again. They've got really good old bank Kingpin. This could see them through to the end.
Oh, that was a 4-man rampage there for Interflux, but it doesn't matter. Zakatar coming through. He is playing Fruit Ninja, just cutting everyone from Fruit Bowl left and right and putting down so much damage.
Fruit Ninja is like the phone game, right? It's really addicting.
Yes. Depends on which platform you play on.
Yeah, Verity, though, is now going to have to be the DPS hero for Fruit Bowl Kingpin. Had it with Zakatar in that last fight, but now Verity, with the overclock, is going to have to make some magic happen.
Wait for that deflect. Oh, but now that you waited, everyone has been pumped up by Seal CEO's sound barrier, and as a result, Verity just gets overwhelmed. They were right there in their face, and now it's just a couple members left of Fruit Bowl trying to keep this fight and push the cart. Zakatar with, geez, quite the swiping kill right there at the end, and it's gonna be Kingpin having a really strong defensive hold here on King's Row.
Zakatar looks so good on Genji. They're so clean. Always had an idea of what they wanted to do. If they wanted to get in the backline, they got in the backline. There was no if, doubts, or buts about it. They were there. They were very direct in how they played, and I think that's a really good trait for a DPS player to have.
Yeah, I agree. And I think your statement of when they wanted to get in the backline, they did is honestly as true as it could be. They were diving back there constantly. There was so much damage being put out by them that either the supports had to devote the sound barrier every time, or everyone was just going to die or take massive damage.
Yeah, and I think somebody's going to have to match Zakatar on Fruit Bowl, because Zakatar's been the key player on this map, has been really, really good. Someone's going to have to match them, and Potentiality had some good moments, has had some good moments in this series. Maybe it's going to have to be them. I think that's going to have to be the player for Fruit Bowl that challenges Zakatar.
Oh, well, okay, I'm not going to talk about Kingpin. They're on the defense. They got plenty of time to change characters.
Literally the number one rule
but,
of tactics.
Yeah. But Potentiality here on this Ashe is hopefully going to be the change of pace they need. Ashe can, provide a lot more cover fire. Got plenty of ammo in the magazine, but some of that dynamite can be very devastating for these teams.
Especially against Brawl compositions, but and Potentiality could carry this, right? Because they've got a bad class. They're running the Winter Ashe skin. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, because as you know, the skins boost all of your stats depending on how cool they are. And Potentiality just continuing to chip away. Finds one,
wow.
Looks like it's working, and still hunting for another one. Good crispy dynamite there onto Seal CEO and forcing him to continue to give space. And unfortunately, he got separated a bit from his team, so not everyone's on that side of bus 629 over there, but still moving through. Kingpin's got plenty of time to make it through this choke ocean.
Potentiality's got 53%, now 60% on that Bob. Playing really well, but they've been forced back and already had to use their immortality kills on the defense.
Ooh, man, Worst got up so close to Interflux right there. Gave him a little high five, and now both the tanks trying to just play around this corner and take different amounts of damage. Goes for a big old carnage chop there, finds a little bit of clip, but it's still Kingpin trying to continue pushing on forward. It's quite the brawl here as slowly Kingpin is taking more space. Now we got the tire. Is it even gonna make it?
I mean, they have to go back to the point. They have more numbers. Oh no! How has that gotten 3? Not only is that killed 3, but Fruitball were up in that fight and they just backed off because of the tire. And that meant they couldn't contest the objective and they've now lost point A.
That was one of the few times we've seen Tire actually connect on to Fruit Bowl, and man, did that connect with so many people, Ocean.
And now the problem is, right, because those 3 kills happened so late, those players are only getting back in the action now. You see Potentiality coming back from spawn, Yahoo going low, but you've only got one more fight here.
We do have Bob online. Hopefully that can help mitigate some of the damage and keep bodies on the point. Sound barrier also being thrown from Danky, trying to keep everyone alive through Jam's coalescence. And, well, it is a sticky situation for Kingpin. Fruit Bowl coming in hot and holding strong here at this choke.
Yeah, 3 ultimates for that sort of teamfight win is worth it, I think. Because obviously, well, if you lose that teamfight and you don't invest those ultimates, you don't get them back because you've lost the game, you've lost the series, right? So, worth it. Potentiality gets a stacker kill as well onto Yaku. Now you're holding this arch, right? Now Fruit Bowl, and they've got to use their ultimate sensibly. And it's going to be a question of holding this arch, right, retaining this advantage and making things difficult through this choke for Kingpin.
We already saw a couple of teams successfully hold this archway here on the defensive, so it could still be anyone's game. I love Verity goes ahead, drops the Disruptor right at their feet to try and prevent any form of dive, but it is not enough. Kingpin unleashing all of their arsenal onto Fruit Bowl, and with that, team kill Ocean. No one's going to be able to get back, and Kingpin's just going to casually roll this cart straight to the victory box.
2-0, Kingpin win this series.
Kingpin on King's Row.
Oh yeah, that works too. That works, and they kind of pinned Fruit Bowl to the walls when worst Overwatch player got 3 kills at the end of that fight.
Ooh, yeah.
You know, we got some more. I really think there was a chance though for Fruit Bowl. Potentiality got some really good moments in the first team fight of King's Row defense for them. And it all got lost when they ran back away from the tire and then all still died. And then they had to rush to get their players back in. I think that was the moment that they kind of lost this series.
Yeah, that was definitely a huge turning point for Kingpin. We saw how many of the tires got destroyed over and over from Yahoo trying to, sneakily land it or, jimmy around the corners or over the walls. And, well, when he really wanted to put the nail in the coffin and have his team sail on through, that last tire was just critical. It was clutch, and it was devastating, taking down 3 players. I don't think that Fruit Bowl was ready to not kill the tire like they had been continuously.
Yeah, no, because they backed off as well. They were up in that fight. It was just a weird scenario. And I think it's quite, poetic that the ultimate that wasn't getting any value for the majority of that map ends up being like the series winner. And not only the series winner, that means that Kingpin move on to the playoffs tomorrow.
That's absolutely true. They got to be feeling good and excited about that. We'll see how tomorrow progresses for them, but I'm sure they're going to have plenty to worry about. We saw some pretty heavy hitters earlier today, and, it's up in the air who's actually going to take this tournament, in my opinion.
I think Crabapple. I really think Crabapple. I thought because they came up against so many challenges in their series, they played so many different compositions. And Crabapple, one of the teams we saw today on A stream, I think they'll be the team to do it.
Yeah, well, we've seen a few different people who have already lost to Crabapple as well. So they were looking pretty clean earlier today. And, we still have some more games going on. Let's see, coming up next, still working on that. We have, Catgirl Empire versus Nebulous. And you guys are in for a treat. We saw Catgirl Empire earlier.
We do like the Catgirl Empire. We do like the vicious aggression that they show in their playstyle and their name. I guess the logo kind of contradicts that, but that's a vicious cat. Trust me. All right, trust me.
It's always to lull you into a false sense of security, right? There's that meme where it's like, oh yeah, pet my belly, I'm a loving looking cat, and then they grab you on the hand and then take you out, right? My
That's a
cat
really good
doesn't do
impression.
that, but yeah, you know,
Oh,
as a
dear.
crazy cat lady, I have a few of those up my sleeves, but you know, I'm sure Catgirl Empire gets their own fun on that front too. Actually, I wonder what their comms are like.
Do you reckon they're just meowing? They're like in different tones?
Right meow, help me right meow.
Yeah, 100%. That's what they're doing. Yeah, you know, it works. Old tracking must be really awkward. Like meow, me meow is like a sport ultimate. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if they went that far with their own language, but you know, they have been going real far in the tournament, as we've seen. Good luck to them going up against Nebulous next here on the broadcast. But folks, that's going to be it for Ocean and I. We're going to sign off for now, but like I said, more games coming up. Thank you so much for having us, and we hope to see you tomorrow.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, how we doing?
I'm fine. How about you?
Doing well. Excited to cast one more match here today, and even more excited to be doing it with you here, Rafa. It's been a while. Excited to have a reunion live and on camera, so we have
Yes.
video evidence of everything that takes place, for better or worse. Today, in this match in round 4, we have Catgirl Empire versus Nebulous. What are your thoughts heading into this one, Rafa? Anything you're looking to see out of these teams?
I'm really excited to cast the match of the team that eliminated mine. But anyways, I think this will be a good match. I think both teams are balanced, but the roster of Nebulous does sound a little bit stacked.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a Bonesaw believer, I will say. So I'm partial towards leaning the way that the team that they're on, and I do, if I'm not mistaken, isn't Michael J formerly the Gurgler?
Yes, he is the good.
Yes. So again, another
That's
tank I'm
Gurgler.
familiar with who is quite strong. As we enter into Coliseum here, we have a Junker Queen comp versus a Reinhardt comp with Genji Sojourn on the side of Catgirl Empire versus Cassidy and Junkrat on the side of Nebulous. The backlines here are somewhat similar with a Lucio on both sides, but Nebulous favoring the Batiste for the Rein comp and Catgirl Empire preferring the Rig Lucio backline for the Junker Queen. As the fight starts to kick off here, we have both teams kind of poking at one another. It seems as though Nebulous really want to fight for the space that they currently have, not push out much further, but I say that and they start to walk forward.
Yeah. Both teams have somewhat similar ideas coming into this match, but both with different comps. So it'll be a game about the first pick, and Bonesaw goes down first, and that's the huge push. And everyone goes in, lighted. Lamp's been used.
Absolutely.
Okay.
It seems like Catgirl Empire is finding the picks here that they need, but that being said, they have traded back here, and the Rein comp is making as much damage as they can, while it's just the Lucio and the Rein here remaining to stall the point. This fight really took a long time to get started, but once it did with the pickoff of Bonesaw, things kind of just evolved in favor of Catgirl Empire.
Yeah. We can see that the GPS from Catgirl Empire formed a lot more ult than the Nebulous one, and Bonesaw gets picked off again. That's really bad for Nebulous because they will need to wait a little bit more. But as I say that, they do have shatters, so even if the DPS ults come in, they can still somewhat try to counter them.
Yeah, and as the cart here pushes towards that bridge, as we get closer and closer to the checkpoint here, I'm expecting a fast shatter out of Michael J or Michael.
That's
Michael.
a big pick.
Yep, here comes the shatter.
The pin comes in. Oh, they traded. Now Nebulous are up 1 coming into the fight.
Up
Now they're up
2
2.
now at this point.
Yes.
They're looking to kind of just clean it up at this point. They're swinging their heart out at the Lucio, who just finds their way out. Shocking. Now the cart makes its way, but yeah. The Hammerman beats the Swordman in this fight, I guess. But as we return to the middle of the map here, we have a bunch of ultimates coming online on the side of Catgirl Empire, who has decided to swap onto the Moira comp, feeling that they need a little more healing in order to engage against this Rein Brawl. So as they begin to round the corner here, I'm expecting, and here comes the blade and the window.
But they traded backlines. Oh, this is a really good fight for Catgirl Empire, but Bonesaw with the big tire. Things are somewhat even now, but Nebulous does seem to find a little bit more picks, and they're forcing Kylo Ren back.
Yeah, if they can clean up some of these spawn kills here, they'll be set up really well. Yeah, Kylo Ren's unable to get out. Bonesaw finally starting to heat up in his match today after a slow start on those first 2 fights. The tire, as you mentioned, was huge. Now there's beats on both sides. Not really any ultimate that needs a beat counter, I would say. So interested to see how they're used in this fight. They're both just engaged, beat for beat. The full rush coming in. The Sojourn ult is online. Bonesaw goes down again here. We see Catgirl Empire Hyper here zoning the high noon, which is, just pausing and waiting, which is always good. And now they begin to engage.
Yep.
They're looking for the backline here. Now Kylo Ren in on the Tracer. Looks for the one clip. So close. The pin comes through. They canceled the ultimate.
Here. Oh, the Moira is dead.
They are.
Oh
it looks like Catgirl Empire has fallen over.
They actually turned that fight. Wow.
That was a lot of ultimates in that fight. Both teams investing heavily. But as we can all see, Nebulous here coming out with the better side of things as they push again closer to that first checkpoint. XYZZ, what? Man, XZZ? I don't know how to say it, but Z, there you go. Picked off early there, but Emmy down as well. The supports are dying all over the place.
This is Catgirl's Empire territory now.
And Bonesaw finds one.
Yeah, the Bonesaw kamikaze moment.
Yes, yes. The martyrdom moment. Oh my goodness. All right, so as we're heading into this fight here, we have a pulse online for Catgirl Empire and no ultimates to show for Nebulous at this time. They are coming up close onto the Junkrat tire as well as the window, but it looks like they're hunting for the pulse here.
Oh, no. She missed the stick.
Oh, but the lamp is good.
The lamp saved everyone's life. Oh, Cassidy's dead. Tracer's turned the backline. Oh, trap.
Man, these fights are super scrappy. I haven't seen two of the same color in the kill feed yet. It seems like every pick is back and forth.
Yeah.
They're doing a nice job kind of disengaging from this. I mean, they're getting the poke in. Oh my gosh. Hot Dog is down. Losing the BAP early in this fight gives Hyper, I was going to say every opportunity, but they're taken down low. All right.
Goodbye, Metro Boomy.
Alrighty, so now heading into this fight, there's a slight beat advantage on the side of Nebulous, and I expect Michael to drop the Shatter here very quickly since there is no shield on the side of Catgirl Empire. I guess you're maybe hoping, as Catgirl Empire, to take advantage of the high ground and use that Sojourn ultimate to get a pick onto the support. In a perfect world, you try and take that Lucio out to prevent that beat. But, that being said... Oh my goodness.
The future, bro.
I do what I can, surely, but a lot of ultimates coming out here.
Nah, they just win the point here and they force everyone back. But imagine Bonesaw killing 6 moment. No way.
Yeah, I think killing 6 would be rather difficult in 5v5, but I wouldn't put it past Bonesaw to do it.
Well,
All right.
You can just boop everyone and then you kill yourself. That's 6.
True. That is how we get to the number 6. Real. Well said, Rafa. All right, so now heading into this, what ultimate would you be using first on the side of Catgirl Empire? You're going to use the...
trying to use the Junker Queen ult to force them back and then beat when they shatter, because I'm pretty sure they know they have shatter. So I'd be trying to use beat as a method to save everyone from shatter. As I say that, the beat coming in, yep.
And the beat saves. The beat's good. The beat in response from the side of Nebulous to make this fight keep going so that their extension isn't punished. The damage on both sides isn't quite enough to find a pick yet, but the shield is coming down on the side of Michael here. It looks like there's an opportunity for Catgirl Empire to get in there. Junker Queen uses Shout. Emmy is down. Both supports.
Now.
They are. These fights are going really long. Like, there's not just errant picks off the bat. There's, 15, 20 seconds of fighting prior to any of these supports dying. But these supports just simply keep dying first. Catgirl Empire onto the Batiste and the Rhine.
I was gonna say that, but I do expect Bonesaw to find a cheeky location to hide and tire everyone from the backline.
I'm sure.
That's a Bonesaw move right there.
There is. I'm sure there's a part of map geometry that no one's aware of yet that they're going to exploit. Just kidding. They use the stairs.
That's in worth.
Fire is good. Absolutely worth. They secure the checkpoint, or did they? Yeah, they did.
They do.
All right, so they've got those close spawns. It looks like they're trying to regroup here on card as it rounds the corner. Kylo Ren, not quite close to the pulse bomb yet. No real ultimates on the side of Catgirl here, so if they can go quick with the window or the railgun, if they get around the corner, they could have a great opportunity to snowball here before Catgirl is able to build any ultimates. The pin comes in. The lamp is good. There's a lot of cleave damage coming in, and shocking, Bonesaw picks up the kill. But Hot Dog goes down for it.
Did Kern Master boop Bonesaw off the map? No way.
I don't know. I did not see it.
Let's hope so. But Metro booming anyway, just coming in with the 2 picks and securing the fight for them. Now, Nebulous does have the Shatter, and the Catgirl Empire has nothing to protect them from it, and that's really...
Well, they do now, in fact. They have the Rhine shield, so they have the opportunity to block, but there's no better place to be holding on Rhine than this hallway. If you want to do damage to us, you're going to have to come in range of my hammer, and my hammer goes down. Yep.
Oh, big shatter. Hammer goes
Absolutely
boom.
large shatter. Hyper is removed from the field as Nebulous looks to chase up kills here. Hot Dog putting in a lot of healing output to keep his team in the fight.
Metro booming bombs.
Metro booming on the Sojourn is booming,
Oh my god. Metro booming on the Sojourn is
but they
actually
can't
kinda
get
bad.
out. Let's see if
Yeah,
those
they
picks
cannot
are worth
get
it.
out. The hammer is just too big, bro.
Trying to chase the kills. They do. They're likely going to clean up Hyper here.
No way they don't solo shatter there. No. They're actually cheating the Tracer. I think that's a bad move there. They're just losing space here.
They are, but they're able to disengage because they're waiting for their spawners here. Obviously, Kernmaster wants to get the beat, but
the beat
doesn't
comes
quite
in.
have it online. Yeah,
No, the beat's good. Now they have enough sustain to stall the payload for a bit or to retreat as they prepare
yeah.
that.
They choose to back off here, which I think kind of makes sense. The way spawns work here and push is kind of funky. You want to make sure you're getting every opportunity here to set up for this last OT fight. As the windows come out from both sides, the lamp is out as well. Here comes a pulse.
Oh my God, the
It's
pulse
going to
is
be
gonna
a
be
large
big.
pulse. It's
No,
not.
he
Oh.
did. Oh, the
Bonesaw is
big
down.
Bonesaw.
Hyper has an opportunity to swing this fight here. They're going to need a really good push here in
Oh,
OT
the shatter,
in order
the
to
shatter
secure
might be
things up.
big.
It is.
Oh, the shatter is big, but the lamp is there to save everyone.
And the beat as well in return. They've got to get the ultimate here from Metro Boomin in order to get enough damage to really buy them the space that they need to push this bot. They are getting the damage in, and they're getting the right clicks without even using the ultimate. Bonesaw's coming back with a tire here, so that's going to be the biggest threat to this cart. All they need to do is get one clean wipe prior to them hitting the checkpoint, and they might be able to get two fights.
Bonesaw getting dead.
Unlucky. I think a little bit of a caster curse there. But I expect to see an early Sojourn ult here in order to challenge anyone trying to rotate to the cart. Hopefully they can get the checkpoint here, which they do. All right, we've got about 15, 20 meters to work with here on the side of Nebulous in order to recontest here to take the map. They do have the tire to work with. Here it comes inbound. Here comes the Sojourn ult on the side of Catgirl Empire. Emmy is down right away. Metro Boomin as well. Bonesaw dies. Don't know where or how. The lamp is good,
Oh my
but
god.
it looks like it's going to be too little on the side of Catgirl Empire. It looks like Nebulous is going to take it. It was tough to engage on it, but ultimately they got the engagement they were looking for and were able to take it down with the tire. I think, I think Catgirl Empire got caught sleeping a little bit on the Reinhardt pick. If you're going to eventually mirror, you might as well start on the mirror. Obviously, they don't know what the opposition's going to roll out on in terms of composition, but the moment that you see it, I don't think it's necessarily worth sticking on the Junker Queen for that ultimate for that long, because the fight in which they're able to push forward and get that second checkpoint is one is prior to them meeting on the Rhine mirror. So a lot of back and forth, ultimately a really close map, but when you have a composition that you stick through all the way through, you get more ultimates, and ultimately that last tire out of Bonesaw and Nebulous was able to get them that first map on Colosseo.
Yeah, indeed. What I saw that was really interesting was that both teams had different approaches to Colosseo map. One of them had the basic rush that we used to see in Overwatch 1, but without the Devo Force. And the other one tried to use the new Junker Queen hero to try getting those pulls, those hammer swings coming in. But we ended up seeing that Ryan is still the best character. What can I say?
Yeah, I mean, the new Junker Queen axe does that cleave damage that you're looking for out of your tanks, but the Rhinehammer does that, and there's no cooldown. So the application of damage is far easier. There's no real skill shots involved. If you can put yourself on top of the opposition, you can do the damage that you want. And it just turns out that the damage number that was needed was just slightly more. And in that last fight, the tire's able to secure and break open the fight completely in favor of Nebulous. Heading into the second map here, do you expect the rush mirror to be favored by both teams, or do you think there's still going to be some sort of strategy involved in compositional choices here, Rafa?
Well, I think Overwatch 2 is a really flexible game. I don't think there is one specific meta. I feel like there is a lot of chances for you to experiment new heroes. There's the Sigma that can be strong. There's the Junker Queen, the Rhine. Depending on whatever map there is, Overwatch 2 is very flexible, and you can get a lot of different characters to go in and different approaches and different styles to win. Which I think is very exciting because on Overwatch 1, let's say, oh, you had the GOATS meta, but that for 2 whole years. Not very much.
Yeah, it seems a lot less stale around here. Even when you have the rush mirror compositions, the DPS choices may vary. Obviously, with Moira in a new state with some minor tweaks to her kit, it changes her viability in these comps. Obviously, again, the Catgirl Empire chose initially to roll out on the Brig Lucio to support the Junker Queen, and once they swapped onto the Rush, they were running the Moira Lucio for a while, and then eventually got over towards the Moira or the Lucio Batiste, which seemed to be their strongest look. As you know, at the last half of that round, they looked like they could have potentially been the stronger team with momentum, but again, being able to invest important ultimates like the Junkrat Tire in order to force the enemy team that is pushing cart in OT, somebody's going to have to take that damage. And ultimately, when you can put 600 damage or 1,000 damage, I can't remember the exact number of tire, onto the objective, it's a great way to start any fight. So a lot of back and forth here in this first round. I wouldn't say necessarily one team looks stronger. Obviously, Nebulous pulled out the win here, but it looks like the remainder of this match is going to be very, very hard fought.
Yeah, and we do need to check a bit on the subs coming in. For example, Gurgler is probably going to get off and Fish is going in. There's a lot of players that will come in and will come out. For example, for the Catgirl Empire, Paracelsus is coming in. You know, that one guy that's really annoying? Paracelsus is going in. And it will be interesting.
It will. I'm interested to see how the substitutions on the roster here affect the compositions, or if everyone's of the like mind that we just go the Hammerman. In which case, I'm sure we're headed towards another Brawl-centric map. I can't remember if are we going to. Is this round 3 or round 4? Are we headed to Hybrid or Escort? Do you know? I'm not entirely sure.
This is.
All right, we are headed to Hybrid. So very, very likely we may head to a King's Row, everyone's favorite, I'm sure. I would be surprised if we headed to Midtown, but I've been surprised before. So once we get that map pick in, we'll know a little bit more of what we can expect from the compositions.
I'm gonna be real. I really wanted to see Paraiso because I've got that geological knowledge pre-game. I know the map in real life, so I know where all the megas are.
Yeah. You live pretty close to there, yeah? You live somewhere on Second Point, right?
Yeah, I live. No, wait, well, yo. I do go there sometimes, but I don't live in Second Point.
Okay, so it looks like, as we mentioned, it is going to be King's Row. Scrim's Row returns here for another Saturday evening in BPL. That would tell me that teams are likely leaning towards the Rush as the preferred composition. That being said, we did see the Junker Queen on the side of Catgirl Empire on the first map. I'll be interested to see if they kind of resign themselves to the Rush mirror. I think, honestly, at the tail end of that first map, they looked strong on the Rush. As we mentioned, the tire in the last fight led to Nebulous taking the map, but Catgirl Empire got most of their push in those last couple of minutes. So again, it looks like they are coming out on the Rush here on both sides, both fielding the Bap Lucio. The only small difference is Nebulous has more faith in the new hit scan hero, whereas Catgirl Empire has faith in old reliable, the Cassidy.
Honestly, this is a Jay Silly meta. Promise.
I mean, when you've got players like Bonesaw and Kylo Ren coming out there and throwing the mines all over the place, it makes things interesting for 2 reasons. First and foremost, they are damage dealers. They put a lot of work in, they put a lot of damage out, and you've got to find a way around it. And on top of that, sometimes the junk mine sends you to the moon, which is always just interesting to watch.
No way, they're running Rush on King's Row. Who'd have seen that coming?
Wait, why no Diva though? Wait, I don't get it.
Why no Diva, bro? What's the other tank?
They round the corner here and Bonesaw finds the first pick.
That's the Junkrat diff.
So the lamp getting a lot of value here, and it actually, in fact, they take Bonesaw down, but it's a worth trade, I would say.
Not very much. They're already down.
So they're going to disengage here. It looks like it still is Michael on the Reinhardt here, so I don't see...
Yeah. Fish was not here for the game.
Okay, I guess. All right, so they're disengaging here around Hotel. We see a lot of Spoke M coming in. It looks like they're disengaging to get all of their spawners back, and now they're walking in. Lamp comes out on the side. Oh, and the pin. Oh, my goodness.
Oh my god, Metro booming.
Yeah, Metro Booming really knows how to place those orbs, those slow orbs, which do a surprising amount of damage if you stay in it for too long. They are having to disengage here and wait for their Rhine, and they're not going to get a retouch here. Hopefully they're able to recontest the choke, but it looks like Catgirl Empire is pushing up into streets here, denying them that choke that the Junkrat desperately wants to hold. But Bonesaw is going to be backing out to group up with his team as the cart begins to push. First ultimate that's coming online here is the window on both sides, followed closely by the shatter on the side of Catgirl Empire, as well as the DPS ults. The window's out first quickly.
Yep, no, not much things to do with this window. They just decided to try getting space and maybe forcing them to arch. But the tire coming in, is it gonna get anyone?
The shatter
big
is
shatter.
massive.
Oh my god, they just got dipped. I don't know, bro.
I
But-
mean, what they did is they pull out the tire there, and the tire forces them to group within Lamp. And once they're all concentrated in that small Lamp radius,
shatter.
they hit the shatter. They force the
Yeah.
shield, they force the positioning, they burn the shield, they put him down. It's a
Yeah.
very, very clean investment of ultimates on the side of Nebulous there, only costing, you know... Or no, wait, sorry. I take that back.
Nebulous
on the side of
used only
Catgirl.
with
On the
them.
side of Catgirl.
Yeah, it only cost us 3 ultimates.
Not a horrible investment to get yourself through choke here. The Bonesaw tire
Yep.
behind. He is on the flank yet again.
Doesn't get anyone, but oh my god, Rangy Ghoul get the kill, but Skylorin traders out instantly on Bonesaw. And it seems like, oh my god, hyper moment. They're gonna go back in,
Yeah.
and that's just Lucio and Ryan to try and protect that point, but
Yeah, they're going to
I'm
have to
not holding
concede
that.
second point here. I don't think they get another fight. I don't think, unless
I
they
don't
get out
think
now.
even try.
But they might try it. Their Lucio is coming back, so they may have the speed. They're going to have to aggressively lamp it in order to get in. I'm interested to see if they go for it. I think they have the option here, but again,
Oh,
as
the
usual,
Bonesaw
Bonesaw is on the flank.
Oh, that's a
Oh,
big pick from
they
Raging
do not
Ghoul.
touch.
Oh my god. Metro and Hyper just getting everyone.
We have
Bonesaw
two
on the
Junkrats
flank
fighting in a
still.
small room. We have two Junkrats fighting in a small room.
No way, not the Junkrat specialty.
All right, we have about four and a half minutes here remaining in third point. We have Michael setting up for a shatter as well as Hyper. So interested to see who lands the bigger shatter. That's ultimately going to decide who gets to take control of this corner here, whether it be the attackers or the defenders.
I am a
they're-
Hyper believer, honestly.
A Hyper believer. Well, I'll take the side of Michael, and I look like the fool, I guess, because absolutely
like the fool.
massive shatter on the side of Hyper here. And the Fire Strike kills to follow up as well.
Oh man, I
A
wish I had betted
clean-
some money on this.
Yeah, right. Well, I'm appreciative of the fact that I get to keep my dollars here, and they need to do everything they can to try and get a touch here. The beat comes out early, as well as the J Queen swap. Bonesaw's onto the Bastion, their favorite hero. The recontest here is very scrappy. Michael J. I don't know why I keep saying J here, but Michael is down and no one's able to touch.
Well, that's a really clean first point capture for Catgirl Empire. They had a lot of time that in the end, and let's see if Nebulous can turn that.
Yeah, I'm interested to see. Obviously, I wouldn't have considered Junker Queen as a stall pick, but I guess there is that shout boost, which gets everyone out a little bit faster from spawn, which maybe is the reasoning or the thought process behind it. Ultimately, it's negligible in terms of its impact. It's not able to get anything done. But as a whole, it was kind of a tough defense for Nebulous. They really struggled to get anything going in terms of initiating with their ultimates. They always seemed to kind of be on the back foot, or they were unable to chase follow-up kills. The disengagements of Catgirl Empire were really able to keep them safe and keep the ult economy in their favor by not providing... Obviously, you can lose 2 people and lose the fight, but if you lose 5 people, you lose the fight and you give ult charge. So being able to disengage cleanly allows them to maintain a hold of the ultimate economy, which is what they leveraged in order to have a really nice time bank of almost 4 minutes. It looks like Hyper here setting up for one of those pins that every Reinhardt loves to do. We'll see if it's able to pay off. I'm not sure. Yeah, you're right. It does seem to be the majority of the team, but that being said, the Lucio Mercy Widow Farah comp coming out with the
Oh,
Junker
wait, they're ready
Queen.
Arab dive. No way.
It's not even dive. It's like era brawl at this point, I guess one could say, because of the Junker Queen. The shield makes them visible right side, so they're not able to get much out of it, though. They might get Michael from it, though. But instead, Kylo Ren goes down, as well as Hyper. The Bonesaw Farah has decided to ring around the Rosie, and he says, I'm the defender now, and they're dead.
Oh. But they still got the point up there. That's a very big pick from Bonesaw. He just said, nah, no spawn camps here.
Yeah, I mean, everyone knows the Farah comp is great against the Rush. Now we have Junker Queens on both sides, with the Catgirl Empire swapping over to the Lucio Moira variant. Interested to see if the Moira is able to get value from their new kit onto the Junker Queen, which could give them a little more front-end brawl compared to Nebulous if they're a hit with that Necrotic Orb. And just the general healing output of Moira versus Mercy. They obviously do similar things, but they are different heroes. So trying to find ways to maximize their value is very important here. As we head into the choke, looks like Bonesaw is getting close to their barrage, but there doesn't seem to be any other ultimates really in play here. Both Junker Queens hit each other with axes, do the tick damage, and here comes the barrage.
The Bonesaw moment.
It is not as big as you would have expected. It looked really nice to start, but they do go down, but they are rezzed by Hot Dog.
The damage going in was actually very big, and that just guaranteed the fight for them.
It was enough. It was plenty to get the fight cleaned up. It wasn't necessarily a clean fight, but a fight win is a fight win. All right, now heading into this next ultimate here. Ooh, Kylo Ren needs to get out. Man,
He gets out alive at
I'll tell you
hit.
what, Raging Cool or Metro Boomin both have been putting in work on the Sojourn. They have just been hitting their shots, simply put.
We can see that Bonesaw has the advantage on the Echo 1v1, but it doesn't matter because Kylo Ren is just too good, I guess. But the Mercy actually helps Bonesaw way too much more than Kylo Ren can even dream about.
Yeah, it's interesting here. I mean, there's merits to either side of it, but it just seems like the utility provided by the Moira is giving them a little bit more than what the Mercy is doing for specifically Bonesaw. Everyone else is getting to benefit from the Moira healing, but the Mercy can only hear one. Beats traded out on both sides as the res comes in for Raging Cool.
The res.
Yeah, Catgirl Empire is kind of struggling here as Bonesaw kind of comes in and cleans up Metro Boomin. They'll surely get a Rika test here for before third point. Assuming they push the cart. Assuming they push cart. There we go. All right, Kernmaster dies late, so they're gonna have to engage down one. Yeah, which isn't horrible all things considered, but it's not what you want to see. They look like they go for the copy. They copy the Junker Queen, and the Mercy's gone. Sojourn.
Oh, Metro Booming.
Metro Booming. All right. A nice recontest on the side of Catgirl Empire. They're getting the fights that they want, and they're getting the fights prior to the chokes, or prior to the checkpoints. Now as we set up into this fight here, I think we're going to see two Junker Queens shout at each other and then ult. The only thing that might come in before that is potentially a Moira Cole. But if the Moira Cole's too early, they're able to Junker Queen ult back. That healing is going to be completely mitigated by the anti-heal that comes from that ultimate. And here it is.
No way, they yelled at each other. Oh, Michael getting out 1 HP. And it seems like this will be a fight win for Nebulous.
It will, but again, as we all know, if you don't kill the Junker Queen quickly, she just lives and does things. The Junker Queen ultimate comes in here on the side of Catgirl Empire in order to secure this fight, but they keep it contested. I can't quite see what's going on. The copy is big.
No way he doesn't put the Sojourn right.
Oh, the tick damage. No. Cleaned up by the other Sojourn. We can't give credit to the Junker Queen there.
Yeah.
All right. So we're heading.
Has guaranteed the time bank.
Yep, that's exactly what I was about to say. They give themselves a really nice cushion here, especially since you can probably get 1 or 2 more fights out of this, depending upon whether or not you lose one. All right, so making sure they set up well on this corner, set up maybe on some high grounds if they can. And Hot Dog's dead immediately. Their main healer is down.
Hot dog
Bonesaw
rolling.
follows quickly shortly after. They're starting to chase here towards their spawn to get some cleanup kills. It looks like Nebulous is just going to have to back out here. I wonder if they're going to make some comp changes.
Probably not.
I guess not. I guess you're right. They have faith in the mirror. I say the mirror with different DPS, but close enough, I guess we'll say. Kylo Ren coming up on the Blade here. We'll see if they hold on till Nano. I've seen a lot of naked Blades in the last few days here of this tournament. I really would love to see a Nano Blade combo. I would love to see an entire team get deleted in about a second and a half. The nade is big, but the beat is large as well. The beat in response from Catgirl Empire allows them to take some aggression.
Kylo Ren is anti. I don't know if he wants to. Yeah, just gets out there.
Gets out safely. God, is hitting the shurikens though. My goodness.
No way.
Yeah, they don't feel like touching the spawn door right now, but honestly, they're probably pretty content with how this defense is going at this point.
If they lose, it's because they didn't hit spawn doors.
Maybe, but maybe it's other factors as well. All right, heading into this fight here, I'm expecting to see... I mean, I think you got to find something with the Sojourner. I know it's simple to say to your hit scan, please shoot them in the head, but they've got to find some value here to break this corner. They really don't have any other ultimates to work with. Oh my goodness, it's so close. All right, they do get one here. They find a punish. We have a small disengage here from Catgirl Empire.
Bonesaw cheeky on the Cassidy.
Not a surprise in the world. The Flex DPS plays hit scan, plays everything you need, and comms while doing it. It's really, really interesting to see how this is going here. The blade comes out, and the nano is applied.
The nano blade, oh my god. It only gets one pick.
It gets two.
No. Good night. Oh, he's dead.
All right, well.
Oh, can he get the soldier? Oh, she got the pack. Not getting the soldier.
That's all right there. Okay, they're able to disengage here. They have two big ultimates. They have the Nano and the Junker Queen ult here. They only have about 50 seconds left, so they need to take a fight here quickly if they want to get another, you know, half fight in OT or at least a touch and a contest. The Junker Queen coming in with the Nano is going to be a lot of damage, but they're immediately slept but woken. The Junker Queen ult in response is doing something, I'm sure. I can't quite tell at this point, but...
Oh, they traded again.
Bonesaw finds a pick. The Junker Queen's living alone. Bonesaw's going to have to find another pick here. Oh, the Ana's able to get away. The Lucio is hiding in the backline. But Metro Boomin has been booming all match. Oh my goodness. Looks like Michael's going to be coming out on the Rhine for the last fight. Almost was on the ball for a second. They should be able to get a touch, I would assume. Maybe, maybe. They do get the touch, but who is in place to touch next? It looks to be nobody. The Lucio comes in just too late, and that's the hold for Catgirl Empire. All right, so we see another map on the rush. Catgirl Empire shows, hey, we can play this. Obviously, Nebulous goes, we can play the Junker Queen, but it's a lot of back and forth. I think it's interesting to see the Junker Queen being played in a mirror matchup. I think her best situation is when she's in that mirror. I don't necessarily know at this point if there's a great matchup that she has against a specific tank, but it seems to be doing the job. I mean, they both seem to live forever. The fights that are taking place over a long period of time, which ultimately is what allowed Catgirl Empire to put the stop to Nebulous's offense on third point. They didn't drain all of the clock. On third point, they had a nice second point hold, and those defenses taking place sequentially allows them to set up for that OT fight where they can just close the door. We're setting up for a third map here. You know, it's winner takes all as we head here to King of the Hill. Interested to see what the map pick is. The map pick will really tell us which compositions are going to be most viable. We've seen a bunch of different looks from the DPS of both sides, as well as some variability in the backline as well. But I'm interested to see if we leave the rush setup, or if we stay here for the remainder of the match.
Let's see if we get a match that's not Lee Jing Tower.
Yeah, we will see. I mean, obviously, Nepal is very good for the Rush map as well if they're looking to play Rush. But you could possibly take things to Basan if you're looking to do a little bit more of the dive. If you're looking to take advantage of the Far Mercy that we saw earlier, anything is possible. It really depends on what the team is feeling. And I think in these sorts of tournaments, particularly in a beta, taking advantage of what your comfort picks are is going to oftentimes give you some of the better results. So as we head towards this last match here, is there anything you're thinking one team needs to do in order to take the victory here, Rafa?
I am thinking that we should stop having Junkrat play of the games.
Ah,
Both maps were Junkrat play of the games. That's something that tells us that Junkrat's really good in this 5v5 playstyle, especially considering that there's no diva to eat your poke. So like, you just get free damage in. But I think the team that it's able to deny poke the best has a better advantage.
absolutely, absolutely. That shield health on the Reinhardt is extremely important because, as we saw, the moment the shield's not in play, whether you have one or you don't, the Rhines in play are landing shatters. And even if the beats are on time and both sides have had really good play out of the Lucios so far this match, sometimes it's not enough to counter how large the shatter may be. So again, it depends on what composition we see here in the last map, but I'm excited to see what is likely going to be 3 really close rounds here. I expect both teams to fully bring their best effort, and we'll see how it goes.
No one wants to get kicked out, so I think they will have that big fight, and they'll try their best to win it all.
Absolutely. Here is I'm not entirely sure if this is an elimination game or not. But obviously, it doesn't really matter to the full point because both teams want to win. They want to maintain their record, and to this point, it's been back and forth. So really, it is anyone's game. So you really hope that the teams are able to make the subs that they want to make, set themselves up to play what they want to play, and whoever gets to... Is it nighttime, Rafa?
No, high noon.
Oh, it's high noon.
It's high noon.
I see. Yeah, so again, as we head into this last map here, which we'll find out what it is in just a moment, we'll be able to decide.
Tower.
Yeah, it's been a lot of Lijiang Tower. It is one of the most popular maps. I'm an Ilios enjoyer myself, but that's just because I think...
gold map.
I mean, it's just pretty. It's at sunset now. It looks phenomenal. The music is the best. There's the big well in the middle. But obviously today we have the choice between Lijiang Tower, Nepal, and Busan.
Yeah, I'm a Ilios enjoyer, but because I can bully people into the well, I can keep them from not getting out of spawn. So that's the only reason I like Ilios. But Lijiang is a really fun map to play as well, especially Lucio players. So I'm kind of biased towards Lijiang and Ilios.
Yeah, understandable. I've been watching Rush all day. I did some B-League games earlier this afternoon, to which I was treated to a lot of Reinhardt play, which by all means I enjoy watching the Reinhardt, but I also like the diversity that comes with Overwatch, seeing different compositions played in different manners in order to achieve different win conditions. So far today, the win condition seems to be, can we swing our hammer better than you can? Which again, is entertaining, but I'd like to see some diversity out of the hero picks. I think having to counter swap and make decisions on the fly in order to counter certain compositions as opposed to a defined meta can be a little bit more entertaining for the audience, but we'll just have to wait and see what we have to work with.
Yep. And as I open chat, I see a lot of people talking about my Dragon Ball over there. Is it over there? I don't know. Yeah. Dragon Ball gamer.
They cut away. Oh, they're cutting back. Yeah, hold on. Rafa, go back. Show again. What are they looking at? Yeah, there you go.
No, there. Dragon Ball.
The Rafa
there's also the Pokemon there.
Very
there.
nice.
Yeah. Also, a lot of figurines.
Very nice. I just have my Choyobin jersey in the background. As we head into Lijiang Tower here, it looks like we're probably going to get a lot more rush. At least on the very least on Control Center. Night Market and Tower may be a little bit different, opening up things for a little bit of a dive, whether it be a Doomfist or a ball. I think the Pharah of Bonesaw could certainly make an appearance. But as we head into Lijiang Tower here, it looks like it's going to be dive on the side of Nebulous. So we speak and it comes into existence. Bonesaw plays his 6th one trick in a row here, having played the Bastion, having played the Junkrat, having played the Pharah, having played the Cassidy. They now switch to their true one trick, Genji, in order to set up this monkey Ana Lucio dive against the Junker Queen Sojourn Moira Lucio setup of Catgirl Empire. So Catgirl Empire seem to be strong believers that the Junker Queen is the hero to play, and we'll see if the old guard that is Winston Dive can close the door and say, no, we've been doing this since 2016. This is the comp of Overwatch. Watch us go.
I'm gonna be real. If it was me playing Lucio, I would have done the rollout and booped someone off the bridge. But I don't know, man. As they say,
I
that
don't know.
Bonesaw gets the Metro booming pick, and Bar is also dead, so that's very big. Nebulous.
Yeah.
Herdmaster almost dead, and that's the Lucio diff. ZZ Lucio diff Herdmaster.
I would hardly say the Lucio diff here. This was a clinical dive execution by Bonesaw and Michael here in order to take first control as they work up towards 10%. It seems that Catgirl Empire are making some swaps onto the Pharah ball comp, so we are getting the hero diversity that we were talking about. And boy, am I excited, because I think on the side of Catgirl Empire, the only disadvantage that you have is you don't have point. Right now you have Ball, which I think is a phenomenal hero. Anyone who knows me knows I'm not biased about that at all. It is the Lucio Mercy comp. It is the Lucio Mercy comp, so it's going to be interesting here. Kylo Ren comes in and assassinates Hot Dog.
Is he gonna get the Genji pick as well?
Doesn't look like the Genji's going to be able to chase quite effectively. Hyper secures the Lucio, and Raging Cool trades out the other Lucio. So it's a rather scrappy fight so far. They are both fighting here.
Yeah, and while that happens, Nebulous is just getting free point cap.
Yeah. I mean, they should be able to get a recontest here. Bonesaw is in fact able to touch, and with that in mind, Michael is building up towards his primal here, so they might in fact be able to stall all the way to 88 if Michael's able to get that primal off. They do die, so I feel like I've cursed them. So it does look like there's going to be a flip on the side of
the Bonesaw moment.
Catgirl, but the Bonesaw blade has come out.
No way, Bonesaw
I'm
moment.
not seeing anything die, however, which is absolutely tragic. Maybe a potential overinvestment there, but at the same time, they're still able to keep the point stalling. Michael is back, and they will likely get Primal here. They're definitely going to find a way to stall this further as the Primal and the Nano comes out onto Michael. The Barrage comes out, the Pulse as well. This fight is... Everyone feels like it's winnable, and that may be true for one side, but I don't know about both. They're going to get things close to 99 either way. It just depends on whether or not Nebulous is going to be able to clean up the kills necessary to take the map right here.
Let them get the cap. That's really not...
They find the boop onto the ball. No, the ball lives, in fact. They get it to 93, and they find the flip, and Michael disengages.
While we get this time,
also known as dies.
A little bit. Yeah. I think Hyper booped the Ana out of the map a little bit earlier in the fight.
Oh, help Kernmaster, help Kernmaster.
But I know that it was sad not to anyone not commented about your boop, so I tried talking about that because I got a boop earlier in the game. I just booped Fair out of the map in my game against them, and no one talked, so I cried.
The boop is sometimes the unspoken work. Someone has to do it, but not everyone sees it. But the value is felt nonetheless. We see Raging Cool here looking for a pulse bomb. Oh, an ambitious attempt at a stick on the Mercy isn't quite able to connect. Another pulse bomb comes out on the side of Nebulous here. Or on Catgirl.
They're traded. They keep trading, man. I don't know who's up, but now...
They do. There's a lot of trading. The markets are open. Trading is happening. But it seems that Catgirl is able to hold on to the point here. As they head into this, 61, 62%, there's a couple of fights left for both sides. Obviously, if you're Nebulous here, taking this next fight means more or less the map, or the round of here on Lijiang Control Tower, or Control, whatever. Yeah, Control Tower. Yeah, I'm trying. Yeah. I'm blended the other two maps together here. You want to get a couple of ultimates out of Catgirl Empire here in order to give yourself the opportunity to retake with ultimates of your own. But as they disengage here, everyone seems to be okay. Hyper's in very deep on the ball, giving them a lot of space. I'm expecting them to mine the bridge or the point here. There's a nice sleep onto the Mercy here. The Mercy's going to get punished for it. They copy the Lucio, and the copy's done.
No way, no Lucio gameplay from Bonesaw. Go back to your role. Michael gets the kill on Pharah, that's really big. The copy
onto the Ana here. All sorts of support copies today. The pile driver comes in. They're trying to clean up onto Hot Dog here. Hot Dog lives for just a little moment. The Nano comes out of Kylo Ren. could be enough here. The point has still not flipped. It is still maintained by Catgirl Empire here, but they are losing people quickly. If they don't find a way to recontest this, or, well, clean up, they're going to have the opportunity to recontest. All right, so 94% here.
Can they prevent anyone from touching? And they cannot. Ball gets
Nope,
the touch.
ball touches, but ball is immediately dead. That is unfortunate, but you do have the opportunity to get in there with the Mercy and maybe get a res off. Bonesaw has been eliminated. The Mercy is 1 HP. The Mercy is still living just for the moment. The Mercy is dead.
Okay, it's everyone's territory now.
It is. It's one fight. Whoever wants it more will take it. It looks to be that Nebulous is going to secure the round, assuming they can clean up the ball and Tracer here. The two hardest hero to clean up, of course, but they have every opportunity to close this out. The Mercy Valk's going to come online here, but are they going to be able to maintain a touch? The beat comes into play. The beat from Paracelsus keeps the team healthy. The mines come out as well, forcing them off of the point.
Master pistol.
They are able to get the flip here. Is anyone in position to touch? I don't think that they are. They are not. Catgirl Empire take a really closely contested first round here of Lijiang Tower. I'll be honest, at any point in time in those two fights, I could not tell half of what was going on. It just seemed like they were trading back and forth. I don't know, like, I don't know if I've ever seen that much alternation in the kill feed. It was simply just, you take one of ours, I'll take one of yours. It was just 50-50 trades everywhere.
Now, Bent, new challenge. What map is this?
Oh, this is Day Market. My favorite point on Lijiang, Day Market. I will, one of these days, I will get the map types, modes, and things right, but probably not today. All right, we're back on the Junker Queen, and we're back on the Rhine. Well, actually, no, it's flipped on its head from the first map. Now we have Catgirl having faith in the Rhine, and Nebulous trying the Junker Queen.
Yeah, Nebulous saw that Michael not the kind of person to block shatters.
No way. The slander.
Nah, Michael might goat, bro.
First point control here is going to go over to the way of Catgirl Empire, assuming Bonesaw doesn't sneak his way into the back like they normally does. Hot Dog's down early, so that's going to take things out the way. And Bonesaw has poofed.
Destroyed.
All right.
Destroyed.
So we see the Junkrat comp doing Junkrat things yet again. They have first point control, which is exactly what you want. They're able to bully up to these doors here and really kind of hold close. You see the trap placed on the right side. Kylo Ren is looking, is thinking, is almost going to take out the Sojourn there. We see Nebula swap over to the Pharah. So yet again, we have the Pharah versus a Rhine comp, which leaves them in a tough situation, unable to engage on one of the DPS that is going to be constantly doing damage to your backline. The lamp comes out from Pharah, but goes down. All right, all these heroes are really low in here, but again, they trade 50-50 again. Literally back and forth. I simply cannot tell you who is winning these fights because at any given time, it changes second to second. The Bonesaw, unlucky. Cancels the barrage. Yeah, I mean, Catgirl Empire is winning. Maybe just call it Defender's Advantage doing enough, but it just seems like every single fight, the teams are throwing haymakers. They're taking them on the chin, and they're giving one back in kind.
Now, what you get to see here as far as window, it's instantly thrown out, and that's a really bad window. They can easily LOS.
I would have called it an interesting window, but I'm not saying you're wrong, Rafa. It is an aggressive and it's an ambitious one as they disengage here. They're going to have to give a little bit of space, but that's going to put them in the perfect position for Bonesaw's Pharah to do the damage that they want to. I think Hyper's looking for a shatter here.
If I was Hyper there, I would have shattered the Pharah easily.
Yeah, I can't disagree with you. The thought crossed my mind as well, but thankfully, that's why they're the A-League players, and I am not.
I'm an A-League player.
Yeah, but you're not an A-League tank. That's okay.
Down and Metro
Nebulous is going down. This is one fight territory. I don't know if it's going to be enough. It looks like Nebulous are going to fall here. XZ is going to need this beat here, but they're going to leave.
No way.
No.
That's a GG for Catgirl Empire.
GG indeed. Really hard fought from both sides. One could say that it really came down to who rolled out on the right comp on the right point of the last map. Literally every fight was back and forth. Everyone playing different compositions. We got the diversity that we were looking for. And we have a Sojourn play of the game.
Got a Junkrat one. Let's go. Yeah. The moment the 2 picks coming in from Hyper and I forgot Metro Booming comes in, I think that was just decided that the fight win must go into our dear and loved cat team that I forgot the name. Catgirl Empire.
It's on the screen in front of you. No worries.
Something happened.
Too funny. Yeah, I mean, it was a hard-fought match back and forth. I think ultimately, when you're in a situation having to attack into a Junkrat on anywhere on Lijiang, except for maybe Garden, you just have to get through those choke points. And if you're not running a tank that can kind of bypass those chokes, you're going to take a lot of damage going in. And it just seemed like the damage that they were taking on their entry was preventing them from getting the quality fights that they were looking for. Because even when they're able to get the picks that they were getting, things were swinging back very quickly on the side of Nebulous, or on the side of Catgirl. So they're ultimately able to take the map and the series in what was surely, I mean, really well fought on both sides. It was really interesting to see not only the hero swaps take place, but to see obviously different compositions be favored by different teams, and for them to take their favored composition and use it against them in the last map. Really nice match from both sides. I'm sure Nebulous is frustrated with the outcome, but obviously it was a really well-fought series and could have gone either way.
Yeah, it could have gone either way. Both maps, 3 maps were really close actually. The only map that we felt a little bit more of distance was in the last night market. But even though both teams played really well, very back and forth, I really couldn't know whenever someone was winning or losing. It was like super close every time.
Absolutely. And yeah. Oh, sounds good. Thank you all. We're going to head to break here, I believe. Appreciate getting to cast with you, Rafa. It was absolute chaos, and I wouldn't have done it with anyone else. Thanks, y'all.
Yeah.
Hello,
Yo.
everybody. Welcome back to the C stream. Yeah, C stream. This
I'm
stream we
back.
have Yo What's Poppin' versus Fruit Bowl. Both teams 2-2 going into this last round. Winner makes it to the
Who wins?
playoff bracket tomorrow. Loser goes home.
Gone, reduced to atoms.
Taking a look at the previous matches, Yo What's Poppin' actually just came off a big win on the A stream, taking out Poseidon and sending them home. Meanwhile,
No
Fruit
way.
Bowl suffering a loss to Kingpin, so that's how they got here. But they have gone toe to toe with some of the better teams in the bracket. Rafa, what do you think about their chances for this match?
I think it will be a very good map, but Yo What's Popping have the winning buff coming in. They have they just won. They might be feeling great, but with the thing we just said, they just won, so they just played a game and they might be tired. We don't really know.
Yeah, that's actually what I was worried about. Like a lot of the time, you go from one match straight into the next match. Your voices are tired. Maybe you're just generally tired. I know for me, going match to match is definitely tiring.
Yeah.
And Fruit Bowl have had 2 hours break. So both teams. So one team's coming off of a break, but they aren't warm. The other team's coming out of a match warm, but they're probably tired.
Yeah.
So it's definitely going to be an interesting match.
Yeah. What I used to do in this situation is I pretend I'm shitting, but I'm just not. I'm just giving my team time to relax.
Yeah. Now,
Hard.
these teams especially, I know that What's Popping has been playing some interesting compositions at the very least. Fruit Bowl sticking a little bit more standard though. I've been seeing a lot of Junker Queen, a lot of Reinhardt, lots of meta. So this is definitely going to be an interesting match, I think.
They're playing meta. That's cringe.
I mean, when the meta is the meta, you sort of want to play it, right?
No, you want to have fun.
Well, it seems that the first map's going to be Lijiang, starting off with
Not
Koth.
again, bro.
It's the BPL standard. Starting off with Koth, then we have Escort, and then push after if we go to 3. Lijiang,
I might
interesting
be a little
map.
bit biased. I might be biased towards Fruit Bowl because, ex-Atomic player, very Interflex on the other side, so might be a little bit biased, but I'll try my best to stay impartial.
Yeah. I'm also favoring Fruit Bowl in this matchup from an objective standpoint. I trust their team more in terms of stability than I do Yo It's Popping. Especially Azure on the Genji, right now at least. They've been popping off a lot. So I'm looking forward to seeing her play. But looks like we're going in. One team was popping, sticking on the Reinhardt. And Fruit Bowl also going to Reinhardt. Both teams playing the
One has
comp.
TP.
Both teams sticking. It's a mirror matchup actually, but one goes to the right, one goes to the left. We see the fight opening up. There's the orb, there's the dash. They're just poking for now. But Zim gets
really
very low, and Saga's also very low. BTG Champ gets the kill. Potentiality goes for the dash in, but doesn't seem that they can get much value. And it's looking like Yo's Poppin taking the first map, or taking the first fight after a really good poke.
First map after first fight win.
Yeah, one fight Andy. But they had some really good poke there, especially onto Zim 82.
Oh yeah, but is in very danger right now. Imagine if he fell off the map, I would laugh so hard.
Yeah, that would be quite unfortunate. Frags and Saga basically matching on this Coalescence charge though. That's a big deflect from Azure. Getting a lot of damage in. And BT Champ goes down. That's really good from Fruit Bowl. They're moving forward now. Looks like they're playing a little slow, looking to just poke out the rest of the team. It doesn't seem like Yo's Poppin can win. Some interesting aim from Azure.
No, we don't talk about that.
Manages to close out the kill. What's Popping are doing a really good job of stalling right now. They even forced a Coalescence. That's really good. There's a Blade from Betrayal. Looking to get something. Finds Denki. Going for the Moira. Finds 2.
Oh my god.
3. What's Popping actually clear that fight out. Fruit Bowl taking the slow fight might have been their downfall. As now What's Popping is looking at 55 and climbing.
Yeah, something I like to point out is that yabai in Japanese actually means danger.
Maybe their name represents how they play. They're dangerous.
Or represent what position they are.
Fruitful coming in here, they have the Sojourner, they have the Blade, they have the Shatter. I'm really hoping that they go for an aggressive Sojourner to force out a lot of resources from what's popping, and then go for a Shatter after. There's the Shatter first, there's a second Shatter, the beat coming out, Blade. It's hectic on the point. Azure finds one, looking for two. Can they find the two? No, but Verity cleans it up, going on the frags now. Frags fading back onto point. Looks like they're just gonna back up. Betrayal trying to stall as long as possible. Really good fight win from Fruitball. They save the overclock as well. But what's popping gets it to 96%. That's not something that you want to see, especially after they nearly won the fight before.
And something I like to point out about Verity, he's a really good friend of mine, but whenever he started to playing bad in a map, his mentality usually goes bad. But I think he's doing great until now. Oh my god.
finds potentiality early, and Winter gets the trade on his counterpart. Goodbye uses overclock as well. Verity also popped the ultimate, but it looks like Fruitball off of the back of the pick from Yabai, able to just clear up the point, open it up, make a dent in the point, and it looks like, at least so far, what's popping, looking like taking round one.
No trust, they touch, trust.
Azure and Dinky looking to try and touch, but the Blade from Betrayal cleans it up. 100 to 33, that was pretty dominant showing from what's popping.
Yes, indeed. Now, what map do you think will be next? Quick.
Control Center.
Pause.
No way. It's Day Market.
Day Market moment.
Mm-hmm.
Are they going to keep the same? Oh, what's popping going to the Sim TP strategy?
I'm guessing it's just the TP out of spawn. I don't think the Sim TP in 5v5 is worth it. Fruitful, on the other hand, though, Azure sticking on the Soldier. I have been trolled, never mind. But it looks like what's popping actually wanting to look to go for the Sim TP to point strategy. They're playing the Mei and the Batiste. And yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. Fruitful, meanwhile, looking to play a lot more of a engage-heavy composition with this Genji, Sojourn, Moira. It's gonna be very interesting to see this matchup go forward. There's the wall coming out, gets on Zim 82. Manages to squeeze right between the crack though. Oh, Zim 82 trying to go for some poke, gets really low. Potentiality in the backline with no cooldowns. Once Potentiality falls, rest of the team falls right after. Really good first fight from what's popping. I really like that counter pick with the Bap Sim Mei, especially into the heavier poke composition coming out from Fruitball.
As you said before, you didn't like the Sim TP, but I guess they won. Haha.
Azure is swapping over to the Junkrat, looking to just heavily poke this backline or the shields, open up a way to break into this point.
I have a question. What do you think of the 30% boost that you get? 30% ult charge when you switch. Oh, big shatter possibly?
Yeah, that's a big shatter. Manages to knock down one and get the counter charge. There's the window though. Getting Verity a lot of poke damage and they have to back up. Verity does find the Mei though. Neither team has lamp. Oh, potentiality. Where was that pick even from? It looks like Azure is still in the backline. And once that Lucio dies, the Reinhardt has no peel.
Oh, no way potentiality stopped the boop, bro. If it was me playing Lucio there and Azure killed my boop, I would have been so mad right now.
That was a really good swap from Azure, swapping to that Junkrat. Also Saga onto the window. It looks like they're taking the early fight at the door before they can even TP back to point. There's they pop the overclock. There's the Blizzard and Shatter, but the lamp saving Verity for just a few extra seconds. That might be game changing.
Oh, the GP.
TP and Sim ultimate. There's the window and tire. Potentiality finds one. But in the meantime, what's popping, we're able to get the cap back. So even if they win this fight, they're still going to have to climb back to match the percentage.
That's a very big cap from what's popping.
Very big stall. They're looking like they're going to get to 65. So now 65 versus 30 and climbing. Fruitball taking a really aggressive fight. Worked out in their favor, but what's popping with that Sim TP, we're able to cap the point. Oh, Potentiality finds the pick onto Yabai Sojourn, who they just swapped to, as well as Betrayal swapping to the Genji just a bit before. So it looks like they're just going to stall out this fight here. They're probably going to be on equal footing when the next fight breaks out.
Yep. but the shatter from Xin can actually be game changing.
I'm really looking for that shadow to find frags, find
360.
goodbye in the backline. There's the early
360
window.
shatter. If it's not 360 shatter, it's not worth watching, honestly.
Yeah. I did not like that window from frags though. It was way too back. They could easily just peeled back to point. Zim
Yeah, they
fishing for
could've.
that shadow. You can tell by the way that he's playing aggressively.
But the shatter comes.
but BTB finds the shadow first, clears up Verity. There's the beat to respond. Shadow coming out, only finds one. Potentiality does clean up the Lucio, but it looks like what's popping off the back of that early shatter. Get the fight win.
They didn't get to Salter 99, which is very unfortunate, but they do get it to 87%.
How do you think? What do you want to see from Saga's window here? Because it looks like Fruitball have the ultimate advantage. What's popping are getting close to some, but this window is gonna be really important.
Honestly, this window, it will be really important, but as long as it gets one pick, it's already enough to win the fight, I guess. But
Well, there's the
they
window,
do
and it does get the one pick. It forces
now
everyone to
they
back up the
need to
point.
survive.
Yeah, forces everyone to back up the point. The early lamp comes out. There's the second lamp.
Oh, that's
Potentiality
big!
finds the blade. That's a massive Junkrat tire. Popped just the
Oh
right
my
moment,
God.
but now it's 99-87. What's popping?
That's
Do
my
have a chance
MVP.
to come back.
That's my MVP.
B-League MVP coming from Winter Snowdown. What's popping? Do have a chance to come back. They also have the overclock and the window. This is going to be really close. Verity needs to find a pick or two with their overclock. There's the early overclock coming in from Yabai. Not finding too much right now,
very
just
early.
pressure. There's a counter. Potentiality finds frags. That's a massive pick.
It is.
What's popping needs to find something now. Betrayal
Verity
gets the
dies.
deflect on Verity. Zim
They're
finding,
still up. They're still up.
Zim finding their counterpart and Dinky clearing up the Genji. Winter does
Winter
find the
goes
BAP,
in.
but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. It's just Winter on the point, and I don't think they can stall it out long enough. It's going to look like it's going to go to Control Center for map for the round 3. Really smart.
Map 3 moment.
Really smart swaps coming in from Fruitball. The Junkrat and the BAP really helped Zimity 2 get a lot more pressure on the enemy Reinhardt. It also put a lot more pressure on the backline to keep BTB healed up.
Well, this map I do expect some rush, as it thinks like they will going rush.
I mean, if they're gonna play Rush on Gardens, it looks like it's just gonna be a Rush mirror all the way through.
Yeah. And they also could run the J Queen here, but I don't know if they will. They seem more like a heavy rush team, both of them.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like either team itching to pull out the Junker Queen. As the doors open up, it looks like Yabai, at least for now, sticking on the Sim Junk. We're seeing shades of Overwatch 1 with this composition here.
There's no Diva to eat, so I think this will make it more powerful because no damage will be eaten. So
Yep, and you can already see it already. They get to White Room first, and so Fruitball have to back up. Oh, Zim gets trapped. That forces the early lamp. I don't think they might not even be able to keep him up.
He does survive, but it's really dangerous situation still.
Yeah, he does survive, but they're all low. Saga's getting pretty close to the window, but just behind frags right now. BTB going really aggressive. Zim taking a lot of damage. Potentiality does find the BAP, but Betrayal finds the counterpart immediately after. It's a 1-for-1 trade. The one team has no damage. Verity does trade the damage out. There's just a Sim versus Sojourn for damage. Both windows out. Wimp's also coming out. There's Chaos on the point, but what's popping did cap first, and there's the Shadow.
the
That's what you
Shatter.
want to see from Thompson. Danky goes for the beat? That's interesting.
And they don't have point cap, so that's a really, in my view, that's a bad beat. If they had the point cap, they could have used to stall it, but I didn't see any point on that.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that beat, especially because Betrayal and Yabai both have their DPS ultimates. You would have really wanted to see that beat come out early. There's the kill on Verity as well. Fruitball gonna have to give up space, back up, look to take the fight at 60-70%.
So the tire coming in. I think it's going. Oh, that's a big
Oh, the
pick
tire
up.
finding another early pick. I don't even think they'll be able to take another fight. Yeah, there's the next pick on onto the BAP. Zimida 2 falling right after.
Third spawn, third spawn. No way, they're not doing it.
What's popping doing a really good job of just finding these early picks with their ultimate usage, or just generally just finding these picks. They're forcing these fights to go up to 70-80%. Fruitball having to take the aggressive fight. There's the Sim wall coming out. Sim just swinging their hammer. There's the tire from Azure. Looking for something. Finds two. That's a massive pick. Verity finds the lamp as well. The window on the high ground from Frags. I don't think it's gonna get much. They do find their counterpart.
Kill. Very much worth the one kill moment.
The team kill bell rings out. Really well played from Fruitball, forcing a lot of aggression. I don't think what's popping was ready for that. And your buy does swap over to the Sojourn.
Not the Sojourn meta, bro.
Sojourn's very good, especially with that rail gun. You can just get a lot of damage out. Verity does have the ultimate though, and they pop it early. They're already down to half HP though. Fruitball just looking to play safe. Oh my god, what a shatter from Zim82, finding 5.
Oh, and the
Jonathan counters with the shatter. There's the lamp coming out. Betrayal finds the Rhine. It looks like Fruitball somehow they're losing this fight. They get 2 they're down 2. There's the tire as well. I don't even think they needed that.
They didn't. But well, they used it, so no complaints.
What a tragic fight from Fruitball. Zim82 had a 4-man shatter, and couldn't find anything because the Lucio didn't get shattered. There's the pick on the Verity as well. They're gonna have to take this fight down 1.
If they even touch one.
If they even touch?
Lucio.
There's the touch with the Lucio, but the forces the lamp early because of the pin. There's the window. B coming out as well. So far, it's just looking like both teams just poking out. The Zim82 falls down to Tomathan. And there's the late window as well. Winter in the back line, dueling the Batiste. The Verity does find the Junkrat.
Ooh, he does get the pick.
And Potentiality cleans up with the Lucio, but I don't think they can touch. That's it. Yo was Poppin taking map 1 after a relatively dominant showing on Control Center.
Yo was Poppin was 4 for a second. Did you see the 4?
I did see the floor.
Joey moment. No way.
Azure does get to play the game. Yeah, it's probably this 2K tire.
Man, every game there's a Junkrat play of the game. I think this is the JC meta.
Junkrat is relatively good right now, especially because Rush and Brawl seems to be the favored meta. I am a little bit surprised though. I thought Fruitball would be favored in this Rush mirror, especially because Tomathan, typically known to be an off-tank player in Overwatch 1, but really dominant showing coming out, especially on Control Center.
Nah, bro, you cannot doubt the Sovereign players, bro. Don't doubt them.
My bad. always gotta shout out Sovereign. For this
Sovereign, my actual first team.
In the chat, you saw, I think it was Sia saying, "Whatever you do, don't pick Route 66." And it looks like
66?
It looks like Fruitful taking that advice, going to Circuit Royale for map 2.
No way.
So very, very interesting pick. A lot of teams are playing Circuit Royale right now. It's very different from a lot of other maps. You can't really play the Rush style compositions that you can with Ryan or J Queen. It's really just a lot of poke with the Sigma, Bap, Zen. You're looking maybe at some dive with like a Doomfist or Monkey, but that's probably not going to happen.
Unfortunate.
And this is really Fruitball's chance to come back and take a win. I mean, Azure and Verity, they've been getting lots of picks early on. They just really need to find a way to capitalize. And I think taking the match to a point where you can really carry off of a DPS performance, it's a really smart decision.
Well, here I think we'll see a lot more of the normal thing we have seen the entire day. I see.
We're also going to see some swaps coming in this map because of the play every player in every match rule. Interflux coming in for Zim82, and on the other side,
Sia coming in.
we see Tomathan. So I stand corrected, it was called Dara last map, not Tomathan. I just wasn't sure if Tomathan was on a different account.
Actually trolling.
My bad, I'm trolling the cast. So it looks like so far, what's Poppin looking to take this really heavy brawl poke with the Brigitte and the Genji. This is actually something that my team played earlier to great effect. You want to take that first high ground, you want to push out the enemy Sig, and just sit on that high ground, poke them out, look to take a lot of aggressive fights with the Brigida and Sigma duo. On the other side, though, we have the Bap Zen Widow from Fruit Bowl. So they're going to be looking to take these slow and steady, look to get picks early from the Widow, and then push after.
If Potentiality's playing the Widow, I believe he's really good because Verity is a goated ass Widow.
So as the doors open up, we just see the poking begins. Ozre's hiding behind this cart as it moves forward, looking to just get some poke in. Frags does fall off the high ground, so what's popping already having to give up all of this space. It's so bad.
That's really bad move, but it is what it is.
Looking like they're gonna take this fight at the first corner. Betrayal taking a little bit of an aggro angle, gets shot out from a body shot from Ozrai. He's looking at some poke duels right now, focusing on the 6 shields. The E is forced out from Interflux, so they're gonna have to take a little bit of a slower fight, back up a little bit. Potentiality is low. Yabai is in the thick of things. But Denki does find the pick on Betrayal. That's Fruit Bowl's cue to start walking forward. The Dynamite does come out, but doesn't hit the shot. Potentiality also forces them out. Tomathan going really low. Sub 100 HP, somehow living, but no. Verity cleans it up, forces what's popping away. And it looks like it's going to be a first point cap.
Very quick first point cap, but Genji still went in and then he's gonna get the late respawn. Interflux getting pressure on the front line, on the support line. If he gets a pick, it would be very big, and he does.
That's exactly what you want to see.
Like, everyone is somewhat staggered, and they get free payload push.
No, Potentiality finds an early pick on Yabai as well. They can just keep farming this door here.
Oh my god!
Potentiality finding 2. Both DPS down. They're taking such an aggressive angle, forcing them back into third.
He forced the eat.
Forcing the eat, forcing the bash as well. There's the sights, looking to poke continuously forward. I think Interflux is a little bit too forward. You can see that they're starting to back up again. They don't have a shield though, so they're gonna have to play a little more defensive, hold this corner angle. The sight's about to run out, so what's popping to start pushing forward? There's the Flux.
Flux coming in. Potentiality is really low.
Forces the lamp and the window and the trank. There's also the Flux. Fruit Bowl investing so many ults and resources into this fight. They don't find anything. The Frags had a really good counter trank. There's Betrayal finding 1, finding 2. Frags finds their counterpart. Looking for more. Finds the Bath. Interflux only getting the Brig. That's a team call. You can hear the bells ring. Fruit Bowl investing so much into that fight, not finding anything.
So, Yabai has the Bob here, and they do have the Rally as well, while Fruit Bowl has nothing. They might be able to farm the Soul Jolt, but I don't know if that'll be enough to beat both ults from what's popping.
Yeah, I really want to see what's popping. Take an aggressive fight here with the Bob and the Rally. Just push on the Sig. Saga does find 1 though. There's the Bob. They're gonna have to burn the Bob early. Rally also comes out, but they're not pushing with it. Betrayal does find the Widow, but they go down immediately after. Verity going very low. There's the lamp. They're just pushing back. Yabai does find the Bap, but Interflux trading out with the Ashe. Tomathan does find 1 with the Rock after the Bash comes out. Sia doing a really good job stalling point. Ring around the Rosie, and they managed to find Interflux. What started out as a disaster of a fight, not capitalizing on either of their aggressive ultimates, they turn it around after some excellent stalling out from Sia.
Now, what's popping only has the Flux, while Fruit Bowl has the Window and the Soul Jolt. Let's see if they can do anything with that. They might be able to farm the Sigma ult mid-fight, but I wouldn't be counting on that as a guaranteed ult to have.
There's an early Flux coming out, but even before the Window drops, it only gets the Sigma. And it only forces out the lamp. Verity does pop the Sojourner, goes in deep, does get picked out from Betrayal, going too deep with their power slide. There's the Window looking to get a pick, but nothing happens. It's too far forward. Tomathan and the rest of what's popping can just walk forward. They're holding this high ground so well, Rafa.
High ground gamers, bro.
And this high ground, we know from watching from the previous beta brawl, from Owl matches, contenders even, this high ground is so oppressive. Once you get situated on it, it's so hard to get back up.
Yep. I haven't had much experience with this Overwatch 2 since I didn't get beta the first time and I got beta really late the second time. So I'm kind of new to this beta thing. I don't know how to play Sojourn. I don't know what the Kingpin does. But it's really nice to get understanding what's going on and both coming in. And it's not very much equal to Overwatch 1, and that's what makes it fun in my opinion.
I definitely agreed. It's definitely a unique experience. The Flux came in from Interflux, getting traded out from Frag's Trank. Sia uses the rally to try and push aggressively, but they don't find anything. Now they're just having to back up. Yabai goes really down low, potentiality, swapping onto the Genji in the last fight, does find one, gets straight up from Betrayal, but they already find Sia. There's the Trank coming out to counter the Blade from Betrayal. Doesn't seem like the Blade's not gonna get anything. Verity does find Sia as well. Frags does find a pick on the Verity though. And Betrayal doing a really good job living. They might even get the pick on the bat. No, forces the window. Frags, or the lamp. There's the window. Saga finds one with the window. Bob coming out, gets the dynamite off as well. Yabai finds 3! The Bob dynamite finding a bunch, and wow. Fruitball, after what started to be a strong fight, yet again, what's popping? Just popping off.
They popped off, indeed. What's popping? They are popping off.
And now we're entering into last fight territory. 20 seconds left. Potentiality has the Blade. Frags only 30% away from the Trank. They're gonna have to go for this early fight with the Blade overclock combo. There's the Flux coming out. Only finds 2.
Really big.
Does get the BAP and forces the lamp. Interflux is low. There's a Blade from Azure. Not finding anything so far. They missed the dash. Just slashing onto the Sigma forces them back. There's also the overclock. Betrayal goes definitely low. Sia gets killed. That's a really huge pick. Denki finds one as well.
It seems like they might be able to cap the point this time.
Off the back of a really good overclock from Interflux, they're able to clean up Sia. So what's popping can't take the Brawl anymore, and they lose out after that because the poke is just too much.
Honestly, every time a team breaks through a closed space, it's an overtime. So play every fight like it's overtime.
You would think that people would be able to do that, but it's harder than it sounds.
Overtime rush. The overtime adrenaline comes in, and you just pop off, I guess.
Interflux has this Flux coming up, as their name states, but Frags does have the Trunk, and Sia's getting close to Rally. This is actually looking to be a 4-ult fight from what's popping if this fight drags out long enough, so I'm really hoping Fruitbowl, they take an early aggressive fight, maybe they get Window and force out Trunk with it, and then Flux after.
So just poking for now. Someone's pushing payload, I'm not really sure who.
Probably Potentiality.
No one till him out.
There's the Flux. Nothing happens yet. There's also the window. The Trank gets forced. Verity goes too deep in. Lamp goes down as well. It looks like it's gonna be a fight win from what's popping. Oh, Saga invests the Tranks. I don't know if that's definitely not worth it. Sia still finds Denki through it. That's such a bad usage of the ultimate there. And now we're entering into last fight territory. Can anyone even touch?
Probably.
It looks like Verity is gonna have to be the one to sacrifice their life for the Chutch. Betrayal playing really far forward. There's the Blade coming out, cleaning up one, goes for the next one, finds the Lucio. Bob coming out from Yabai. Interflux swapping to the Diva just to stall point long enough. As well as Saga swapping over, but they got DMAC too early. There's the kill with the Bob. Saga going down as well.
And no one's touching next.
Going from a 5-minute time bank on going into second to getting stopped on before capping third. That's not what you want to see if you're a Fruitful fan.
Yep. It's still very much winnable if they get a good first point hold, but it's always hard, man. You never know. What do you expect to see here from the attacking team?
I'm expecting to see more of the same, honestly. I think that they trust this Briggs and Sojourn, or Briggs and Ashe Genji composition that they're pulling out. It allows them to brawl really well, and if they try to take the first high ground versus Denki on the BAP, Interflux is not going to be able to remain. And yeah, it looks like exactly what's going to happen is going to happen. It's going to be a mirror matchup again from their initial comps at the start of last round. So Fruitbowl gonna have to be really careful and try to poke out what's popping before they can get to the stairs. Otherwise, they're gonna have to give up so much space and might even lose the fight.
I do think this can go either way. Both teams really strong, so you don't really know what's gonna happen until it happens in this match.
Yeah. I'm really keeping my eye on Verity as well. They keep on going a little too aggressive with their power slide. I'm hoping that they pull it back a little, play behind their Sigma shield, and make sure that they live just a little bit longer. Because the longer you live on Sojourn, the more value you get.
Yup. That's something that Overwatch 1 differs from Overwatch 2. Sometimes going in too much deep in Overwatch 1 is actually good, but that happens sometimes in Overwatch 2 that you don't get the value you would get in other games.
It looks like the fight's already breaking out. I'm not seeing much poking from Fruitball, and Tomathan leading the charge on the Sigma ultimate, if only by a bit. Interflux's Sigma shield goes down. It looks like they're gonna have to give up so much space, and there's not even a fight that happens. Fruitball just not taking utilization of the way that their comp's supposed to work. But here's the fight breaking out on the second. That's a big dynamite coming out from the Yabai. Does manage to find Verity as well. Already going down. The window or the lamp is forced early. What's Poppin is gonna look to take this really aggro brawl fight.
Oh my god, I slept for a second.
Both teams just poking for a bit. Interflux going dangerously low. Denki has the window, pops it, looking to keep Interflux alive and poke out more. Interflux coming back on the high ground. Oh, Saga finds the kill on your buy before they could even get the dynamite off. That's huge. Does manage to burn Denki though. Interflux is gonna have this flux though before Frags can get trance. I'm really hoping that once they get this flux, they just pop it immediately. Look to get one or two in the and clean up the fight quick, because if they don't go fast, Frags is gonna come back with trance. Yep, there's the flux.
It's going very
there's quick. A flux, finds one, brings him down, going dangerously low. Sia pushing too far forward to get out of that flux, goes down from Tasaga. And now, what's Popping have to back up? Fruitball pushing forward with off the back of that ultimate.
That's a very big flux from Interflux.
Living up to her namesake, Interflux.
Yeah, her name. Oh, now we do get to see a lot of ults from Yo What's Popping. I don't know if Fruitball can survive the flux.
Rags does find one immediately. There's the there's the flux as well. Saga not even using the transcendence. There's the frag trance looking to push forward. Saga's gonna have to go for the trance if they want to win this fight. And Interflux goes down. I think they're just gonna give up first point.
Yeah, I think they are.
Yeah, they're just gonna give up first point. What's Popping using two massive ultimates, the flux and the transcendence, looking to just cap it, and they do.
But they still have 3 ults coming in the second point, which might be the difference maker between getting held here for 3 minutes or not.
I definitely agreed. Potentiality does swap over to the Tracer, not feeling the Widow anymore. Yeah, they're gonna be looking to poke out Frags on the back line. There's the early window. Misses the rock on the Tomathan. That's gonna be horrible. But Yabai finds one on the Ashe. Or Verity finds one. Verity finds one.
Yasuo awesome moment.
There's the blade on Betrayal, finds Verity. Trance comes out and the lamp. Only finds one and the resource. Looking to find more. Does find more. Frags following up. There's the dash and the right click. Potentiality trying to find more in the back line, but I don't think they can win this fight. It looks like it's gonna go straight into third.
Yep. It's unfortunate Fruitball could not hold the second point high ground, but it happens. Now they have to hold this third point with their life if they want to go to map 3.
They don't even, and what's Popping don't even have to cap all of third point. They just have to get halfway through. There's an early Bob looking to keep them from taking this fight. Forces Interfluxes all early. Potentially finds 2 with the pulse bomb. Yabai trades out onto Verity, so it's an equal fight on both sides. Hamilton finds one of the.
Oh my god.
Yabai finds Azure. Interflux finds Frags. It's just her and Baptiste. I don't know if they can win this fight. There's the win.
Dog in your room.
There is the flux coming out from Tomathan.
Oh, that's a big dynamite.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
Yabai finding 3 yet again. The Ashe coming out, the Ashe pick coming out from Yabai yet again, proving their worth.
Also, did I hear a dog's toy in your mic?
That might be my Rubik's Cube.
Oh, it does make that sound. What? Well, but anyways, Football has two ults here to protect. They have the Overclock and the Sigma ult. Let's see what Interflux has prepared for us this time.
Yep. We have 3 minutes to just push it to that first corner over there, to the second corner actually. It looks like they're going to be taking the fight on the corner. There's a disruption shot, looking to keep them off of that fight. But the point, already moving dangerously close. Potentiality is going to have to stall it out. Window comes out, forcing them to take the right side high ground. Yabai finds Verity. That's a massive pick. Inner Flux having to use the having to use their flux. There's the trance. There's the kill on the automaton. But Yabai finding 3 already on this flank. Inner Flux having to sacrifice their life to stay on point. Potentiality does find frags, but it's just her on point. I don't think they can do it. Yabai finding 5.
Don't worry, Verity kills everyone here. No way.
Betrayal finds Verity. Finds Denki as well. That's just gonna be a quick 2-0. What's popping? Sending Fruitball home and getting into the bracket tomorrow.
Yup, very good game. And I really thought we are gonna see a 2-1 here because Fruitball looks strong coming in that first point. But it didn't. It was not meant to be. Unfortunate.
Definitely not meant to be, especially when you have players like Yabai consistently getting 2, 3, 4Ks each in every fight. It's just hard to stack up against that. But you have to give credit to Fruitball. They made it this far. They went 2 and 3. The players on that team are definitely strong.
Yep.
So that's that match over. Fruitball getting sent home 2 and 3. What's poppin'? Barely scraping by into the bracket. And as in other matches across the board are also finishing up. But as this match is over, our time here on the C stream is come to a close, unfortunately.
No way. Next time, me and Azu come back in grand finals. Promise.
So initially we were going to raid the A stream, but what was he cooking? Taking the quick 2-0 over Coin, sending them home and getting into the bracket. So
we're gonna be raiding the B stream.
Probably going to be raiding the B stream. Right now, the casters are Cummies, Robbie, Recurve, and Coconut. That's cursed. But Eakin is currently 1-0 over Peach Ball. So we're gonna send you over to that stream, and thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed this cast. We'll see you later.
Goodbye.